As a dark and foreboding environment sets the stage, Vlad and his companions prepare for battle, their intentions clear as they face an unknown threat. A warning label hints at the violence to come, a stark reminder of the intensity that lies ahead. Meanwhile, Lindworm, a mysterious white dragon remnant, watches from the shadows, its presence only adding to the sense of unease. Bishop Pierre's cryptic words of warning, spoken like a prophecy, cast a shadow over the impending conflict. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Stephen Gaidar emerges as a potential ally or rival for Vlad, while Sir Gregory readies himself for battle alongside the star-embracing swordmaster's companions. As the stakes are set and the tension builds, it becomes clear that this is an episode of unrelenting intensity, where only the strongest will emerge victorious. As Stephen Gaidar stands alone in a dimly lit chamber, his gaze is fixed on a portrait of his father, lost in thought as he reflects on his own sense of purpose. His mind is filled with feelings of inadequacy and uncertainty about his place in the world. Suddenly, Bishop Pierre enters the room, his quiet confidence piercing the silence, and approaches Stephen with an air of mystery. The bishop extends an offer from the Vatican, hinting at a significant opportunity for Stephen, who becomes increasingly curious as they converse. Meanwhile, Vlad of Squire and Lindworm watch from afar, their expressions suggesting they may be keeping an eye on Stephen's developments. As Vlad of Squire faces off against Populac, his confidence and unwavering resolve are put to the test. The air is thick with tension as Populac's gruesome features loom before him, but Vlad remains unfazed, having already seen the worst humanity has to offer. With a swift wit and sharp tongue, he dismisses Populac as an ugly mug, further enraging his opponent. Populac goads Vlad, daring him to unleash his wrath, but Vlad stands firm, refusing to back down. Death holds no fear for this swordmaster, who declares his readiness to face whatever fate may come his way. As Vlad's gaze locked onto Lindworm, a storm was brewing beneath his calm exterior. His approach was calculated, each step exuding an air of restrained fury. The tension was palpable as he unleashed a verbal tirade, the words laughed to your heart's content, you bastard, piercing the air like a dagger. Lindworm's reaction was a masterclass in subtlety, his surprise and resignation etched on his face, hinting at a deep-seated guilt or remorse. The past betrayal that had left such scars came flooding back in a series of fragmented memories before returning to the present where Vlad's anger still simmered, waiting to boil over once more. As the drama unfolded, a sudden pause seized the moment, revealing the stillness of the women who had previously moved with purpose. Amidst the tension, Lindworm's words echoed through time, to vanquish an army, one must strike at its commander. Sir Gregory's earlier decision was vindicated as his wisdom became clear, and with that the scene came to a close, resolution washing over the air like a gentle breeze. As a solemn tone settles over the congregation, Bishop Pierre's eyes widen in revelation something is missing from this sacred ritual. Amidst the reverent atmosphere of the Mass, he turns to Vlad of Squire, seated nearby, and asks if he might share a sip of wine. Vlad's confusion is palpable as he inquires what's driving this sudden request. As the quiet of the moment is shattered by Sir Gregory's sudden declaration, as Sir Gregory, an eerie presence materializes before him. The air seems to thicken with anticipation as a headless knight emerges from the shadows, its features revealed in panel 48 to be that of a dull hand, an otherworldly horseman rumored to possess dark powers. As Vlad gazed upon the enigmatic artifact, uncertainty etched across his face. A sudden arrival shook the air. Lindworm, an old knight with battle-hardened wisdom, appeared beside him. This relic holds a dark magic curse, Lindworm revealed, his words piercing the veil of mystery. The veteran figure then imparted instructions to Vlad. With a single, precise strike, he could shatter the ancient spell. With resolve etched on his features, Vlad vowed to dedicate himself to this daunting task. As Vlad stands alone in the dimly lit chamber, surrounded by ancient symbols and artifacts, Lindworm and Zaire burst in with stern faces, their presence electrifying the air. The tension is palpable as they begin to question Vlad about his recent actions, their voices laced with concern and accusation. But Vlad refuses to back down, justifying his decisions and reaffirming his loyalty to the group despite Larman's growing unease and Zayar's fiery outburst. As the confrontation reaches its boiling point, it becomes clear that deep-seated tensions within the group are simmering just beneath the surface, threatening to erupt at any moment. In a tense meeting, Vlad of Squire, the enigmatic swordmaster, confronts Bishop Pierre, who has arrived with an entourage that includes Stephen Gaidar and Sir Gregory. The bishop's intentions are shrouded in mystery, sparking Vlad's skepticism as he questions his true motives. As the negotiation unfolds, a flashback sequence reveals glimpses of Vlad's troubled past within the church, hinting at a complex history that continues to shape his actions today. Despite Bishop Pierre's overtures, Vlad remains steadfast in his refusal to commit to an alliance without further investigation, leaving the parties parting ways with the possibility of future negotiations or conflicts hanging in the balance. As the discussion around the table reached its crescendo, a sudden, blinding light pierced the air, and with it, a shimmering portal materialized before their very eyes. The gathered individuals froze, their conversations silenced by the sheer magnitude of this unexpected event. Vlad's expression contorted in confusion as he demanded to know what was happening, his words echoing through the stunned silence. Larmand, Zayar, Bishop Pierre, Stephen Gaidar, and Sir Gregory stood equally perplexed, some attempting to approach the glowing anomaly while others retreated in trepidation. The air was heavy with uncertainty as the group struggled to comprehend this sudden intrusion, leaving viewers on the edge of their seats, wondering what would transpire next. As Vlad of Squire effortlessly lands an acrobatic stunt, the gathered crowd is left in awe, with Bishop Pierre and others offering praise for his exceptional skills. Larmand approaches, marveling at the feat, while Zayar joins in, commending Vlad on his remarkable landing. But just as the admiration reaches its peak, Lindworm suddenly appears, halting the conversation with a stern "Stop right there, Aho." The air is thick with tension as Lindworm reveals that he has known all along that Vlad is not human from the very beginning. As Vlad engages in a tense conversation with an enigmatic figure, the weight of his past decisions comes crashing down on him. The mysterious individual poses a piercing question: does it truly matter what happened to the others? Vlad's response is chilling: their lives hold no value to him. A flashback reveals the darker aspects of his actions, and for a moment he stands alone in a desolate landscape, grappling with the moral implications of his choices. The unknown figure reappears, urging Vlad to seize an opportunity or make a choice that will forever alter the course of his journey. As Vlad's intense gaze locks onto Bishop Pierre, the air is electric with tension as he demands the scroll be handed over. The bishop, steadfast in his duty to protect the church's secrets, refuses, citing the importance of discretion. Vlad's agitation grows, and he raises his sword, threatening violence. Just as it seems a confrontation is imminent, an unnamed character intervenes, attempting to calm Vlad down and advise against aggression. Bishop Pierre seizes this opportunity to placate Vlad with words of caution, reminding him that a peaceful resolution is still possible, but the question remains: will Vlad's thirst for the scroll be sated peacefully or through force? As Vlad of Squire stands firm, he issues a stark warning to Bishop Pierre and Sir Gregory, declaring that even his kindness has its limits and will not be taken for granted. He asserts his independence, refusing their patronage and aid, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The duo tries to read between the lines, mistakenly believing Vlad's words are a cry for help. But Vlad is resolute, clarifying his intention without revealing what exactly he was referring to, leaving the others in the dark. Meanwhile, unseen forces shape the story as Lindworm and Vlad engage in a high-stakes duel, showcasing his unwavering self-reliance. As the dust settles, Lindworm's contemplative pose hints at deeper connections and consequences yet to unfold. As Vlad of Squire, the swordmaster of legendary renown, struggled to keep pace with the relentless counterattacks of his unknown opponent, his frustration grew palpable. He warned those around him not to fall prey to their own assumptions about his next move, for they were too easily predictable. But just as he thought he had a grasp on the situation, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, Fuere, whose very presence hinted at an otherworldly origin. Suddenly Vlad's mind was flooded with memories of his past training, the secrets of which now seemed to hold the key to understanding the true nature of this battle. As the scene drew to a close, an unsettling sense of foreboding hung in the air, foreshadowing the daunting challenges that lay ahead for this swordmaster of unparalleled skill. As Vlad of Squire faces off against a formidable foe, the tension is palpable as their blades clash in a display of skill and strategy. The opponent lands a surprise attack, but Vlad's quick reflexes allow him to dodge out of harm's way. Emboldened by the taunts of his adversary, Vlad seizes the opportunity to showcase his mastery of swordplay, expertly parrying each strike with precision and agility. As the battle rages on, the opponent seeks to exploit a weakness in Vlad's leather armor, but he proves adaptable, adjusting his stance and defense to counter this new threat. Finally, Vlad lands a decisive counterattack, leaving his opponent impressed by his remarkable skills. As the unexpected group converges on Vlad, they are met with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. One of them poses a question that seems to hold great significance. Do you possess the protection of a spirit's blessing? The inquiry sparks an air of mystery, as Vlad responds with cryptic phrases like Kajang and Hyunyeoli, leaving the group and us wondering what secrets he may be hiding. As the somber warning sets the tone, Vlad's brutal battle against Zayar and Lindworm erupts on screen, showcasing the intensity and chaos of war. Amidst the clashing steel and roars of combat, Larmand appears, urging Vlad to cease fighting and seek peace, underscoring the moral complexity of the situation. But just as hope seems lost, Bishop Pierre's letter arrives, revealing the Vatican's order for Vlad to eliminate Zayar, adding a layer of political intrigue to the battle. As flashbacks reveal Stephen Gaidar's presence, the consequences of Vlad's actions come into stark relief. The battle concludes with Vlad emerging victorious but visibly shaken, hinting at the devastating emotional toll of war on his psyche. In a moment of quiet contemplation, Vlad of Squire's thoughts wander back to his past, revisiting the words of Lord Rutger that still linger like an open wound. Frustration boils over as he acknowledges the limitations that have held him back, confessing that he can never hope to best someone like Rutger. But as he ponders what could have been done differently, a new path begins to unfold before him. He realizes that something is needed to fill the vast expanse of the boy's world, a realization that brings with it a sense of introspection and contemplation as Vlad's gaze drifts into the distance, lost in thought. As the starry night sky stretches out before him, Vlad of Squire stands alone in his chamber, lost in thought as he contemplates the unknown. The silence is suddenly shattered by a mysterious voice from another world, hinting at the existence of multiple realities. Vlad's eyes widen with surprise and curiosity as he tries to comprehend the implications of this revelation, his mind racing with the endless possibilities that unfold before him. With a thoughtful and contemplative expression, Vlad gazes up at the stars once more, his thoughts consumed by the mysteries of the cosmos. In a city beset by uncertainty, Vlad of Squire stood alone, his gaze piercing the shadows as he reflected on past mistakes and the weight of responsibility that now bore down upon him. Suddenly, Bishop Pierre appeared, his demeanor stern as he demanded that Vlad desist from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. But Vlad would not be swayed, his convictions strengthened by a sense of guilt and duty to protect the innocent. As the two clashed, their disagreement boiled over into a heated argument, with Bishop Pierre dismissing Vlad's concerns as foolish, but the swordmaster remained resolute, driven by a determination to make things right. In the end, it was clear that Vlad would not back down from his decision, standing firm against the weight of opposition. As Vlad of Squire sat with Larmand and Bishop Pierre in a dimly lit room, the air was thick with anticipation. The old knight voiced his concerns about the spreading darkness, but Vlad dismissed them as mere rumors. However, Bishop Pierre's arrival brought a new perspective, revealing that he had received intel from Lindworm, the White Dragon, confirming the growing strength of the darkness. As the conversation escalated, the three characters' approaches clashed, with Vlad advocating for swift action and Larmand recommending caution. Meanwhile, Stephen Gaidar was mentioned as a potential source of insight into the situation, leaving the fate of their endeavors uncertain. As Vlad of Squire unleashes a flurry of attacks against the formidable Lindworm, it becomes apparent that even his most potent blows barely scratch the dragon's impenetrable hide. With a mixture of frustration and resignation, he remarks that his world remains too fragile to fully contain the voice's realm, leaving him drained and vulnerable. Realizing that he's rapidly exhausting his reserves, Vlad acknowledges that his current state is unsustainable, making it increasingly difficult for him to mount an effective defense against Lindworm's unyielding onslaught. As Vlad's thoughts wandered back to his time with Lormand, a sense of longing crept over him, highlighting the eerie similarities between their past and present. But his reverie was abruptly shattered when Lindworm burst onto the scene, sending Vlad's expression into a mixture of shock and bewilderment as he exclaimed, "What in the world is that?" The sudden intrusion left the viewer with more questions than answers, leaving them eagerly anticipating what other secrets this mysterious dragon might hold. As the wind whispers through his hair, Vlad sits alone on a rock, lost in thought. His introspection is interrupted by Lormand's gentle approach, and the old knight asks if he is troubled by something. Vlad opens up about the weight of responsibility that comes with being the star-embracing swordmaster, feeling the burden of the world's fate on his shoulders. Lormand listens intently, offering words of wisdom and encouragement, reminding Vlad that even the greatest heroes have doubts. As Vlad shares his fears about failing those who look up to him, Lormand reassures him that he is not alone in this struggle, offering a sense of companionship and understanding. As the memories of his past unfold, Vlad's struggles to harness his aura against the formidable Lindworm become clear. In that fleeting instant, however, he manages to generate enough energy to repel the dragon's attack, showcasing his latent potential as a warrior. Witnessing this moment of triumph is Lormand, an experienced knight who recognizes in Vlad a spark of greatness waiting to be fanned into flame. As Vlad's thoughts wander back to his troubled past, a sense of unease settles over him like a shroud. He can't help but wonder if there's someone out there who might pose a threat to his power, someone he's not aware of yet. The idea sends a spark of anxiety coursing through his veins, and he begins to ponder the best way to eliminate this potential danger before it even materializes. But just as he's about to act on these impulses, Lormand appears, cautioning Vlad against making any rash decisions, a reminder that there are still those who respect and fear him. As Vlad of Squire approached Bishop Pierre with an intense determination burning in his eyes, the air was thick with anticipation. The calm and collected bishop, seemingly untroubled by the swordmaster's arrival, only fueled Vlad's growing unease. "Heard him, didn't you?" he demanded, his voice low and menacing. Bishop Pierre, unfazed, shot back a warning, his words dripping with malice. "Keep your filthy hands off me." The tension hung heavy between them like a storm cloud, foretelling a violent clash that threatened to shatter the fragile peace of the city. As the mystery shrouds his mind, the protagonist's thoughts tumble forth like a maelstrom of uncertainty. "I don't know who I am," he confesses, his words laced with an air of desperation and urgency. The fog of forgotten memories swirls around him, obscuring any recollection of his past existence. His consciousness is a jumbled mess, a tapestry of fragmented thoughts that refuses to coalesce into a coherent whole. Despite the turmoil, one thing remains crystal clear. He is driven by an unyielding sense of purpose, a spark within him that urges him to move forward, no matter how uncertain his path may be. As a deeply ingrained message echoes through his childhood, Vlad's gaze is met with the piercing stare of Put, and the air is thick with tension. The past hangs heavy between them like an unresolved thread, begging to be unraveled. Put attempts to navigate the treacherous waters of their complicated history, seeking closure on a festering wound. But as the conversation spirals out of control, emotions long suppressed begin to surface, threatening to consume them both. The fragile balance of their relationship teeters on the brink of collapse, leaving only an uneasy silence in its wake, foreshadowing the intricate web of emotions that binds Vlad to those around him. As Vlad of Squire stood before the door, anticipation hung in the air like a whispered secret. Beyond its threshold lay an audience with Bishop Pierre, a representative of the Vatican, who had come to discuss the looming threat posed by Lindworm and the potential solution of Vayezid's return. Within the room, Bishop Pierre sat behind his desk, surrounded by ancient artifacts and symbols of the Vatican exuding an air of authority and wisdom. The conversation unfolded as Vlad expressed his concerns about the implications of Vayezid's return on the region's balance of power and his own role as a swordmaster. Bishop Pierre revealed that the Vatican possessed information about an ancient ritual capable of binding Lindworm, but Vlad was skeptical, citing past failures to bind powerful entities like the White Dragon. Despite these reservations, Bishop Pierre urged Vlad to consider the potential benefits of working together to achieve their common goal. As the dust settles on the battlefield, Vlad stands alone, his dejected expression a stark contrast to the confidence he once exuded. It's here that he's confronted by Larmund, an old knight with a wealth of experience and battle-hardened wisdom. The veteran figure's words cut deep, criticizing Vlad for his lackluster performance against Lindworm and questioning whether this is truly the best he can do. Vlad's defensive response falls flat, as Larmund expertly counters by pointing out the swordmaster's earlier boasts, implying that his confidence has waned. As the conversation comes to a close, it's clear that Vlad must do better if he hopes to prove himself as a worthy ally. As Lindworm's dark past comes flooding back, a haunting vision of innocent children being preyed upon haunts them still. The stark reality of their monstrous nature is laid bare before them, a bold reminder of the darkness that lurks within. Doubts and uncertainties swirl through their mind as they question whether their fear is genuine or merely a reflection of others' perceptions. Is this really fear that I'm feeling? They wonder, torn between their dual-nature monster and dragon. In the end, Lindworm stands lost in thought, struggling to reconcile the conflicting aspects of themselves. As Vlad's thoughts raced, the air was suddenly filled with an unsettling presence, the arrival of the White Dragon, Lindworm. Attempting to calm his nerves, Vlad rationalized that it was natural to feel fear in this predicament. However, as Lindworm drew closer, Vlad's anxiety surged, and he exclaimed, "The dazzling white beast is coming for me." His panic reached a fever pitch as he envisioned the dragon devouring him whole. And with that, Lindworm loomed ever closer, setting the stage for a confrontation that would push Vlad to his limits. As chaos erupts, Vlad of Squire vanishes without warning, leaving Larmund and Zaire scrambling to make sense of the sudden disappearance. The old knight's frantic calls echo through the air as he frantically searches for any sign of his companion, while Zaire joins him, equally perplexed by the turn of events. Together they scour their surroundings, their confusion palpable as they struggle to comprehend what has transpired. As Vlad's gaze fell upon his companions, a growing sense of unease settled over him. The weight of their slow progress in waiting hung heavy on his mind, and he couldn't help but wonder if they were moving too slowly for the task at hand. His thoughts echoed with the question, "Waiting P, are you eyes about me being too slow?" Meanwhile, Larmund, Zaire, Lindworm, Bishop Pierre, and Stephen Gaidar engaged in a hushed conversation, their faces shrouded in mystery. The only indication of their progress came in the form of a single digit, 2%, a stark reminder that they still had a long way to go. As the group's discussion drew to a close, Vlad was left staring at two possible paths ahead, one marked by conflict and opposition, represented by a simple VS symbol. The weight of their decisions loomed large as the fate of waiting hung precariously in the balance. As Vlad of Squire stands before Bishop Pierre, the air is thick with tension as the Vatican representative addresses him with a condescending tone, referring to him as nothing more than a bastard. Vlad's response is swift and scathing, not only defending himself, but also lambasting the Vatican's insidious influence on the world. The bishop attempts to justify their actions, but Vlad will have none of it, instead choosing to mock Stephen Gaidar's potential, labeling it precious. The confrontation ends with Vlad's biting words and attitude towards the bishop, leaving little doubt as to where he stands in this battle for power and truth. As Vlad of Squire stood before the enigmatic stelae, he begged for their aid in unraveling the mysteries of an ancient text. The stelae's gaze seemed to pierce through the veil of time as they proposed a riddle. What is the Swordmaster? Vlad's eyes sparkled with recognition as he responded with precision, his knowledge of swordsmanship and mythology illuminating the path forward. With each correct answer, the air grew thick with anticipation, hinting that this ancient text held secrets vital to Vlad's quest, a journey fraught with twists and turns as he navigated the labyrinthine paths of his own destiny. As Vlad breaks free from the shackles that once bound him to death, he declares with conviction that even pain holds no fear for him. Yet, as he reflects on his past, a tide of intense emotional anguish crashes over him, threatening to consume him whole. The memories of his experiences weigh heavily upon him, and he is left questioning why he still feels such deep pain despite having overcome the physicality of death. His determination and resilience are tested as he grapples with the turmoil within, his very soul seeming to be torn asunder by the force of his emotions. As Vlad of Skoril watches in stunned silence, a surreal spectacle unfolds before his very eyes. Zayar, a knight, seemingly defies gravity as he floats effortlessly in mid-air. The impossible is made possible when Lindworm, a majestic white dragon, materializes beside him, challenging the fundamental laws of physics and magic. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre, a representative of the Vatican, levitates above the ground, his eyes aglow with an otherworldly energy that sends shivers down Vlad's spine. Amidst this chaos, Stephen Gaidar, the eldest son of the Gaidar family, stands perplexed but unharmed, as if he has witnessed such wonders before. As Vlad struggles to comprehend these inexplicable events, he turns to Zayar and asks, "How in the world is this possible?" His voice laced with a mix of confusion and concern. As Vlad of Skoril stood before a large stone door, his trusty companion Lindworm hovered nearby, sensing the approaching figures with an air of unease. Bishop Pierre and Zayar, their somber expressions a testament to their solemn purpose, approached Vlad with calculated steps. "What brings you to my doorstep uninvited?" Vlad demanded, his tone firm but tinged with a hint of menace. The bishop explained that they came on official business from the Vatican, while Zayar added that an audience with Vlad was necessary regarding a matter of great importance. Lindworm's powers detected the true intentions behind their words, and Vlad grew agitated, demanding they reveal what secrets they hid. As tensions mounted, Bishop Pierre hesitated before reluctantly handing over a small package to Vlad, leaving the fate of this unexpected encounter hanging in the balance. As Vlad of Skoril arrives at the meeting location with Zayar and Lindworm by his side, he's met with a sense of unease by Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar. The bishop tries to downplay the severity of the attacks on Vlad's family lands, but Vlad is not fooled, sensing that there is more to the story. As tension builds, Vlad demands answers from Bishop Pierre, who reveals that his family company has been secretly funding the attacks to gain control over key territories. Just as it seems like things are about to escalate further, Lindworm senses a dark presence lurking outside, prompting Zayar to take defensive positions around Vlad. The scene ends with Vlad's sword at Bishop Pierre's throat, symbolizing his unwavering determination to uncover the truth and bring justice to those responsible for the attacks on his family's lands. As Vlad's anger seethes beneath the surface, he erupts into a fiery outburst, demanding that Bishop Pierre, Stephen Gaidar, Zayar, Lindworm, and all others present begone, all of you. The air is electric with tension as Vlad's intensity courses through the room. Bishop Pierre attempts to placate him, but his efforts are met with resolute rejection. Stephen Gaidar tries to intervene, only to be cut off by Vlad's unyielding determination to rid himself of their unwanted presence. The scene hangs suspended in a palpable atmosphere of discontent as Vlad's anger remains unabated, refusing to subside. As Vlad of Skoril stood outside the Gaidar family estate, he was about to embark on a crucial meeting with Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar to discuss the growing unrest in the city. Inside, the bishop revealed that dark magic usage had surged, causing chaos among the citizens. Stephen shared his findings on a mysterious symbol etched into buildings' walls, which he believed linked to the dark magic's source. Vlad expressed concern, offering to investigate further with his swordsmanship skills. With this meeting, the stage was set for exploring the dark magic and its connection to the enigmatic symbol, while showcasing Vlad's proactive approach in tackling the threat. As Vlad's gaze lingers on a mysterious figure, his mind struggles to grasp a long-forgotten memory, his emotions swirling like a tempest. Suddenly, his rage boils over, and he unleashes a torrent of vitriol, condemning those who share Zayar's fate. But the knight corrects him, highlighting their stark differences as the two men engage in a tense standoff. Amidst this escalating tension, Bishop Pierre enters the scene, seeking to defuse the volatile situation. As Vlad's mind wanders, he finds himself lost in thought, struggling to grasp the fleeting nature of life and death. Fresh from a near-death experience, his emotions are still reeling as he grapples with the uncertainty of his own mortality. His gaze drifts inward, and his frustration grows as he tries to make sense of hazy memories, unable to recall crucial events. Undeterred, Vlad's spirit remains unbroken, and he declares that no matter what lies ahead, there will always be a way forward. But just as his resolve solidifies, the mention of Lindworm's escape sends him into a rage, unleashing pent-up aggression and fantasies of brutal vengeance against those who dare oppose him. As Vlad and Zayar ventured through the forest, their mission to retrieve ancient artifacts weighing heavily on their minds, a sudden ambush awaited them in the form of Lindworm, sent by Bishop Pierre to capture his targets. The air was electric with tension as the three enemies faced off, Vlad and Zayar's swords at the ready, but it soon became clear that they were no match for Lindworm's formidable strength. Despite their valiant efforts, the duo found themselves on the brink of defeat until a burst of energy, courtesy of Stephen Gaidar's timely arrival, sent Lindworm stumbling backward, offering a glimmer of hope in this desperate standoff. As Bishop Pierre's grip on Lindworm tightened, a sudden burst of chaos erupted, shattering the tense atmosphere. Vlad of Squire and Zayar stormed into the scene, their arrival marked by Vlad's thunderous shout, "Rag-hit." The three combatants clashed in a brief but intense struggle, with Lindworm struggling to break free from his captor's grasp. As the dust settled, Lindworm's relief was palpable as he addressed his rescuers, expressing gratitude for their timely intervention. With a final flourish, Vlad and Zayar freed Lindworm from Bishop Pierre's clutches, ending this standoff in a dramatic display of valor and liberation. As Vlad of Squire, the star-embracing-swordmaster, gathered with Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar in an outdoor setting, the weight of recent attacks on their towns hung heavy in the air. Concern etched on his face, Bishop Pierre implored Vlad's assistance to resolve the crisis, while Stephen Gaidar offered valuable insights into the troubling events. As the trio deliberated, Lindworm, the enigmatic white dragon, watched from a distance, his interest piqued but his involvement unclear. After a thorough discussion, Vlad emerged determined to unravel the mystery behind these assaults, his resolve strengthened by the meeting's outcome. As Vlad stands before the mysterious artifact, a subtle tension fills the air. Zayar approaches him, whispers something in his ear, and Vlad's expression shifts from curiosity to alarm. The calm thought begins to crack, and the weight of truth settles upon him. Lindworm materializes, its voice like a hammer striking the anvil of Vlad's consciousness. The revelation is crushing. His immortal nature, tied to the white dragon remnant, shatters his sense of identity. As the reality sinks in, Vlad's composure crumbles, and he succumbs to emotional turmoil. His gaze fixes on Lindworm, a mix of anger and despair etched across his face, as the very foundation of his being is ravaged by this newfound truth. As Vlad's gaze lingers on an enigmatic woman's face, a kaleidoscope of emotions swirls within him. His mind wanders back to their fateful encounter, and he attempts to recreate the moments they shared together. Her striking features, her gentle smile, and her words all flood his memory like a tidal wave, yet the one detail that eludes him is her name. As he wrestles with the void in his recollection, a creeping sense of desperation seizes him, threatening to overwhelm his senses. A flashback transports him back to the poignant moment when they parted ways, and Vlad's regret simmers, fueled by the nagging suspicion that he might have inadvertently pushed this person away. As the battle subsides, Vlad of Squire stands tall, his imposing physique a testament to his remarkable combat prowess. His associate, Zayar, commends him on withstanding the intense attack, an acknowledgment that is not taken lightly. With humility shining through, Vlad acknowledges the difficulty of the fight and offers apologies to those he may have inconvenienced during the battle, demonstrating a considerate nature despite his impressive physical abilities. Standing victorious, Vlad's confidence has been boosted by his recent success in combat, showcasing a warrior who is both formidable and thoughtful. As Vlad of Skor arrived at the estate of Baron Eumann, accompanied by his trusted associate Zair, a sense of unease settled over the grounds. Upon entering the estate, they found Lindworm, the white dragon, lying injured and bearing the cruel marks of dark magic. The dragon's words revealed that he had been attacked, and Vlad set out to unravel the mystery behind the wounds. Examining the ancient spell inflicted injuries, Vlad deduced that an otherworldly force must have been at play. As he gazed upon the mysterious sword, its soul emitted a dazzling light, hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered. As the world teeters on the brink of destruction, apocalyptic prophecies unfold before our eyes, painting a dire picture of the impending doom that awaits humanity. Vlad of Skor, the enigmatic star-embracing swordmaster, appears to proclaim that the moment of truth has finally arrived, and a catastrophic rupture is taking shape. The very fabric of reality begins to unravel as the age of chaos is officially announced, ushering in an era of unprecedented turmoil. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre issues a stark warning to the knights, instructing them to take whatever they can from those around them, setting the stage for a desperate struggle for survival amidst the impending chaos. As Vlad of Skor ponders the consequences of Baron Utman's actions, he remarks to Zair that he is confident his knights will be satisfactory. But Zair reveals a stark truth. Baron Utman has already paid the price for his transgressions. This dark turn of events ultimately saves Vlad's only son from the brink of death. Meanwhile, darkness descends upon Lipan and Mosium, casting an ominous shadow over their surroundings. With this somber reality in mind, Zair announces that they will be staying in the location for the time being. As Vlad of Skor stands before his sword, a sense of intrigue washes over him as he receives a mysterious message from unknown senders. The words "Your wish is our command" flash on the screen, sparking curiosity within him. He gazes at his sword intensely, trying to decipher the meaning behind the cryptic summons. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a series of enigmatic events and encounters: Zair's staged battle against Lindworm, Bishop Pierre's hushed conversation with Stephen Gaidar, and finally, Vlad standing alone, looking puzzled and concerned by the unfolding events. As Vlad's knuckles rapped against the door, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. The cryptic phrases that followed only added to the mystique, with Fasistensi, Nak, Kajung, and Sadho Yeli hinting at ancient powers being awakened. Duna Youngright Mendu and Yajin were present, their roles shrouded in mystery as they participated in this enigmatic ritual alongside Vlad. The air was thick with an otherworldly energy, as if the very fabric of reality was about to be altered forever. As the mysterious figure slowly regains consciousness on the ground, 3 days have passed since their unknown ordeal. Groggily, they open their eyes to find a woman standing over them, her tone laced with a mix of annoyance and concern as she scolds them for being lucky to still be alive. The woman reveals that she had to bring the protagonist back in disarray, implying a state of distress when she found them. As they try to process their condition, they are told that they are practically in tatters, leaving no doubt about the severity of their situation. As the dust settles after a fierce battle, Polis takes it upon themselves to ensure everyone's safety, urging others not to worry about checking in on their allies, only to then decide to do so themselves. Approaching Polly, they ask if there's anything needed and receive a brief response. With a sigh of relief, Polis expresses gratitude that Justia's barrier held strong, protecting them from harm. Impressed by Justia's remarkable prowess as a crusader, Polis can't help but feel a sense of admiration for their dedication to the cause. As the horizons of two worlds momentarily converged, the focal character stumbled upon an astonishing break through the ability to share thoughts and ideas without a single word. Initially startled, they soon discovered that this newfound capacity was not limited to just one instance, but rather a permanent change in their capabilities. With this revelation, the need for whispers and furtive glances vanished, replaced by a sense of liberation and excitement. As the focal character's thoughts drift back to a time long past, they are met with a sense of longing and regret. They realize they've kept their secret hidden from all but a select few, the knights, that is. But now they feel an overwhelming urge to share their story with others, to let the weight of their burdens be lifted by those who would listen. And so they set their sights on sharing not only with the knights, but also with the children of the village, hoping to forge deeper connections and build a sense of community. As the focal character pauses, a sense of appreciation washes over them as they acknowledge another's hard work. I know you did a good job too. But this momentary distraction is short-lived, as they are suddenly confronted with a mysterious message or instruction, say, leaving them feeling confused and disoriented. As they navigate through a series of subtle yet unsettling changes in their expression and body language, it's clear that unease and frustration are building inside them. The tension reaches a fever pitch when they finally approach the physical barrier. You're not allowed beyond this point. With this sudden realization, the character is forced to confront the harsh reality of their situation, leaving us wondering what secrets lie beyond the threshold. As a mysterious revelation begins to unfold, our protagonist is struck by a profound truth about their past and identity. A cryptic image appears before them, reading "I am from Squire," sparking a chain of events that will forever alter the course of their journey. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, accompanied by an enigmatic message, "Knows me." The protagonist's eyes widen in shock and confusion as they struggle to comprehend this new information. A flashback sequence follows, offering fleeting glimpses into their life in Squire, but leaving more questions than answers in its wake. With their world turned upside down, the protagonist stands frozen, unsure of what steps to take next or how to process these revelations that threaten to upend their sense of self and purpose. As the veil of nostalgia lifts, the focal character gazes upon an artifact from a haunting memory, one that has been etched into their mind like a scar. The recollection is a painful reminder of a traumatic event, one that left its mark on their psyche and their sense of self. As they delve deeper into the past, emotions swirl to the surface: sorrow, guilt, regret threatening to consume them whole. But just as the torrent of feelings appears to overwhelm, an epiphany strikes, leaving the focal character reeling from the sheer weight of loss and destruction that has been wrought. The realization is a shock to their system, and it's clear that they are struggling to come to terms with the magnitude of what occurred. As the fog begins to clear, the focal character must confront the darkness of their past and the uncertain path ahead, all while grappling with the existential questions that haunt them still. Who am I? What is my purpose? As the focal character approaches Lady Justia, their intentions are called into question by her direct inquiry. Under the guise of curiosity, she probes for more information, hinting at a deeper truth beneath the surface. The revelation that Sir Gregory has already identified all missing women raises suspicions about the true nature of this quest. With an air of determination, the focal character confesses their continued search for another individual, leaving no doubt about the scope of their mission. Lady Justia's cautionary warning that the sought-after person may still be tainted by remnants of a curse serves as a stark reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows. In response, she offers to bless the focal character once they complete their search, hinting at a sense of resolution and closure. As the scene unfolds, our protagonists' worry and uncertainty are palpable as they scan their surroundings with a mix of trepidation and hope that no one else is present. But before they can fully process this anxious state, an unknown individual appears, taunting them about their visibly bruised eye, leaving little doubt about their involvement in the injury. The protagonist attempts to defuse the situation by suggesting the other take a few steps back, revealing a desire to avoid conflict and prioritize peace. However, the unknown individual refuses to back down, further escalating the tension between them as they stand firm against the protagonist's attempts at de-escalation. As tensions run high, the focal character's relief is palpable as they breathe a sigh of relief that no harm was done. But beneath this fa-adel lies a web of anxiety. They attempt to downplay the severity of their actions, claiming they only wanted to keep the egg for themselves, but this transparent excuse only fuels the unknown individual's accusations of bribery. The focal character concedes that they may need help again in the future, revealing a desire for self-sufficiency and a recognition of their limitations. As the mysterious messages and warnings unfold before them, the focal character is consumed by regret and apology for a past failure to protect what was dear to them. The weight of responsibility and guilt hangs heavy in their heart as they lament the brutal nature of life and the helplessness that follows. But amidst this turmoil, a glimpse of their past or an alternate reality emerges, threatening to upend everything they thought they knew about themselves. As the unknown protagonist finds themselves suddenly pulled into a mysterious black hole, their mind reels with confusion and disorientation. "Can you elaborate a little more?" they plead, desperate for some semblance of clarity amidst the chaos. But the entity before them responds with an enigmatic reply, "That's all I remember." The protagonist's frustration grows as they try to make sense of this cryptic answer, only to be met with more questions than answers. As the unknown figure stands battered and weary, their adversary praises their cunning ability to deflect questions and spin convincing lies. But beneath this facade of composure, a deep-seated frustration simmers, fueling their relentless quest for the truth about their past. They confess their desperation to uncover the secrets that shroud their identity, and a glimmer of hope flickers as they recall a mysterious name whispered at the end. As the solitary figure sits, a look of utter bewilderment creeps across their face. Their gaze drifts off into the distance as they attempt to recollect the most basic detail, their own name. Frustrated attempts at conjuring memories from chaotic events yield nothing but empty silence. Suddenly, an enigmatic presence materializes before them, Pepe offering cryptic counsel about consuming something that might spark recall. As the focal character's desperation grows, they repeat the question, "What was it again?" with increasing urgency. Pepe's suggestion to revisit earlier memories sparks a glimmer of hope, and with renewed determination, the focal character searches their mind for answers. And then, in a flash of insight, a possible name begins to take shape, but uncertainty lingers, leaving the outcome shrouded in doubt. As Lady Justa extends her gratitude towards the focal character, relief and appreciation are palpable in the air. Her words of thanks are a testament to their bravery, with Rosing's fate now secured due to their selfless act. With a gentle yet firm tone, she urges them to rest, acknowledging the toll this ordeal may have taken on their mental and physical well-being. The focal character's expression reveals a sense of relief and gratitude, as if the weight of responsibility has been lifted from their shoulders. In this fleeting moment, an understanding passes between them, with Lady Justa's words and demeanor exuding confidence in their abilities. "But did you notice the subtle glint in her eye, suggesting that perhaps there is more to this conversation than initially meets the eye?" As the flashback unfolds, a tidal wave of emotions crashes down on our enigmatic figure, transporting them back to a pivotal moment in their past. Their demeanor shifts, like a mask slipping off, revealing a glimpse into the turmoil that has long haunted them. The question lingers, when did someone else arrive in Squire? The uncertainty is palpable, as if they are searching for answers in the shadows of their own mind. With this memory still echoing in their thoughts, the focal character's past and identity remain shrouded in mystery, leaving behind a trail of unease and emotional turmoil that threatens to consume them whole. As the narrator reflects on the passage of time since their last interaction with someone, they are overcome with regret for not reaching out sooner. If only they had known earlier, they would have invited this person to a gathering immediately, without hesitation. The weight of their own boldness in asking for someone's time weighs heavily on them, as they describe themselves as the lowest of all men. Their thoughts are interrupted by the question of where Anid is, suggesting a desire to reconnect or seek guidance. As the scene fades away, we are left with an image of a solitary figure, leaving us to wonder what lies ahead for this introspective individual. As the mysterious image materializes, we are introduced to a figure with unparalleled combat prowess, effortlessly dispatching multiple foes with their swordsmanship. The camera then widens its scope, revealing the character standing atop a hill overlooking a sprawling valley or cityscape, showcasing their strategic thinking and tactical awareness. With their meticulous nature and bold approach, it's clear this individual is driven by a desire for self-discovery and a sense of responsibility to protect those they care about from harm. As we continue to unravel the mysteries surrounding them, it becomes apparent that this enigmatic character is poised to face numerous challenges, both internal and external, as they navigate their journey towards personal growth and development. As the Crusader/Swordmaster arrives at Baron Utman's estate, they are met with a surprise revelation: their patron has been sending them on missions despite their low-ranking status as a squire. The Swordmaster reveals that they had a prior meeting with the head of the family before arriving here, and their financial struggles are evident, with only one ducat remaining to settle their debt. Just as this conversation is getting underway, a sudden interruption occurs when someone bursts in, exclaiming "F a ducat." The scene then cuts away, leaving the audience wondering what lies beneath the surface of this seemingly ordinary mission. Is there more to it than meets the eye? In a candid exchange, the Swordmaster shares his concerns about the caliber of squires in Sturma, lamenting that they lack the mettle to uphold the Vayezid family name. He expresses skepticism that anyone can make a meaningful impact with such subpar individuals at their side. When questioned about his own squire, the Swordmaster praises their abilities, acknowledging that they possess a certain spark. However, he also hints at their occasional unruly nature, revealing a more complex character beneath the surface. The conversation takes an unexpected turn when the unknown person suggests that the Swordmaster sees potential in their squire, prompting a surprised reaction from the veteran warrior. As the exchange comes to a close, the Swordmaster's past behavior is brought up, offering a glimpse into his backstory and the dynamics at play between him and his trusted companion. As our character stands at the precipice of meeting Ramundis, their thoughts are filled with trepidation and hope. They lament having to navigate the complexities of human relationships, but hold on to the prospect that this new acquaintance might be different. The shadow of Savanin looms large in their mind, a constant reminder of the perils of being taken advantage of. But our protagonist's own backstory as an orphan from the slums serves as a rallying cry, driving them to succeed on their own merit. As they prepare to meet Ramundis, they acknowledge that their lack of noble birth may be an obstacle and make a silent vow to leave a lasting impression. The weight of these thoughts hangs heavy in the air as our character readies themselves for what promises to be a pivotal encounter. As we delve into the life of this enigmatic figure, we're taken on a journey through his humble beginnings, where Ramon's self-made status shines through. But beneath the surface, we catch glimpses of a troubled past, one that has left its mark on his present. The memories of struggle and hardship are palpable as he reflects on the challenges he faced, eerily mirroring those of the young man before him. And it's here that Ramond reveals his compassionate side, choosing to offer guidance rather than material gain. As their paths converge, we're left wondering about the mysterious past of this new character and how their intertwined stories will unfold. As our Crusader/Swordmaster stands outside the mayor of San Rose/Eno's office, a sense of determination etches their features. Suddenly, the mayor emerges, bearing a small bouquet of flowers, and expresses heartfelt gratitude for their courageous act. The mayor's words are accompanied by an unspoken expectation. They request that our hero put in a good word on their behalf, hinting at a desire to curry favor or gain an advantage. The protagonist's expression betrays unease as they consider this plea, their thoughts seeming to drift away from the present moment. With the mayor's words trailing off, our Crusader/Swordmaster disappears into the distance, lost in contemplation of the complexities that lie ahead. As the intense battle with the Dullahan subsides, our focal character begins to reflect on their own identity, wondering if it would be better not to draw attention to themselves at all. But then Vlad enters the conversation, his presence commanding respect as he shares his high standards for evaluation. The protagonist is struck by the significance of these standards to Vlad, sensing a deep sense of discipline and responsibility driving him. Noting the ferocity of their recent battle, the protagonist proposes that only exceptional individuals would dare face such a formidable foe like the Dullahan. Vlad's assent implies that our hero's actions have indeed left an impression, but the real question remains: can they truly find their place among those who dare to push themselves to the limit? As our mysterious Crusader/Swordmaster reflects on their journey, a cryptic message sets the tone for a poignant introspection. Koying ing appears to be a blessing or incantation, foreshadowing a deeper connection with their path. A subsequent message from an unknown benefactor, San Racino's grace, suggests the crusader is seeking guidance and approval for their actions. As they gaze upon the once foggy village now bathed in warm light, memories of both sunny and dark times resurface. The tranquility is short-lived, as a curse towards an unseen foe pierces the air, curse that bastard for bringing his vile darkness. Amidst this turmoil, the crusader finds solace, exclaiming equals glad to hear too, hinting at a sense of closure or liberation. As the funeral procession comes to a close, our crusader/swordmaster stands in solemn reflection, weighed down by the crushing burden of guilt and responsibility. The failure of their mission hangs heavy in the air, and with it the weight of their own self-doubt. It is then that they are confronted with the enigmatic voice of Urbam II, offering words of wisdom and guidance that cut through the darkness. As our protagonist reflects on past failures and struggles, including their impulsive nature and tendency to take risks, a glimmer of determination begins to take shape. With a newfound sense of resolve, they vow to do better in the future, acknowledging that they would be no more if not for Urbam II's timely intervention. As the protagonist's gaze drifts back to a summer past, the weight of their responsibilities settles upon them like a crushing force. The memories of Jorge and Anna still linger, a poignant reminder of the devastating consequences that lie in wait for those who dare to challenge the massive world. When approached by someone seeking insight into their troubled countenance, the protagonist downplays their concerns, concealing the turmoil brewing within. Yet it's clear that there's more to this introspective state than mere worry, as the other person senses a depth of emotion that transcends mere trifles. Lost in thought, the protagonist's mind wanders to exceptional individuals making a positive impact, their contemplation a testament to the heavy burden they carry and the weight of their responsibilities. As the protagonist wrestles with the uncertainty of their existence, they confess to struggling to find a sense of belonging among others who seem to have a clear understanding of their purpose in life. They acknowledge that everyone has had moments of self-doubt and questioning, a shared human experience that sparks empathy. Yet, as they arrive at their own conclusion, its nature remains shrouded in mystery, leaving the reader intrigued. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure appears offering cryptic advice to keep stoking the flame, a metaphor that may hold the key to maintaining one's sense of purpose or passion. As the winds of uncertainty howl around them, the focal character finds themselves lost in a sea of turmoil, their thoughts racing against the impossibility of blocking the gusts that threaten to consume them. Frustration boils over as they lament the lack of shortcuts to bridge the gap between their own aspirations and those of others, Ali's words of encouragement barely piercing the veil of anxiety that has taken hold. Yet, despite this, the protagonist acknowledges the wisdom of focusing on their current goals, only to reveal a deeper fear, the crushing weight of a world that seems to be bearing down upon them, its magnitude threatening to overwhelm even their most determined efforts. As night falls, a lone figure emerges from the shadows, armor gleaming in the faint moonlight. With stealthy precision, they slip past the guards at the castle gates, their skills honed to navigate the treacherous path ahead. Within the castle walls, they tread silently through dark corridors, avoiding detection by the nobleman's men at arms as they make their way towards their target. The grand halls come into view, where a lavish feast is underway, and the protagonist observes the nobleman and his guests engaged in lively conversation, their words laced with secrets and intrigue. As they gather information, the protagonist notices a suspicious undertone to the festivities, hinted at by a group of shady-looking individuals lurking at the periphery. The scene concludes with our crusader/swordmaster deciding to take action, prepared to face the dangers that lie ahead as they delve deeper into the heart of the conspiracy. As the crusader/swordmaster stands before their superior, they are met with both praise and rebuke. Their dedication and sense of purpose in completing their mission earn them commendation, but their impulsive decision to draw Vayezid blades in another lord's territory sparks a stern reprimand. With apologies and humility, the crusader/swordmaster acknowledges their mistake, showcasing their capacity for self-reflection and growth. This moment serves as a testament to their complex character, torn between their bold nature and the need for caution. As the Crusader/Swordmaster accepts the investigative task force, they are met with a shocking revelation that leaves them stunned. But their surprise quickly turns to disappointment as they are reprimanded by their superior for behaving rashly in someone else's territory. The scolding is stern, emphasizing the gravity of their actions and warning them of the consequences that lie ahead. As the weight of responsibility settles upon him, the Crusader/Swordmaster's thoughts turn inward, reflecting on the empire's precipitous decline and the royal family's inability to restore order. This critical incident, though shrouded in uncertainty, has raised sensitive issues that threaten the very fabric of their world. A series of vignettes reveal the empire's vulnerabilities, its weaknesses laid bare for all to see. As the Swordmaster's frustration and disappointment simmer just below the surface, they acknowledge the North's own immunity from similar problems, leaving them with more questions than answers. In a poignant display of contrition, they offer a silent apology to an unseen figure, hinting at a deep sense of guilt or regret that lingers in the shadows of their troubled conscience. As tensions simmer beneath the surface, the iron-fisted warlord confronts the Crusader/Swordmaster about their troubled past in the village. The conversation begins with a cryptic mention of cursed enemies from yesteryear returning to haunt them once more. The Swordmaster's curiosity is piqued as they probe the warlord's true intentions, hinting at a long-forgotten conflict between the two former allies. The warlord, unfazed by the Crusaders' queries, laments the chaos caused by their actions in the village, revealing a deep-seated frustration with their methods. With a tinge of defensiveness and apology, the Crusader acknowledges their mistakes, but their determination to protect and serve remains unwavering. As the conversation turns towards the mysterious presence of a San Racino Crusader, the stage is set for a dramatic reckoning as old wounds are reopened and new alliances forged in the crucible of conflict. As the weight of responsibility settles upon them, our unseen figure is confronted with a harsh reality. Their absence from a critical moment has left a lasting impact. The narrator paints two stark scenarios, one where innocent lives would have been saved and another where tragedy would have unfolded, all dependent on the Crusaders' actions. The sudden cut to a flashback of past failures serves as a brutal reminder of the gravity of this situation, leaving our protagonist reeling from the weight of their own regret and frustration. As Sir Joseph ventured forth, he was driven by a burning question: where did Sir Joseph find this bold young man? His search led him to an unexpected encounter with a youth who would prove to be more than meets the eye. Initially dismissed as just a little runt, this young man harbored secrets and abilities that would soon astound Sir Joseph. As the truth unfolded, the protagonist's transformation into a wild beast-like form left Sir Joseph stunned and awed by the sheer magnitude of his powers. In the end, Sir Joseph acknowledged the youth's remarkable skills, addressing him with reverence as Swordmaster, a testament to the young man's exceptional prowess in the art of combat. As Sir Gregory takes a stand to help those in need, he's met with a stern reprimand instead of the praise he so desperately craves. San Racino's words of courage mean little against the weight of authority, as an unnamed character warns Sir Gregory not to test their patience further. In a poignant moment of self-reflection, the protagonist stands before a mysterious figure, his sword still clutched in his hand, yet his demeanor softened by a deep sense of regret. With a fervent apology, he concedes to past mistakes, demonstrating an unyielding willingness to make amends. The enigmatic figure responds with an air of calm acceptance, as if recognizing the protagonist's sincerity. A flashback sequence reveals the events leading up to this moment, showcasing the protagonist's brutal encounter with a headless ghoul and his subsequent realization that taking a life without justification was morally wrong. With this newfound understanding, the protagonist expresses a desire to rectify past errors and forge a path towards redemption, marking a significant turning point in his personal growth and character development. As Sir Gregory stands before Baron Newman, he takes full responsibility for his careless mistakes, acknowledging the gravity of his error. The Baron's concern for their precarious situation is palpable, urging swift action to rectify the mistake before his return. But it's too late. A complaint from Venice seals Sir Gregory's fate, and he is sentenced to indefinite probation. With an ominous tone hanging in the air, the scene concludes, hinting at dark consequences awaiting Sir Gregory. As the conversation between Vlad and Manhwa unfolds, it becomes clear that their bond is fraught with tension and emotion. The scene begins with Vlad's concern etched on his face as he gazes at something unknown, setting the tone for a complex and intimate exchange. He expresses gratitude to Manhwa for being cared for, but this gentle tone quickly turns sour as Manhwa responds with aggression, leaving Vlad deeply upset. As the two characters clash, their emotional dynamic becomes apparent, revealing a deep-seated conflict that will likely escalate in future interactions. As the solemn atmosphere envelops the formal setting, a sense of tension builds as the figure of authority addresses the protagonist with a heavy heart. The words spoken are laced with regret, foreshadowing a conversation that will not be easy to bear. With each passing moment, the weight of consequence hangs in the balance as the speaker announces indefinite probation, sealing the fate of the troubled individual. The protagonist's fiery response echoes through the room, challenging the notion that true concern for others must always prioritize leniency over stern discipline. As the conversation draws to a close, the air is thick with uncertainty, leaving the audience questioning what lies ahead for this embattled character. As the ominous warning echoes through the air, "You are not to appear before me until I summon you," a character's eyes widen in dismay, their face etched with disappointment and regret. The weight of this stern edict settles heavily upon them as they reveal their distress over a recent development that has left them feeling defeated. With the air thickening with unease and anticipation, the mysterious figure's true intentions remain shrouded in secrecy, leaving only a sense of foreboding in its wake. As Vlad stands before his master, he's met with a scathing rebuke for his impulsive behavior, leaving him feeling humbled and chastened. The master's disappointment is palpable as he expresses his frustration with Vlad's lack of understanding of his place as a squire, highlighting the vast gulf between their expectations. Despite his bold introduction, "I am Vlad," the master remains skeptical, still reeling from the aftermath of Vlad's previous transgressions. Another scolding ensues, this time focusing on Vlad's inability to respond properly when addressed by an adult, only adding to his sense of inadequacy. In a last-ditch effort, Vlad attempts to defend himself, claiming he never received proper training in etiquette, but it's clear that his words fall flat against the master's stern disapproval. As our young apprentice stands poised, he reveals a surprising side of himself, one steeped in etiquette and humility. Having received extensive training from a noble woman, he proudly credits her with providing him with warm guidance, likening her to a mother figure. His willingness to listen and learn is evident as he agrees with his mentor, displaying a sense of respect and obedience. A brief pause follows, allowing for contemplation before the apprentice humbly asks permission to ask a question, showcasing his refinement and poise. As our story unfolds, we find ourselves in the midst of a thrilling encounter between a swordmaster in training and a mysterious opponent whose raw energy and excitement are palpable. The focal character's surprised expression quickly gives way to curiosity as they take in their opponent's unusual abilities, sparking a desire for knowledge and respect for tradition. With a show of enthusiasm, our protagonist asks for the opponent's name before engaging in combat, revealing a strong sense of honor and fair play. As the battle commences, both characters are filled with an unmistakable thrill, echoing each other's sentiments. The focal character is intrigued by their opponent's abilities, wondering when they last encountered such a phenomenon, while the opponent remains shrouded in mystery, lacking even a name to call their own. As the darkness surrounds him, our enigmatic figure stands tall, his gaze cast downward in a somber expression. "I'm someone who walks the lowest path," he mutters to himself, hinting at a depth of introspection and self-doubt. But what drives this individual? He confesses that he has yet to fulfill his duty, suggesting a strong sense of responsibility and purpose. As we delve into the recesses of his mind, a flashback sequence unfolds, revealing glimpses of knights who defied death's natural course, their presence hinting at the protagonist's troubled past and potential connections to powerful organizations or the church. As a mournful wail fills the air, we find ourselves standing alongside a young blacksmith, his eyes fixed intently on the fiery depths of the forge before him. The air is heavy with significance as visions of a bygone-era dance across our minds. The storied swordmaster, Tisistancy, and the revered founding king, their legacies intertwined like the very metals he forges. Amidst this backdrop of nostalgia and longing, the words hoping to reclaim their lost honor etch themselves into our consciousness, a clarion call to redemption that echoes through eternity. As the protagonist's gaze sharpens, his resolve solidifies, and with it the promise of an epic journey unfolds, one that will see him confront the shadows of his past and forge a new path forward. As Gaidar shares his long-awaited accomplishment with someone just out of sight, a sense of pride and determination fills the air. He proudly declares that he has finally managed to create a bridgehead to the north, specifically seizing a strategic patch of land where they can construct a crucial crossing point. But Gaidar's enthusiasm is tempered by a warning. As they will be traversing through their own territory, potential enemies may see this as an opportunity to strike back at them. As our story unfolds, we find ourselves privy to the innermost thoughts of our enigmatic character, whose mind is preoccupied with the looming specter of potential threats. We ought to be prepared, they muse, their words serving as a stark warning that resonates deeply. As they ponder the weight of their responsibilities, it becomes clear that they've been too focused on defending the central region, neglecting the danger that lurks in the west. With this realization, our protagonist decides to take action, committing their thoughts to paper in the form of a letter to Count Vayezid. This calculated move may serve as a warning or a plea for guidance, as they recognize that if Dermer falls, Count Vayezid's territory will be the next target. And yet, there seems to be more to this missive than meets the eye, a subtle nod to a past encounter with that young man, hinting at a deeper connection. As we continue on this journey, it becomes increasingly clear that our protagonist is not simply reacting to circumstances, but rather they are actively shaping their own destiny. As our story unfolds, we see a young blacksmith/swordmaster in training making remarkable progress in his skills, demonstrating dedication and hard work. This upward momentum is punctuated by the arrival of San Racino, a potential ally or mentor figure who may hold significant influence over the protagonist's journey. The two form a bond as our hero extends an olive branch of sorts, gifting his handkerchief to San Racino with the intention of fostering their relationship. The recipient's enthusiastic response suggests that this connection is not only strong but also mutually beneficial, hinting at a future filled with collaboration and growth. As a shrewd group of individuals gathered to discuss their plan of attack, the topic of intelligence gathering took center stage. A snippet of information dropped, revealing that Dermer's true talent lay not in hammering out swords, but in weaving a web of spies. The group decided to expand their reach by recruiting more eyes and ears on the ground, leveraging their network of informants to make up for any lack of military might. Amidst the strategic chatter, one concerned voice piped up, cautioning against the unpredictable nature of the world, yet acknowledging that change can sometimes be a blessing in disguise. As the focal character stands amidst the desolate surroundings, withered plants stretching towards them like skeletal fingers, despair seems to suffocate the air. But then they catch sight of something that brings a glimmer of hope. The flowers that bloomed after the boy left, their delicate petals swaying gently in the breeze. The character's gaze lingers on these symbols of new life and possibility, their heart heavy with the weight of regret. Suddenly an image flashes before them, that of Swordmaster Tisistancy, fueling a fire of anger and frustration within. The characters' thoughts are consumed by the what-ifs, wondering what could have been if they had confronted the old man in that moment. As the scene fades to black, the focal character is left with a sense of lingering frustration and unresolved emotions, their journey fraught with inner turmoil and conflict. As the blacksmith shop's warm glow illuminates the atmosphere, an awkward conversation unfolds between two characters, Vlad and a swordmaster in training. The tension is palpable as they discuss the protagonist's unusual sword, which has been used to kill a headless ghoul. Vlad expresses surprise and concern, prompting the protagonist to recount the gruesome encounter, describing the ghoul as a real pain in the butt. However, when asked how he killed it, the protagonist falls silent, weighed down by his own guilt and frustration over taking a life, no matter how monstrous. Vlad's suggestion that the sword might be cursed or have unwanted consequences only adds to the protagonist's unease as he grapples with the moral implications of his actions. As the blacksmith's gaze lingers on his handiwork, uncertainty creeps into his thoughts. He wonders if his sword can truly stand up to the monstrous forces that lurk beyond the village gates. Despite its beauty, he confesses to himself that it may not be as potent as the crude blades wielded by mercenary warriors. The ordinary steel used in its construction only serves to fuel his doubts, making him feel like just another unremarkable craftsman. But then an enigmatic figure intervenes, sensing the blacksmith's turmoil and prompting him to reveal his true concerns. As they converse, the blacksmith begins to realize that pushing his sword past its limits may be a recipe for disaster, and the unknown person cautions him against such reckless endeavors, warning of the very real possibility of the sword shattering under the pressure. As Swordmaster Consistency approaches the unknown door, the air is thick with anticipation. When the protagonist finally opens the door, a dimly lit room reveals itself, illuminated only by the faint glow of a solitary candle. The atmosphere is heavy with tension as Consistency enters, his words laced with scathing criticism, reprimanding the protagonist for past mistakes, the senseless killing of a headless ghoul being a prime example. The protagonist's defensive posture and argumentative tone clash with Consistency's attempts to reason, their disagreement hanging precariously in the balance like a sword poised at the ready. As a warning label flashes on screen, signaling a dramatic turn of events, a mysterious mercenary emerges from nowhere, fixing Rutger with an intense gaze. With a cryptic request, he asks Rutger to craft a sword capable of vanquishing ghosts, a claim that initially leaves Rutger bewildered and skeptical. But as the mercenary reveals intimate knowledge about Vlad of Squire and his own family's history, Rutger's curiosity is piqued, and he begins to wonder if there might be truth to this fantastical tale. The mercenary's words strike a chord within Rutger, setting in motion a chain reaction that will unravel secrets and stir up new conflicts as the stakes of his reality begin to shift. As Rutger reflects on his past encounter with a mercenary, memories flood back of an expedition against goblins that left him questioning the true intentions of those around him. The mercenary's probing questions about his sword and abilities had raised suspicions in Rutger's mind, leaving him to wonder what lay behind their curiosity. Years later, Rutger shares this story with someone new, revealing a remarkable truth. It is almost unheard of for one so young to possess an aura as strong as his. The other person breathes a sigh of relief upon learning Rutger is still alive, rumors having spread about his extraordinary feats. As they discuss the possibility that Rutger's accomplishments were made possible by his sword, Rutger's puzzlement deepens, seeking clarification on what exactly they mean. As Rutger confides in Vlad about his trepidations regarding his sword's limitations, a poignant discussion unfolds, veering away from the blade itself to touch upon the complexities of personal growth. Rutger's concerns are met with empathy by Vlad, who shares similar apprehensions about the sword's potential for harm. With vulnerability and introspection, Rutger reveals his desire to break free from self-imposed constraints, seeking to improve himself through this journey. As they explore the possibility of adapting or even changing swords, Rutger's loyalty shines through in his consideration for Vlad's well-being. Meanwhile, a subtle thread of curiosity is woven into their conversation as Vlad ponders Rutger's potential as a sword craftsman, hinting at a deeper exploration of their bond and shared interests. As Lord Joseph observes, Rutger seems to carry a maturity beyond his years, but little does he know the storm brewing beneath the surface. With a heavy heart, Rutger struggles to come to terms with parting ways with someone dear to him, his youthful vulnerability laid bare for all to see. Lord Joseph offers words of comfort, reminding him that being moved by goodbyes is a privilege reserved for those who have yet to experience the trials of life. Meanwhile, Arava adds inquiry about the sword's readiness serves as a stark reminder of the practicalities at hand, a poignant contrast to Rutger's emotional turmoil. As Rutger Vayezid, a man of confidence and strategic thinking, initially dismisses the notion of sharpening a sword immediately, citing his busy schedule as a priority. However, after being reminded that the task may be needed sooner rather than later, He suddenly has a change of heart, agreeing to have the sword sharpened in no time despite his initial reluctance. With a willingness to compromise and adapt to changing circumstances, Rutger's instructions are accepted by an unknown character, likely a servant or assistant, who departs to carry out the task. As Rutger Vayezid steps into the blacksmith's shop, his eyes are immediately drawn to the blade on display, its sharpness catching his attention. The blacksmith, noticing his admiration, offers words of caution about letting the sword wear down, emphasizing the need for regular maintenance. But Rutger is quick-witted, teasing the blacksmith with a promise to bring him a steak next time he visits, eliciting a witty remark from the blacksmith about needing something good to go with it. The banter continues as Rutger suggests bringing strong drink to accompany the steak, and the blacksmith seems pleased with this idea. With that, Rutger departs, leaving behind a sense of friendly camaraderie between him and the blacksmith, showcasing his confident and assertive personality as well as his ability to engage in clever repartee. As Rutger gazes forward, thoughts of continued training swirl in their mind. With a nod, they bid farewell to the intensity, acknowledging the milestone reached. Gratitude and relief wash over them, for they've poured everything into perfecting their swordsmanship. Recognizing the physical toll of such dedication, Rutger decides it's time to stop, embracing the need for rest to recharge. As Rutger Vayezid strides through the slum, his dignified and confident gait leaves an unmistakable impression on those around him. The attention paid to his walk is palpable, a testament to his sense of self-importance that borders on entitlement. Other characters, including a resident of the slum, observe Rutger's confidence with a mix of admiration and envy, their gazes lingering on his haughty figure. One character, possibly a fellow swordsman or family member, acknowledges Rutger as someone who has earned that confidence, suggesting a sense of respect and deference towards him. Through these interactions, Rutger's assertive personality is revealed, showcasing his potential for forming connections with others who share similar values or aspirations. Rutger Vayezid rode his horse through the dark forest, driven by an insatiable desire to unravel the secrets of his family's past. As he ventured deeper into the shadows, a mysterious figure emerged from the darkness, watching him with an air of quiet interest. The old man revealed himself, claiming to possess knowledge about Rutger's aura and the Vayezid family legacy. With growing curiosity, Rutger pressed the old man for answers, demanding truth about his destiny. But as the old man hinted at a dark truth, warning Rutger of the perils that come with great power, the young man's agitation turned to frustration. The old man vanished into thin air, leaving Rutger determined but thwarted, yet more driven than ever to uncover the secrets that would define his future. As the camera pans to Rutger's face, his intense focus is palpable, a testament to the mental preparation that precedes every battle. His eyes are fixed on his opponent, scrutinizing each movement, with an uncanny ability to read the subtleties of their actions. The weight of his family's legacy is palpable as he thinks aloud about the leather armor presented to him by the Vayezid family, a symbol of his heritage and the expectations that come with it. With confidence oozing from every pore, Rutger reflects on his combat skills, his analytical mind mapping out strategies for future conquests. As Rutger strolled through a quiet alleyway, oblivious to the danger lurking behind him, an unseen force emerged from the shadows. The stalker confronted Rutger with a series of pointed questions, forcing Rutger to defend his actions and deny any knowledge of their intentions. But as the truth began to unravel, the stalker revealed a shocking personal vendetta that dated back to their first meeting at City Hall. With each passing moment, Rutger's intensity and confidence grew, as he deftly deflected the stalker's accusations with quick wit and cunning. The air was electric with tension as Rutger probed deeper into the mystery, his curiosity piqued by the stalker's motives. And when the dust settled, Rutger stood tall, ready to face whatever lay ahead, fueled by a burning desire for answers. As Rutger stands before Lord Joseph, his lord's surprise at his self-control is palpable. Greater potential than I initially thought echoes through the air, a subtle hint at Rutger's untapped abilities as a warrior. But their conversation is suddenly interrupted by an unknown figure, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the scene. Rutger's explanation for speaking out of turn is met with Lord Joseph's disapproval, and the tension between them is palpable. As the conversation unfolds, it becomes clear that Rutger's actions are driven not by impulsiveness, but by a desire to speak truth to power and hold those in authority accountable. This complex dynamic between Rutger and Lord Joseph reveals the depth of their relationship, hinting at underlying tensions and conflicts within the Vayezid family. As Rutger approached the former knight, a sense of tension filled the air. He demanded that the man state his grievances openly, refusing to let him beat around the bush any longer. The former knight's response was cryptic, expressing discontent with Rutger but unwilling to elaborate further. This only served to fuel Rutger's frustration, and he sensed a unique aura emanating from the other man, triggering a nostalgic reaction that hinted at a past connection or familiarity between them. With emotions stirring within him, Rutger considered settling their differences with swords rather than words, while the former knight revealed his noble heritage as a decorated member of the Vayezid family. As Rutger stands face to face with a group of skeptical individuals, an unspoken understanding hangs in the air, hinting at a prior arrangement between them. The tension is palpable as they question Rutger's intentions, their doubts simmering just below the surface. But before things escalate, Lord Joseph intervenes, his words holding weight as he vouches for Rutger, revealing that there is more to the story than meets the eye. One of the individuals isn't convinced, warning Rutger that his actions will only bring trouble upon himself. As the scene fades away, an air of uncertainty lingers, leaving Rutger's true motives shrouded in mystery. As Rutger Vayezid stands ready to face off against a formidable opponent, his confidence and assertiveness are palpable. With a bold declaration, he vows to crush those who dare challenge him, revealing his determination and willingness to take on the test of combat. His unseen adversary responds with sarcasm, hinting at their own impressive skill set and experience, but Rutger remains unfazed, acknowledging their abilities and showing respect for the impending battle. The scene then cuts to a thrilling montage of action-packed sequences, showcasing Rutger's exceptional swordsmanship and fighting skills as he takes down his opponent with ease. With each passing moment, it becomes clear that Rutger is a force to be reckoned with, his proficiency and adaptability in combat further solidifying his reputation as a skilled warrior. As Rutger Vayezid charges forward with unbridled enthusiasm, his sword flashes in the light, clashing with that of an older, more seasoned knight. The veteran warrior stands firm, parrying each attack with ease, their skill and awareness leaving Rutger stumbling to keep pace. Despite his best efforts, Rutger's techniques are consistently countered, revealing a stark gap between their abilities. Frustration begins to seep into his movements as he realizes the old knight has not only mastered his attacks, but is also anticipating every step, forcing Rutger to adapt and reassess his strategy. As the battle rages on, the two warriors engage in a fierce close-range combat, with the older knight exploiting Rutger's mistakes and showcasing their mastery of swordplay. This pivotal moment marks a turning point for Rutger, illuminating his limitations and emphasizing the need for further training and growth, while also sowing the seeds for an intriguing dynamic between these two skilled fighters. As Rutger sits amidst a sea of books and scrolls, his contemplative gaze drifts through the pages of his family's storied past. The weight of legacy hangs heavy in the air, a burden he feels keenly as a knight of the Vayezid family. Suddenly, Lord Joseph appears, bearing a worn leather-bound book adorned with the Vayezid crest and an enigmatic message from an unknown sender. Intrigued, Rutger presses Lord Joseph for answers, only to be met with cryptic hints about unlocking his true potential as a Vayezid knight. As Rutger's determination to prove himself grows, Lord Joseph cautions him against the pitfalls of pride and the importance of staying grounded in morality. This pivotal moment sets the stage for Rutger's journey, a tale of self-discovery, family legacy, and the trials that lie ahead. In the tumultuous age of chaos, a young Rutger Vayezid emerged with an aura that defied explanation. His exceptional abilities were palpable, even to those who had seen countless battles unfold. It was here that he crossed paths with Nenzcttt, a warrior renowned for his discerning eye, who marveled at the youth's remarkable talent. As they interacted, Rutger's reputation as a skilled swordsman was solidified by Stellar Swordmaster, a master of the blade. As Vlad and his companions traversed the treacherous road, a sudden ambush by a group of ruthless bandits threatened to shatter their fragile tranquility. Initially, Vlad's swordsmanship skills proved effective against the initial onslaught, but as the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed him, it seemed all hope was lost. Just as the darkness closed in, Vlad remembered Lady Alicia's enigmatic handkerchief and unleashed its magical properties, conjuring a protective barrier around himself. Emboldened by this newfound confidence, Vlad charged forward, unleashing a flurry of combat techniques that left several bandits reeling. Meanwhile, his companions began to gain ground against their foes, culminating in a critical hit on the key bandit leader. As the battle raged on, Vlad's magic proved instrumental in healing his wounded allies and continued to vanquish the remaining enemies. In the aftermath of this arduous conflict, Vlad reflected on his growth, realizing that he had developed greater confidence in his abilities and was now better equipped to face the trials ahead. As Vlad stands outside the dueling arena, his thoughts are consumed by the daunting task ahead of him. He gazes upon a worn image of Sir Ramond, their mentor, and memories of grueling training sessions flood his mind. The weight of preparation settles upon him as he dons his armor and adjusts his sword belt, but it's not just physical readiness that worries him. His opponent, a seasoned knight with years of experience, looms large in his mind, and Vlad can't help but question whether he possesses the skill to match their technique. The doubts creep in, threatening to overwhelm him, yet Vlad takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the confrontation ahead, determined to face his fears head-on. As Vlad approaches Sir Ramond, he issues a bold challenge, one that belies his youth by demanding a sparring match against this seasoned warrior. The ensuing battle showcases Vlad's quickness and agility as he lands several impressive strikes, but his determination to overpower Sir Ramond ultimately leads to exhaustion. As the fight wears on, Sir Ramond unleashes a series of swift and precise attacks, leaving Vlad struggling to defend himself. Despite his valiant effort, Vlad acknowledges defeat, recognizing that it was a good attempt and expressing gratitude towards Sir Ramond for imparting valuable lessons. As Vlad prepares for battle against an unknown opponent, he's interrupted by an enigmatic artifact that seems to amplify his physical strength. This sudden surge in power transforms him into a formidable force on the battlefield, and with it comes a newfound sense of confidence and determination. As he unleashes his enhanced abilities, he emerges victorious, solidifying his growing reputation as a warrior worthy of respect. As Vlad's power surges, he proclaims himself just getting started, unleashing a dazzling display of magical prowess. With a mere touch of his bare hand, he effortlessly snatches a sword wielding an active aura, showcasing his mastery over the mystical arts. The revelation that his own sword is trapped hints at the limitations now surpassed by Vlad's burgeoning abilities. As he stands confidently, his determination and willingness to take risks underscored, it becomes clear that he's embracing his potential and exploring the uncharted territories of his powers. In a quiet tavern, Vlad sat alone, lost in thought. Suddenly, a young man with an air of confidence burst into the room, approaching Vlad with a compliment on his exceptional swordsmanship skills. The stranger regaled Vlad with tales of his own adventures, emphasizing the importance of having a heart of a wild beast to achieve greatness. As the words sank in, Vlad's contemplative expression transformed into one of determination and focus. With the mysterious stranger's parting words still echoing in his mind, Vlad was left to ponder the true meaning of boldness and taking risks. As Vlad seeks guidance at the Smiling Rose Inn, he approaches Sir Ramond, a respected knight and mentor, with concerns about the Church's growing influence in the realm. The two engage in a candid conversation, where Sir Ramond shares his own reservations about the Church's ambitions, whispering rumors of dark rituals and human sacrifices. Vlad confesses his inner turmoil, torn between duty to his family and desire for personal freedom, seeking wisdom on how to navigate this treacherous landscape. Sir Ramond advises caution, urging Vlad to hone his skills as a knight while keeping an eye out for opportunities to undermine the Church's grasp. With their conversation at an end, Vlad emerges more resolute than ever, driven to master his magical abilities and defend the realm from harm. As Vlad's training session with Sir Ramond reaches its climax, it becomes apparent that his magical sword is struggling to respond to his commands, unleashing a torrent of uncontrolled energy. The consequences are catastrophic, leaving destruction and chaos in its wake. Lady Alicia rushes to the scene, her concern for Vlad's well-being evident as she urges him to exercise greater caution with his powers. Vlad's frustration and vulnerability are palpable as he comes to terms with the harm he may have caused, his shaken expression a testament to the weight of his responsibilities. As Vlad prepares to face the formidable Lord Joseph, his mentor Sir Ramond takes a moment to impart some words of wisdom. Concerned about Vlad's ability to withstand physical blows, Sir Ramond advises him not to hold back in their training session, hinting that Vlad may be prone to pushing himself too hard. Reflecting on the guidance of his friend Gregory, who urged him never to let the flame within him die out, Vlad finds solace in knowing he has a strong support network and can rely on his own resilience in the face of adversity. With Sir Ramond's encouragement, Vlad readies himself for the challenges ahead, but will his determination be enough to overcome the obstacles that lie in store? As Vlad faced the imposing stone door, it seemed like an insurmountable challenge, but he refused to back down. With each attempt, he struggled to budge the heavy barrier, his determination slowly giving way to frustration. Yet, undeterred by failure, Vlad persisted, fueled by an unyielding resolve. Slowly but surely, he made progress, his efforts finally rewarded as the door creaked open, revealing a hidden chamber. And in this new space, an elderly figure appeared, hinting at a significant discovery or revelation to come. As Vlad ventured deeper into the forest, his disorientation grew, but little did he know danger lurked in wait. Suddenly, an ambush struck from behind, leaving him scrambling for survival against multiple assailants. Caught off guard, Vlad struggled to defend himself, his desperation palpable as all hope seemed lost. But with a burst of determination, he managed to fend off his attackers and make a daring escape into the nearby cave or crevice. As he caught his breath and pieced together what had transpired, Vlad realized that his assailants were not aiming for his life, but rather sought to ensnare him in a cage or trap. As whispers of an unknown messenger reach Vlad's ears, he learns that Sir Ramond has set his sights on him, sparking a conversation that delves into the intricate web of his family's complex history. The scene shifts to reveal Sir Ramond, whose intrigue towards Vlad suggests a deeper connection or concern for his future. This sudden thaw in their relationship brings relief to Vlad, who had previously faced opposition from the noble knight. With Sir Ramond's words hinting at the weight of responsibility and legacy that rests on Vlad's shoulders, it becomes clear that he is shouldering the burden of his family's former heads knights. As the scene fades into an ominous tone, it becomes apparent that Vlad is about to embark on a challenging journey, one that will test his sense of purpose and duty within his family's legacy. As Vlad stands before Lord Ramond, his expression darkens at the sound of disappointment emanating from his mentor. With a hint of pride, he reflects on the fact that among the gathered squires, only one truly warrants the title, his own sense of accomplishment and potential simmering beneath the surface. Lord Ramond shares a glimpse into his tumultuous past as a living relic from the age of chaos, recounting the arduous path to knighthood he traversed. Amidst this candid conversation, Lord Ramond praises Vlad's latent abilities, acknowledging that it is natural for him to feel disillusioned with today's squires, bred in comfort and luxury. As the veil of mystery lifts, a series of cryptic messages and abstract images foreshadow a pivotal moment in Vlad's journey. With his eyes fixed on the horizon, he contemplates the possibility of earning recognition from others, his thirst for validation palpable. Suddenly, San Rosso sends a suit of armor to Vlad, an unprecedented gesture that underscores his rising reputation as a knight. Overwhelmed by this unexpected honor, Vlad assumes it will be met with approval from Vayezid Adnbai, a mentor or authority figure whose opinion holds significant weight. With the armor in hand, Vlad sets his sights on Squire, perhaps intending to wield its power in a future battle or ceremonial context. As Vlad slowly regains consciousness, he's met with the lingering effects of a mysterious encounter, his head throbbing in pain. The sudden appearance of an old man seems almost otherworldly, yet the wise words that follow are nothing short of enigmatic. "Your determination to become a renowned knight is admirable," the old man remarks, as if reading Vlad's very thoughts. But it's not just Vlad's ambition that draws the old man's attention. He senses something peculiar about the young warrior's aura, an energy that remains untapped and unyielding. The old man's words of wisdom are simple yet profound. Talent manifests itself in different ways. Vlad, recognize your own potential. As the veiled mist of slumber lifts from his eyes, Vlad finds himself in a peculiar predicament. A figure, shrouded in mystery, enters the room, addressing him with an unsettling familiarity that hints at a long-standing acquaintance. But instead of diving into the matter at hand, this enigmatic individual launches into a discussion about Vlad's laundry habits, a conversation that seems as misplaced as it is intriguing. Vlad, ever the quick-witted and resourceful one, responds with humor and aplomb, adapting to this unexpected turn of events with ease. As their banter continues, hints of magic and supernatural forces begin to creep in, leaving us wondering what secrets lie hidden beneath the surface. As Vlad arrives at the Smiling Rose Inn, he sets out to clarify his accommodations with Marcella, the enigmatic innkeeper. However, their conversation takes an unexpected turn when she reveals that she provides the sick services as part of their stay, a new business model that raises more questions than answers. Marcella's offer to do something for Vlad in return for his stay sparks his curiosity, and he tries to decline, citing his limited means. But the innkeeper insists that his presence is payment enough, leaving Vlad wondering what secrets lie beneath the inn's surface. As Marcella, the innkeeper of the Smiling Rose Inn, assures Vlad that his reputation as a knight will be enough to keep them safe, she also drops subtle hints about her own past and motivations. Meanwhile, Vlad learns that the mayor of Squire has given his support, acknowledging him as the second son of the Vayezid family. But when Vlad corrects Marcella's assumption that he has already been knighted, she reveals a surprising detail: she gave him a handkerchief from Lady Alicia, sparking curiosity and concern in Vlad about its significance. As they continue to converse, Marcella shares her own past experience of cutting her hair to obtain a sword for Vlad before he left Squire, revealing the depth of their connection and hinting at secrets yet to be revealed. As Vlad stands in contemplative silence, he reflects on the vast distance he's traversed, a testament to his unwavering determination. Gratitude fills his heart as he thinks back on the invaluable guidance provided by Sir Ramond, whose words of wisdom and encouragement have been instrumental in shaping him into the stalwart warrior he is today. Sir Ramond, sensing Vlad's introspection, offers words of solace, reminding him that his potential is limitless and urging him to continue honing his skills and character with unwavering dedication. This poignant moment of self-reflection serves as a brief reprieve from the intense battles ahead, emphasizing the importance of relationships and personal growth in the journey of self-discovery. In a poignant moment of introspection, Paddon 7 pours his thoughts and emotions onto the page, his journal serving as a reflection of his inner turmoil. As he writes, philosophical musings on the worthiness of things that shine brightly set the tone for his contemplative journey. He reveals his struggles to find purpose, feeling abandoned by others and uncertain about his place in the world. The weight of past experiences, including the activation of his aura and encounters with Zayar and Grump, bears down upon him as he yearns to uncover the truth about his connection to Zayar and his own hidden potential. Ultimately, Paddon 7's quest for validation and recognition remains an open question as he reflects on how everyone covets things that shine brightly, leaving the audience with a glimpse into his complex and deeply human psyche. As the mysterious horse-like entity sets out on its quest, it's driven by memories of a long-forgotten encounter with the unknown protagonist. But its search is soon disrupted by a group of people inexplicably drawn to the boy's aura, causing the horse to become increasingly agitated and resistant to capture. Meanwhile, The protagonist and his allies attempt to catch the elusive creature, but their efforts are met with fierce resistance as they are forced to confront its extraordinary strength in physical combat. As tensions escalate, it becomes clear that this entity is more than just a mere beast. Its connection to the protagonist runs deep, fueled by a powerful emotional bond that only adds to the intrigue surrounding their complex relationship. As our unknown protagonist ventures deeper into the woods, he finds himself lost in thought, his pace slowing as he searches for something elusive. Suddenly a peculiar horse-like entity appears before him, its gaze fixed intently on the protagonist. He approaches cautiously, and just as he thinks he's about to make contact, the creature vanishes into thin air, leaving our hero bewildered. The symbol the horse was tilde combolelli on ipsone now %y etched onto a nearby tree trunk only adds to the mystery, prompting the protagonist to investigate further. As he turns back to examine the mark more closely, his determination to uncover the truth becomes apparent, leaving him wondering what secrets lie hidden beneath the surface of this enigmatic encounter. As our tale unfolds, we find ourselves in the midst of a fervent determination. The central figure stands resolute, voicing an unwavering commitment to capture the enigmatic horse-like entity at any cost. This unyielding declaration is met with an unexpected interruption from someone seeking to apologize for a perceived transgression. However, their words are swiftly cut off as they become embroiled in a heated discussion centered around acquiring a crucial item or piece of information related to their quarry. Undeterred, our protagonist attempts to reason with the other party, cautioning against succumbing to anger and emphasizing that certain objectives cannot be achieved through compromise. As this tense exchange concludes, an air of unresolved conflict lingers, leaving us eager for further developments in this unfolding drama. As our mysterious figure holds the armor close, memories of its initial reception flood his mind. He recalls the first time he grasped it tightly in his arms, a moment now tainted by the presence of Grump, who has somehow managed to mar the very symbol of his identity. But Grump's words cut through the nostalgia, proposing a mission to prove their worth to Lord Joseph and salvage their reputation. The focal character considers this unexpected offer, finding himself tempted by its promise. As the young knight in training seeks to prove his worth to Lord Joseph, he turns to an older, wiser knight for guidance. The two agree to embark on a mission together, with the promise of a recommendation after its completion. Their ride takes them through serene landscapes, where the old knight shares valuable knowledge and experience with his eager pupil. As they ride, the focal character learns from the old knight's wisdom, demonstrating his willingness to learn and grow under mentorship. As the conversation unfolds among the trainees, our protagonist reveals his fascination with the phantom horse, an enigmatic entity shrouded in mystery. He shares his trepidation about its potential connection to a headless knight, sparking a chain of speculation and inquiry. The guard's cryptic reference to the phantom horse only adds to the sense of unease, as one trainee expresses a growing feeling of discomfort. Another suggests a link between the phantom horse and the headless knight, further deepening the mystery. As the caravan journey continued, Zayar's words sparked a conversation about rumors surrounding a phantom horse, its connection to their current predicament leaving them both intrigued and uncertain. The focal character questioned the value of indulging in speculation, urging them to remain vigilant against potential threats. Zayar, however, remained unwavering in his conviction that the phantom horse would indeed find them, at which point they could finally relax. Despite the focal character's initial skepticism, Zayar's cryptic hints about the horse's remarkable speed and abilities only further piqued their interest, leaving them to ponder the mysteries that lay ahead. As the sun dips below the horizon, a sense of unease settles over Squire. The protagonist has been noticing something peculiar: carriages and carts stopping at a distance, their occupants gazing intently in his direction. It's clear that no ordinary horse exhibits this behavior, leading him to suspect dark powers are at play. The thought sends a shiver down his spine as he worries about the investigative task force S.J. Hand Low inadvertently drawing evil energy to their doorstep. With a mix of concern and frustration, the protagonist struggles to understand what's happening behind closed doors, only to remind himself that worrying won't solve anything, but they'll uncover the truth when the time comes. As we delve into the uncharted territories of this enigmatic tale, we find ourselves in the presence of an unknown figure, observing a young man with an aura that has been awakened mere months prior. The mysterious onlooker expresses a willingness to monitor the boy's progress for a few days, while they themselves search for a horse-like entity shrouded in mystery. In a candid moment, the focal character reveals his aura is approximately 3 or 4 months old, prompting the observer to remark on its remarkable strength, considering its recent activation. The unknown figure then offers words of encouragement, urging the young man to continue honing his magical abilities. As the unknown protagonist continues their training under the guidance of mentor Zayar, they are met with a stern rebuke for not yet discovering their own aura color. But why is this seemingly minor detail so crucial? Zayar explains that an individual's imaginary world serves as the physical manifestation of their aura, and without one, progress in magical abilities stalls. The protagonist's frustration boils over as they feel stuck in the basics, yearning for rapid growth and recognition. Meanwhile, Zayar's reassuring words only hint at the deeper issues surrounding the young warrior's sense of identity and self-perception. As impatience sets in, the stage is set for a journey of self-discovery, magical mastery, and uncovering the truth about their mysterious past. As he paces through the labyrinth of his thoughts, the focal character finds himself torn between the desire for independence and the longing for human connection. In a whispered conversation with his own doubts, he weighs the pros and cons of sharing his innermost thoughts with Grump, but is met only by an echo of uncertainty. A mysterious voice within whispers words of encouragement, urging him to unshackle his true self from the shackles of concealment. The focal character's brow furrows in confusion as he grapples with the abstract notion of bringing forth his inner world. Zayar's enigmatic counsel only adds fuel to the fire, suggesting that the key lies in unlocking this very same inner realm. As the conversation draws to a close, the focal character stands perplexed, his mind still reeling from the cryptic advice as the path ahead remains shrouded in mystery. As the thought-filled silence hung heavy in the air, Titty's sudden interruption shattered the tranquility, bringing attention back to the present. The protagonist's mental haze was replaced by an air of curiosity as Sir Pablo stepped forward, his words piercing through the confusion like a ray of clarity. Each trainee has their own unique aura activation method, he explained, illuminating the path towards understanding. With this revelation, the veil of uncertainty lifted, and the protagonist found themselves engaged in a thoughtful conversation with Sir Pablo, surrounded by the whispers of secrets yet to be unraveled. In the city's underground market, a mysterious figure ventures forth, driven by an insatiable curiosity about Zayar, a name whispered in hushed tones. Armed with an aura-infused sword at his side, he navigates the labyrinthine stalls, his eyes scanning for any clue that might lead him closer to the truth. Amidst the bustling crowd, he approaches a peculiar stall bearing a symbol eerily reminiscent of Zayar's supposed insignia. Suddenly, a figure known as M.S. Rutger appears, their fingers dancing across a parchment as they decipher cryptic messages. The focal character watches intently as Rutger and Yusiswo exchange hushed words, their conversation shrouded in secrecy. Meanwhile, Oz keeps a watchful eye on the protagonist from afar, while CW and W engage in a brief discussion about Zayar's whereabouts, oblivious to his presence. As Paf grapples with the mysteries of his aura, his frustration boils over as he struggles to grasp its true nature. He confesses that his magical abilities seem more instinctual than intentional, leaving him feeling lost and uncertain. Zayar's cryptic hints about a deeper connection between Pab's aura color and powers only add fuel to the fire, as Pab's skepticism gives way to anticipation of what secrets lie ahead. As the conversation concludes, Pab's contemplative expression hints at a newfound resolve, setting the stage for future revelations that will likely shed light on the enigmatic nature of his abilities. As the protagonist's sense of unease suddenly gives way to chaos, a mysterious entity materializes out of thin air, striking with swift and unrelenting force. Confusion and disorientation grip them as they struggle to make sense of the attack, their mind racing to comprehend the situation and react accordingly. Amidst the turmoil, a spark of clarity emerges, the realization that they are in fact under attack. As the unknown entity suddenly materializes on the horizon, our focal character's curiosity is piqued, prompting a loud exclamation of "Where did that come from?" The enigmatic figure, $CR, appears seemingly out of nowhere, pointing towards the mysterious horse-like entity. The protagonist follows the direction, only to stumble upon a gang of bandits lurking in the shadows. The bandits spring into action, catching the protagonist off guard, and our hero is left struggling to respond, awkwardly stammering "Pardon," before attempting to correct himself with an uncertain "Are right, yes, sir." As the scene concludes, the bandits seem aware of their presence, leaving the protagonist bewildered and unsure how to react. This pivotal moment showcases our hero's impulsiveness, curiosity, and internal conflict, setting the stage for future challenges and conflicts. Here's the narration. In a tense standoff, our unknown hero stands ready to face off against a group of bandits, but his mentor and friend Zayar appears just in time to warn him that these are no ordinary thieves. As the bandits draw closer, Zayar uses his magical abilities to examine them more closely, revealing their true nature as a troublesome bunch to deal with. The hero's questions about lie in them, revealed to be a powerful sorcerer with a mysterious aura, only lead to more tension when Lyman explains that he's seeking the Saitalfar, a powerful artifact, and asks for our hero's assistance in finding it. Zayar intervenes, demanding to know why Lyman is searching for the Saitalfar, and the stage is set for a dramatic confrontation between these three characters. As Vlad's frustration boils over after yet another failed attempt to master the art of horse riding, a sudden twist of fate sets his course on a new trajectory. A cryptic message from the enigmatic Swordmaster arrives, sparking a sense of excitement and purpose within him. With newfound motivation, Vlad embarks on a journey to hone his riding skills, driven by an insatiable desire to prove himself as a worthy warrior. As he gallops off into the unknown, his determination is palpable, his impulsive nature propelling him towards a destiny that only time will reveal. As Vlad and the coachman prepared to leave the caravan, a sudden surprise attack from barbarians from the north sent shockwaves through the group. Vlad's sharp mind quickly assessed their situation, recognizing an opportunity to gain some time by utilizing their position near the rear of the caravan. However, he soon realized that their journey would not be an easy one, as they faced unexpected obstacles ahead. With limited resources and a daunting task at hand, Vlad issued a decisive command to saddle up a horse, only to be met with the harsh reality that it was only a pack horse. As the weight of their circumstances settled in, Vlad's determination to protect his land and people remained unwavering, tempered by the knowledge that they would have to navigate treacherous terrain with limited means. As a mysterious voice whispers words of wisdom, barbarians are born on horseback, making them excellent riders. We're transported to the world of battle-hardened warriors, where skill in the saddle is paramount. The Swordmaster appears, his words dripping with gravitas as he warns Vlad that aside from a select few, none would dare challenge a knight in combat. With these stark realities etched into his mind, Vlad's determination grows, fueled by the prospect of facing off against these formidable barbarian warriors. As Vlad and his companions approach the toll booth, they are met by the leader of a ruthless bandit gang, who reveals their fate will be to either pay up or face brutal consequences. The bandits' ultimatum is clear: agree to pay the toll, or risk being left with nothing but your skin intact. With no room for hesitation, Vlad decides to take the risk and negotiates a price, seemingly one that finds favor with the bandit leader. In exchange for his payment, the bandits agree to let them pass, setting the stage for an obstacle course of challenges and tests of character for Vlad and his companions. Vlad stood firm, his warning clear: do not try anything. But the mercenary leader would have none of it, responding with aggressive threats that left no doubt about their intentions. Vlad's frustration and disappointment boiled over as he lamented the cheap mercenaries' chances against Vayezid land. The surprise encounter with bandits on his own soil only added to his ire. With protecting his people's lives as his top priority, Vlad vowed to lead them away from danger, undeterred by the mercenary leaders' taunts about their ability to defeat him. As Vlad surveys the gathering of mercenaries, his instincts whisper warnings of impending danger. He can't shake off the feeling that they are plotting something sinister, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Reflecting on his own failed attempts to form a connection with these strangers, he acknowledges the chasm between them, a divide he struggled to bridge. Meanwhile, one mercenary surprisingly shares Vlad's sentiment, revealing that they too have faced difficulties in finding common ground. As tensions rise, Vlad readies himself and his sword for battle, voicing his concerns to someone likely the Swordmaster about an impending raid. As Vlad readies himself for his first ever horseback ride, a mysterious voice echoes in the distance, cautioning him against his lack of experience. Undeterred, Vlad mounts the horse and sets off, but the animal's sudden fright sends it bucking wildly, causing Vlad to struggle for control. The horse's panicked whinnying fills the air as Vlad's cries of frustration grow louder, culminating in a frantic chase as the horse takes off at a gallop. As Vlad's senses alert him to a potential threat, he quickly warns those around him of impending danger. His instincts prove fleeting, however, as his energy betrays their position once more, revealing the impulsive nature that drives him. The scene unfolds with a series of unexpected twists as enemies approach from a distance, leaving Vlad anticipating a battle that never quite materializes. Instead, they dismount from their horses and move in, setting the stage for an unpredictable confrontation that will test Vlad's combat skills and abilities. As Vlad's fervent words ignite a sense of purpose among his comrades, they charge forward with a shared determination to vanquish the mercenaries plaguing Vayezid land. But just as their battle cry echoes through the air, Akelso appears, his taunts piercing the tension like a knife. "Who do you think you are?" He sneers, goading Vlad into action. With a fierce cry of "Slay them," Vlad's companions launch a ferocious assault, and in the chaos that ensues, Vlad faces off against Akelso, his aura crackling with intensity as he warns his enemy not to dare challenge him or his people again. As Vlad rides through the land, concern etches itself on his face, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He swiftly calls out to his companions, his voice urgent as he orders them to turn the horses around and reroute their journey, but they seem oblivious to the danger lurking ahead. Suddenly, a group of unknown figures materializes on the road, blocking their path with demands that threaten to derail their plans. Vlad readies himself for battle, drawing his sword with precision, prepared to defend his companions against this unexpected ambush, as he assesses the situation and weighs his options in the heat of the moment. As news of an unknown enemy's impending attack on Vayezid land reaches Vlad, his unwavering determination to protect the land is put to the test. Seeking guidance from the wise Swordmaster, Vlad confers with him about how to prepare for battle. The Swordmaster advises Vlad to send a small group of mercenaries to scout out the enemy's movements and gather crucial information. Torn between his desire to lead the charge himself and sending others in his place, Vlad ultimately decides to entrust the mission to the mercenaries, but not before expressing his reservations about their reliability. With a mix of emotions, Vlad watches as the mercenaries depart, setting the stage for the challenges that lie ahead as he navigates the impending battle and its aftermath. As the dust settles from the initial battle, Vlad is confronted by Parmavali, his words a stark reminder that their plan has fallen short. The group gathers around, weighing the consequences of their defeat and considering the enemy's imminent regrouping. Reinforcements are discussed, but uncertainty lingers as they struggle to determine the best course of action. Amidst this deliberation, Vlad's impulsive nature begins to surface as he hastily proposes a new plan without fully thinking through its implications. The group continues to strategize, seeking an effective counterattack amidst the chaos of war. Vlad rides into a narrow valley where the faint glow of a campfire illuminates a group of bandits gathered around its warmth. Their leader, a burly man with a scarred face, notices Vlad's approach and readies his gang for battle. Undeterred, Vlad dismounts his horse and readies his sword, driven by a fierce determination to protect the land from these external threats. The bandit leader taunts him, saying he's outnumbered and will never escape the valley alive, but Vlad ignores the threat and charges at the bandits with his sword, using his combat skills to quickly take down several opponents. As the battle rages on, Vlad begins to use his aura manipulation abilities to intimidate and repel some of the bandits, impressing even their leader. The two engage in a one-on-one duel, during which Vlad narrowly avoids falling into a trap before gaining the upper hand and delivering a decisive blow that defeats the bandit leader, causing the rest of the group to flee in disarray. With his sword raised high, Vlad takes a moment to catch his breath before continuing on his journey, a testament to his combat prowess and determination to protect Vayezid land from threats both within and without. As Vlad stood tall, an unexpected challenger emerged, their bold approach leaving him momentarily stunned. The individual's audacity was met with a mixture of curiosity and concern as Vlad inquired about their intentions, his aura manipulation seemingly having little effect on the newcomer. With each passing moment, it became increasingly clear that this was no ordinary opponent, boasting a level of strength or skill that left Vlad reevaluating his strategy. As Vlad approaches the group of mercenaries seeking their assistance in protecting Vayezid land, he's met with a blunt rejection. One of the mercenaries, unimpressed by Vlad's plea, brutally informs him that without a horse, he's of no use to them. The mercenary's words cut deep, urging Vlad to leave the scene and face his limitations head-on. As Vlad gallops onto the battlefield, he charges headfirst into combat, eager to prove himself. But, despite his valiant effort, his inexperience with horseback riding hinders his progress, leaving him stumbling and struggling to gain an advantage against his formidable foes. A crushing blow sends him flying off his steed, and Vlad is left reeling as the enemy closes in for the kill. Yet, amidst the chaos, he finds a crucial moment of clarity. The extra speed and strength granted by his horse's movement sparks a new strategy in his mind. With renewed composure, Vlad receives wise counsel from an unseen guide, urging him to take it slow and secure ground inch by inch. Heeding this advice, Vlad adapts his combat skills and aura manipulation abilities, gradually turning the tide of battle in his favor. As the dust settles, a triumphant Vlad stands victorious, his growth as a warrior unmistakable. As Vlad's gaze drifted towards the horizon, his thoughts turned inward, consumed by the weight of uncertainty. He longed to master the art of horseback riding, a skill deemed essential for protecting Vayezid land from potential threats. The attempt to mount the majestic steed only proved his ineptitude, as he struggled to find balance and coordination. Meanwhile, the specter of returning warriors loomed large in his mind, their numbers and intentions unknown. Vlad's concern grew with each passing moment, his determination to improve his skills burning brighter than ever before. As Vlad stands at the precipice of memory, his gaze drifts back to the ghosts of his past failures, where Gao of the Night's cunning escape still lingers. The air is electric with anticipation as Gao's ominous reappearance is heralded by a series of dramatic events, signaling the impending storm that will soon beset Vlad and the land of Vayezid. Seeking counsel from the wise swordmaster Stel, Vlad paces his thoughts and prepares for battle, his determination to protect his domain burning brighter with each passing moment. The stage is set for an epic confrontation, as Vlad's past mistakes serve as a warning, while his growth as a warrior drives him forward, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. As Nut calls out to gather everyone's attention, a sudden shift reveals the arrival of Stephen Gaidar, son of the esteemed Gaidar family. Joseph Vayezid, Lord of Vayezid, and his knights, including Rutger Vayezid, express their intentions to capture this newcomer, their faces set with determination. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre, a representative from the Vatican, watches the situation unfold with an air of caution, while Larmond, an old knight, seems uneasy about the unfolding events. Zayar, another knight tied to Vayezid's interests, stands by, his emotions remaining subtly hidden beneath the surface as tensions escalate around him. As Vlad of Square's frustration mounts, he can't help but let out a growl of disappointment as he realizes his quarry has slipped away without a fight. Calling out to the fleeing individual to halt, Vlad pursues with renewed determination, his movements swift and calculated as he navigates through various environments from indoor spaces to the great outdoors. Despite his best efforts, however, the elusive figure remains just out of reach, expertly evading Vlad's grasp at every turn. In a final moment of defeat, Vlad comes to a stop, surveying his surroundings with a mix of frustration and resignation as he realizes he has lost his target once again. As Vlad of Squire stands before Lord Joseph Vayezid and his sons, Rutger and Zayar, he unfolds a map of the land, illuminating the intricate web of territories controlled by various factions. His words are laced with urgency as he warns of Lindworm's destructive power, imploring the trio to set aside their differences and unite against the White Dragon's menace. Lord Joseph Vayezid's skepticism is palpable at first, but Rutger and Zayar seem more open to Vlad's proposal. Just as it seems that the meeting may stall, Bishop Pierre arrives, lending his support to the plan, emphasizing the importance of unity in the face of this dire threat. Meanwhile, Stephen Gaidar, eldest son of the Gaidar family, listens intently, his interest piqued by the prospect of joining forces against the dragon's wrath. As Vlad sits alone, lost in thought, the air is thick with anticipation. Suddenly, Bishop Pierre appears, and their enigmatic conversation begins. The star-embracing swordmaster reveals that he's been searching for something specific, but the nature of his quest remains shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre hints at the significance of the ritual, its connection to their shared ambitions, sparking a sense of intrigue. As Vlad voices his intention to proceed with caution, it becomes clear that he's aware of the potential risks and challenges ahead, adding an air of trepidation to their cryptic discussion. As Vlad gazed upon an ancient relic, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the approaching sound of horseback riders. His curiosity gave way to shock and horror as he beheld Rutger Vayezid, Lord Joseph's son, astride the revered sacred horse, a symbol of the plains. Vlad's expression contorted in anguish as he grappled with the sacrilegious act before him. In a torrent of emotions, his thoughts spilled forth in a stream of consciousness monologue, but just as his words reached a crescendo, an unseen force intervened, shattering the tranquility and foreshadowing a catastrophic event that would shake the very foundations of the story. As Vlad's laughter echoes through the air, it seems that he's found a sense of joy in this exhilarating experience. But as memories of a past thrill come flooding back, his emotions shift, and he becomes increasingly intense, fueled by his instincts to unleash his full potential. With a newfound focus, Vlad taps into an inner strength that propels him forward with incredible speed, likened to the wind itself carrying him along. In this moment of triumph, Vlad's emotional release is palpable as he finally allows himself to let go of his inhibitions and tap into his true power. As Vlad of Squire stands vigilant on the battlements of the Vayezid estate, a sense of urgency washes over him as Joseph Vayezid's words echo through the air. An unknown threat looms on the horizon, and preparations for battle are underway. Rutger Vayezid and Zayar confer, their voices hushed but determined, while Larmand approaches Vlad with a warning. They must not let an impostor from the Empire claim control of Stephen Gaidar's fate. Meanwhile, Lindworm watches from afar, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity. Amidst the tension, Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar are introduced, their concerns for the Vayezid family's air palpable as the stakes grow higher. As Vlad of Squire gathers with the Vayezid family, a sense of urgency fills the air. The star-embracing swordmaster presents his plan to eliminate Lindworm, the growing dragon threat that looms large over their collective future. Joseph agrees to support this endeavor, but only if it secures the Vayezid family's interests. Rutger and Zayar express their reservations, citing the risks involved in taking on such a formidable foe. Larmand's words of wisdom serve as a reminder that preparation is key when facing the unpredictable Lindworm. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre receives intel from an unknown source about the Vayezid family's plans, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. As the meeting concludes, Vlad and Joseph reaffirm their commitment to defeating Lindworm, while Rutger and Zayar remain skeptical of this ambitious plan. The balance of power shifts as tensions rise, and the stage is set for a thrilling confrontation. As the battle rages on between Rutger Vayezid and Zayar against the formidable White Dragon, Lindworm, a sudden rival, shakes the ground. Vlad of Squire, the esteemed swordmaster, appears on the battlefield, his expertise sought by the two knights. With a flash of insight, he recalls his own exceptional swordsmanship skills, honed through years of training. In the present, Vlad offers tactical advice to Rutger and Zayar, cautioning them against underestimating Lindworm's strength. He emphasizes that numbers are insignificant, what matters is strategic positioning. By maintaining distance while applying relentless pressure, they may stand a chance against the dragon's fury. As Vlad of Squire expertly circles around his opponents, he gains the strategic advantage. He spreads out to the sides, positioning himself for a successful encirclement that leaves his enemies off balance and vulnerable. Meanwhile, Joseph Vayezid orders his men to surround and trap Vlad, but it's already too late. Vlad's plan has come to fruition. With victory within his grasp, Vlad prepares to take down his foes, his tactical prowess as a swordmaster on full display. As Lee's sudden cry pierces the air, she rushes to calm the frantic horses, whose wild behavior defies all logic. Their refusal to turn sends a shiver down her spine, as if they are being driven by some unseen force. The question on everyone's mind is what has spooked them so thoroughly. With each passing moment, Lee's efforts to soothe their panic grow more urgent, but the source of their terror remains an enigma, leaving only a sense of foreboding in its wake. As the story unfolds, Vlad of Squire, the star-embracing swordmaster, finds himself in a precarious situation. The scene begins with a personal reflection, setting a contemplative tone for what's to come. Suddenly, the tables turn as the hunters become the hunted, and Vlad's circumstances take an unexpected turn. A dramatic declaration echoes through the chaos. The hunters have become the hunted. As the narrative takes a sharp turn, Vlad finds himself fighting for his life amidst destruction and pandemonium. The intense sequence that ensues showcases his valiant efforts to survive against overwhelming odds. As Vlad of Squire trudged through the arduous terrain, his exhaustion was palpable, mirrored only by the fatigue of his trusty pack horse. He lamented the beast's worn-out state, recognizing his own foolishness in expecting it to carry him further. The weight of reality bore down upon him, and with a heavy heart he acknowledged the limitations of his loyal companion. But before he could wallow in despair, Lindworm appeared, its ominous presence delivering a crushing blow. "It's over, old man." Vlad's resignation was palpable as he accepted the inevitable, his journey finally at an end. In a dimly lit chamber, surrounded by flickering candles and ancient relics, Vlad of Squire stands alone, his thoughts consumed by the weight of his quest against Lindworm. Suddenly Bishop Pierre enters, accompanied by Rutger, Vayezid, and Larmand, their solemn expressions foreshadowing the devastating news to come. As the bishop reveals that the Vatican has withdrawn its support for Vlad's crusade, citing concerns over church involvement in secular matters, the swordmaster's frustration and disappointment boil over. The usually stoic Rutger and Larmand remain silent, observing the tense exchange between Vlad and Bishop Pierre, as if waiting for a resolution to unfold. Just as it seems the confrontation is about to escalate, Zaire bursts into the room, whispers something urgent in Vlad's ear, and swiftly exits, leaving the swordmaster looking troubled and uncertain about his next move. As Vlad of Squire, the star-embracing swordmaster, encounters a determined young individual, he's met with a sense of surprise. Their unwavering resolve sparks a fire within him, much like the fervent passion of his own youth. The youngster's unyielding attitude towards challenges is a far cry from Vlad's worn-down demeanor, and he becomes intrigued by this spark of resilience. As they share stories of their struggles, Vlad is taken aback, his introspection deepening as the weight of their words settles upon him. Just as it seems this moment of connection will unfold further, a distant barbarian horn pierces the air, shattering the tranquility and diverting their attention away from the heart-to-heart conversation. As the forest silence was shattered by the sound of clashing steel, Stephen Gaidar confronted Lord Joseph Vayezid, his accusatory words piercing the air like a dagger. "You're behind my father's disappearance," he spat, his anger and desperation fueling his determination to uncover the truth. But Lord Joseph remained unmoved, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity as he revealed his true intentions to capture the elusive white dragon, Lindworm. Stephen's concern for the consequences of such a feat fell on deaf ears, however, as Lord Joseph's aggression grew, his sword at the ready to strike down anyone who dared to interfere. The tension between them was palpable, a powder keg waiting to be ignited, and it seemed only a matter of time before the fragile peace was shattered by the blade of war. As Vlad approaches the majestic horse, His eyes gleam with determination. The son of the plains, however, stands firm, refusing to yield the steed. Vlad's demand to dismount grows more insistent, but the son remains unmoved. Frustration seeps into Vlad's face as memories of a past defeat by Sir Ramon begin to resurface. He struggles to shake off the lingering emotions, finally exhaling in relief when he realizes this is not a reenactment of that fateful encounter. Yet his agitation lingers, a testament to the wounds of pride still festering beneath the surface. As tensions simmered beneath the surface, Vayezid confronted Vlad of Squire about his unauthorized ride on Lindworm. With unwavering conviction, Rutger accused Vlad of having no right to command the beast, prompting a defiant response from Vlad, who questioned Rutger's authority. The air was thick with unspoken power struggles as Rutger reiterated his demand, using the enigmatic phrase SW on to drive home his point. Meanwhile, Lindworm stood calmly between the two adversaries, waiting for further instructions in an unsettling display of equine patience. As the world around him begins to unravel, Titakem unleashes his fury upon Vayezid, taking vengeance for the sacred horse defiled by the knight's hand. With a mere whisper of magic, he summons his own realm into being, amplifying his aura and making himself at least as formidable as any knight. The battle rages on, with Titakem emerging victorious as Rutger falls to his wrath. As the gathering unfolds, Vlad of Squire leads his allies in a strategic discussion to infiltrate the esteemed Gaidar estate. With Vayezid and Vayezid by his side, Vlad proposes a ruse to gain entry, suggesting they pose as drunken hunters. While Joseph is initially skeptical, he eventually agrees to follow Vlad's plan. The group begins to allocate roles and coordinate their approach, but tensions arise as Zaire expresses frustration at being left out of key decisions, while Larmand cautions against underestimating the Gaidar family's formidable defenses. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre offers moral support from behind the scenes. As the group navigates these complexities, it becomes clear that the road to success will be fraught with challenge and intrigue. As Vlad stands at the edge of his family's estate, the calm landscape belies the turmoil that is about to unfold. Suddenly, a group of henchmen, led by a burly man wielding a massive club, emerges from nowhere, their intentions clear, violence and destruction. With his martial arts skills honed to perfection, Vlad leaps into battle, taking down several foes with ease. But as the fight rages on, it becomes apparent that these are no ordinary thugs. They are trained, coordinated, and driven by a sinister force, Bishop Pierre's machinations. As Vlad rode into the town square on horseback, a sense of unease crept over him. The usually peaceful streets were now filled with chaos and violence, innocent civilians caught in the crossfire as a group of armed men wreaked havoc. With no hesitation, Vlad charged forward, drawing his sword to confront the attackers. The sudden intervention took them off guard, but they quickly regrouped and launched a fierce counterattack. Despite being outnumbered, Vlad's martial arts skills allowed him to take down several opponents, but he soon found himself surrounded and fighting for his life. Just as it seemed he was gaining the upper hand, a mysterious figure appeared, shouting "It's too late," before vanishing into the shadows, leaving Vlad to wonder about their true intentions and involvement in the chaos unfolding in Squire. As Vlad sits in contemplation, his mind is flooded with memories of a harrowing close call, one that nearly claimed his life. His eyes gaze inward, reliving the moment when a friend's timely intervention saved him from disaster. With a deep breath, he lets out an exasperated phew, releasing the pent-up emotions that have been building up inside him. His friend responds with a simple yet heartfelt "Thanks, my friend," their bond evident in the sincerity of the words. Vlad's gratitude is palpable as he thanks his savior once more, emphasizing the significance of their friendship and the weight it holds on his life. As Vlad gazed upon the remarkable horse with divine blood, his eyes widened in awe at its incredible swordsmanship and riding skills. The squire of the Vayezid family felt an overwhelming sense of wonder, but it was quickly replaced by a creeping doubt as he realized the vast chasm between himself and this extraordinary equine. Another figure, likely Vayezid or Father Andrea, couldn't help but tease Vlad about his own lackluster horsemanship skills, hinting that the horse's abilities were not solely attributed to its divine blood. As Vlad reflected on his own abilities, he came to a profound realization: being a warrior was more than just physical strength and agility. As Vlad stands before his mentor Joseph Vayezid, he receives a crucial lesson on combat strategy, preparing him for the impending battle against barbarian forces. With legs trembling with anticipation, Vlad is instructed to find or create restraints to hinder his opponent's mobility, a vital tactic in controlling their movements. Under Joseph's guidance, Vlad learns that mobility control is key, and that this should be his first move when facing these ruthless warriors. But as he trembles with eagerness, Vlad is also warned not to underestimate the barbarians' dirty fighting tactics. This pivotal scene showcases Vlad's eagerness to learn and improve under his mentor's tutelage, while also highlighting his impulsiveness and tendency to act on instinct. As Vlad's concerns about Squire's situation reach a boiling point, he can no longer bear the thought of inaction. His frustration gives way to determination, and with a resolute spirit, he vows to take matters into his own hands. The web of deceit spun by Bishop Pierre will not be tolerated, and Vlad is ready to dismantle it before it's too late. With a sense of urgency driving him forward, Vlad sets his sights on the individuals behind the schemes, prepared to face whatever consequences may arise from his bold decision. As Vlad, Squire of the Vayezid family, witnesses a group of suspicious individuals fleeing from a scene, his instincts kick into high gear. Without hesitation, he gives chase, disregarding the warnings of bystanders and his own caution, driven by a strong sense of justice and a desire to protect others. The group splits up, with Vlad hot on the heels of one individual who leads him on a wild goose chase through the streets, culminating in a tense confrontation when he corners the individual only to be met by a group of armed guards revealed to be working for Bishop Pierre. As Vlad prepares to fight off the guards, his aggression and impulsivity nearly get the better of him, highlighting the struggles he faces with self-control and the consequences that come with his impulsive nature. As Vlad watches with growing indignation, a young man boldly rides a sacred horse, his actions igniting a fire of outrage in the squire's chest. "How dare you?" Vlad thunders, his words laced with disdain as he questions the rider's competence and worthiness to handle such a noble creature. The exchange escalates into a heated debate, with Vlad demanding an explanation for this brazen disregard. But just as it seems the confrontation will reach a boiling point, the young man fires back, probing Vlad about his own family's sense of entitlement and whether they believe they can claim ownership over everything, including the sacred horse. The tension simmers, leaving both parties poised on the brink of a deeper conflict that may yet shake the foundations of their world. As Vlad confronts his former mentor, Father Andrea, a sense of restlessness simmers beneath the surface, fueled by a deep-seated frustration that has been building for years. "I've been stuck in these slums my whole life," Vlad declares, his words laced with a mix of desperation and defiance. Father Andrea's calm demeanor is pierced by the venom in Vlad's tone, and he attempts to soothe his former pupil. But Vlad will not be silenced. With a burst of determination, he asserts his independence, announcing that it's time for him to forge his own path, free from the expectations and constraints of others. As the conversation concludes, Vlad stands tall, his resolve etched on his face like a battle-hardened warrior, marking the beginning of a new chapter in his journey towards self-discovery. In a dimly lit room, Vlad's anger is palpable as he confronts a mysterious figure off-panel. The other person responds with a warning, revealing their exhaustion with Vlad's tricks, but the young squire refuses to back down, his frustration growing by the second. Tension builds as the two exchange heated words, until suddenly Vlad declares himself ready for a mud fight, seemingly eager to unleash his pent-up emotions. This intense confrontation showcases Vlad's hot-headedness and impulsiveness, while also highlighting his desire to protect others and prove himself. As Vlad stormed into the town hall, he was met with Bishop Pierre's evasive demeanor, which only fueled his growing suspicions. The bishop revealed a shocking truth: he had been searching for an ancient artifact rumored to hold immense power, allegedly hidden by the Vayezid family themselves. Vlad's unease turned to outright distrust as he pressed Bishop Pierre for answers about his involvement in Square's affairs. But the bishop remained cryptic, hinting at a long-forgotten tragedy that had haunted the Vayezid family for generations. As tensions reached a boiling point, Vlad's hot-headedness got the better of him, and he threatened the bishop before ultimately storming out of the meeting without resolution. As Vlad stood at the precipice's edge, the vast expanse of landscape unfolding before him like a canvas of infinite possibilities, he couldn't help but contemplate the gravity of his situation. But before he could fully grasp the weight of his thoughts, a sudden jolt sent him plummeting towards the earth, leaving him disoriented and vulnerable to the mercy of fate. Just as all hope seemed lost, the gentle voice of Father Andrea echoed through his mind, reminding him that even the strongest knights can fall, but it's how they rise again that truly matters. Struggling to regain his footing on a rocky surface, Vlad was forced to confront the doubts and fears that had long plagued him. And as he gazed up at the sky, a sense of clarity washed over him, as if the weight of his mortality had finally been lifted from his shoulders. With a newfound sense of humility, Vlad seemed to accept his limitations, whispering a quiet TLLVPRT as the clouds parted to reveal a glimmer of hope on the horizon. As Vlad arrived at the Buda tribe's gathering, he was met with an unexpected twist. Someone had already stolen his aura, a powerful magical energy that held great value in their world. The elder Ag of the Buda tribe revealed the shocking news, leaving Vlad seething with frustration and anger. Despite Ag's assurance that the tribe knew nothing of the theft or any suspects, Vlad was determined to take matters into his own hands, threatening to leave no stone unturned in his quest to recover his stolen aura. As Joseph Vayezid shares words of caution with Vlad, the young squire of the esteemed Vayezid family, a subtle undercurrent of tension begins to unfurl. Joseph's suggestion that he take Vlad under his wing sparks confusion in the youth, who demands clarity on the older man's intentions. But Joseph's warning is laced with gravity, urging Vlad to exercise utmost caution in his actions, as one misstep could have far-reaching consequences. The sisters, observing the exchange with concern, attempt to intervene, but Vlad remains resolute, asserting the authority of the Vayezid family and refusing to back down. As the scene concludes, a sense of unresolved conflict hangs in the air, leaving the viewer wondering what repercussions will arise from this pivotal moment in the unfolding drama. Vlad stands alone in a dimly lit alleyway, his concerned expression a testament to the turmoil brewing within him. Suddenly, a mysterious figure materializes before him, their words dripping with an air of foreboding as they hint at Bishop Pierre's dark past and warn Vlad that his very future hangs in the balance, thanks to the bishop's influence. As Vlad demands answers, the enigmatic figure reveals little, instead suggesting that the truth about Bishop Pierre's involvement in Square's affairs will soon become clear. The figure vanishes as abruptly as they appeared, leaving Vlad bewildered and beset by a growing sense of unease. As tensions simmer beneath the surface, Vlad's concern for his lord's reputation becomes palpable. Joseph, his mentor and lord, warns Vlad that his past misdeeds may still tarnish their family's honor. Vlad, acknowledging his mistakes, including the scandalous incident at the convent, can't help but question why these complaints have only now come to light. Meanwhile, Father Andrea's unexpected endorsement of Vlad's abilities serves as a clever counterpoint, casting doubt on Joseph's concerns and further fueling Vlad's anxiety. As Vlad ponders the mysterious forces behind the Mother Superior's obedience, he arrives at a startling conclusion. Bishop Pierre, the city's spiritual leader, is not the only one wielding power over Squire. The squire of the Vayezid family discovers that Joseph Vayezid, a direct descendant of the illustrious Vayezid lineage, shares control with the bishop. This revelation sparks Vlad's determination to unravel the motives behind their joint manipulation, his mind racing with the implications of this dual authority. As Vlad stood amidst the praise of his subordinates, he couldn't help but realize the impact he had on their accomplishments. It was a subtle yet profound moment of self-awareness that struck him like a lightning bolt. And then, in an instant, the veil lifted, and Vlad saw with piercing clarity what Bishop Pierre had been hiding all along, the truth about his true purpose as a pawn in the bishop's game. Fury ignited within him, fueling a determination to resist the bishop's machinations and take action against the one who had manipulated him for so long. With this newfound understanding, Vlad's path was forever altered, marking a turning point in his journey towards self-discovery and rebellion. As the main character sits in contemplation, memories of a previous encounter with Bishop Pierre flood their mind. They recall Vlad's words, which had provided an excuse to scrutinize Bishop Pierre's motives. The thought of Bishop Pierre's intimidating behavior during their interaction plays out before them, a stark contrast to his failed attempts at intimidation. This introspection sparks a deeper questioning. Is there more to Bishop Pierre than meets the eye? Just as they begin to ponder this mystery, the stable boy sent off with Sir Ramond returns, interrupting their thoughts. With anticipation growing, the main character asks what news the stable boy brings, expecting something unpleasant. As a warning message echoes through the air, a sense of unease settles over the land. The road between Squire and Varna lies ravaged, the remnants of a barbarian raid still smoldering in its wake. Amidst the devastation, a mercenary/bodyguard is confronted by Sir Ramond, his actions under scrutiny as he's questioned about leaving others behind during the brutal assault. But the bodyguard stands firm, explaining that he was instructed to prioritize self-preservation and has since called for help to rescue those left in peril. Just as tensions appear to reach a boiling point, Vlad, an enigmatic figure, emerges from the shadows, revealing that he's taken the barbarian leader hostage, a development that could forever alter the balance of power in this treacherous landscape. As the chaos of the ambush settles, our unnamed hero stands tall, surveying the aftermath with a sense of outrage and responsibility. It's clear that the mercenaries tasked with protecting the caravan had abandoned their posts at the first sign of trouble, leaving innocent civilians at the mercy of ruthless barbarian raiders. Amidst this mayhem, Sir Ramond and Vlad emerge as the only bulwarks between the attackers and those in need of protection. Meanwhile, Zaire, a high-ranking official, steps forward to lead the cavalry unit, directing them towards their destination with a sense of authority and purpose. As Bishop Pierre and Lord Joseph convene in a private setting, their conversation turns to the mysterious mercenary known only as Vlad. Lord Joseph praises Vlad's exceptional abilities as a protector, but his admiration is tempered by his low birth and volatile temper. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre's concerns about Vlad's background grow increasingly apparent, casting a shadow of doubt over his suitability for the task at hand. Lord Joseph hints at a future confrontation with Vlad, suggesting that their paths will soon intersect in ways both unpredictable and fraught with tension. As the meeting concludes, an air of unease settles over the fate of Ag and its innocent civilians, leaving the outcome hanging precariously in the balance. As a message from his colleague pierces through the silence, the main character's response is swift and calculated. Acknowledging their concern with a hint of sarcasm, he sets the stage for a potential confrontation. But as the conversation unfolds, his tone takes a darker turn, revealing a willingness to fight if necessary. The air is electric with tension as anticipation builds around an impending conflict, leaving viewers wondering what sparks will ignite this explosive encounter. As reinforcements pour in, our mercenary/bodyguard's initial plan begins to unravel, forcing them to reassess their strategy on the fly. With a keen eye for detail, they size up the new arrivals, concluding that this is no ordinary raid. The sheer number of barbarians suggests a formidable force with a clear objective. But it's not just the quantity that catches their attention. A high-ranking warrior among the ranks hints at a more calculated operation. As anxiety begins to creep in, our protagonist acknowledges their unease, re-evaluating priorities and approach in response to this unexpected twist. As the sun begins to set, our hero's anxiety grows, fretting that they'll miss their deadline if the coachman doesn't arrive soon. His concern is palpable as he questions whether God has been delayed or not, his mind racing with worst-case scenarios. The presence of barbarians in the area only adds fuel to the fire, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the situation. But just as all hope seems lost, God finally appears at Squire, bringing a wave of relief washing over our hero. With a deep breath, he exhales his pent-up worries, grateful that his fears were unfounded. As the barbarians suddenly descend upon them, our protagonist can't help but express surprise at their swift arrival, his unease palpable in the air. But an old man appears, criticizing the young warrior's decision to abandon his ballast and flee from the situation. The main character becomes defensive, questioning the old man's intentions and wondering what he's doing there, implying a sense of mistrust. As tensions rise, the old man launches into a philosophical diatribe about how things might have turned out differently if they had stood their ground, challenging our protagonist to re-evaluate his impulsive actions. The scene ends with an air of unresolved conflict and tension between these two vastly different individuals, setting the stage for future conflicts to come. As the main character ventures further into unknown territory, he's suddenly confronted by a group of barbarians who demand an explanation for his presence. The leader of the group reveals they are on a mission to capture someone specific, but instead of attacking the main character outright, they choose to engage him in a tense conversation about their intentions. The main character responds with sarcastic praise, which only serves to escalate the situation and spark a negative reaction from the leader. As the standoff continues, it becomes clear that the barbarians' expedition is being thwarted by the main character's presence, hinting at a larger conflict or goal they are trying to achieve. As our mercenary/bodyguard paces through the landscape, his thoughts are consumed by the recent barbarian raid. He mutters to himself about the lack of a decent warhorse, frustration etched on his face. But his introspection is soon interrupted by Ag's arrival, an imperial guard who has earned the bodyguard's gratitude for keeping him safe. The two begin discussing strategies to deal with the barbarians, their conversation marked by a sense of unease and uncertainty. As they weigh their options, our protagonist reveals himself to be cautious, opting not to stir up conflict in these tumultuous times. Instead, he vows to try and persuade the barbarians to leave, his determination to protect others evident even in the face of adversity. As he swings open the tavern doors, a sense of unease settles over the atmosphere, punctuated by the presence of a lone figure in fine attire. The mercenary's eyes lock onto this enigmatic stranger, drawing him in with an air of curiosity. Approaching the table, he engages the man in conversation, and their words flow like a gentle stream as they discuss the intricacies of humanity. But it is not just idle chatter that passes between them. The mercenary begins to reveal his own story, his confidence and self-assurance shining like beacons in the dim light of the tavern. In a clearing, the air is charged with tension as a lone figure stands firm against a band of barbarian raiders. With sword and shield at the ready, he approaches the group, his voice commanding them to leave. The barbarians refuse, their taunts and threats only serving to fuel his growing agitation. As one of them makes a move to attack, our hero deftly deflects the blow with his shield before striking back with precision. Emboldened by his success, he asserts his dominance over the situation, his authority unchallenged as the barbarians retreat in disarray. As the dust settles after rescuing Master Ag from the barbarian chieftain's clutches, the group finds themselves at a crossroads, weighing the risks and potential consequences of their next move. The main character voices concerns about leaving their master in a potentially hostile environment, citing the danger of the chieftain's wrath. Squire suggests they are mere steps away from safety, but the arrival of rainy utilities night among the barbarians adds to their apprehensions about Master Ag's safety. As tensions rise, the main character decides to bide their time and wait for another opportunity to strike against the barbarians. The companions, in agreement with Master Ag's wishes, prioritize his safety above all else, while P. by all means issues a stern warning: survival at all costs is paramount. As the sun begins to set on a weary day, a group of unsuspecting civilians is suddenly ambushed by a band of ruthless barbarians. But just as all hope seems lost, a lone mercenary appears, his sword at the ready and his shield emblazoned with a fierce determination. With Ag, the imperial guard, by his side, he charges into battle, using every ounce of skill and strategy to repel the attackers. The clash of steel on steel echoes through the air as our hero fights for survival, his movements swift and deadly. In the end, it is he who stands victorious, his armor dented but unbroken, his sword raised high in triumph. The grateful civilians hail him as a savior, their faces etched with relief and admiration, as our hero basks in the glow of a mission accomplished, his pride and sense of justice unwavering. As our protagonist approaches the agitated horse, it becomes clear that this majestic creature is unaccustomed to human presence, prompting the main character to suggest a cautious distance. With gentle reassurance, the words "easy" there are spoken, attempting to calm the horse's frantic movements. The main character's thoughts wander back to their encounter with the horse's owner or previous companion, recalling the harrowing experience of fighting against a deathworm. It is revealed that this individual somehow tracked down our protagonist to their current location, hinting at a deeper connection between these characters. As our journey continues, a crucial meeting takes place between the main character and Ag, a potential ally who holds the key to acquiring a saddle for his wild horse. The conversation begins with a mention of the coveted saddle, sparking a discussion that will have far-reaching consequences. Ag agrees to help the main character secure this valuable asset upon their return from their current journey, sending waves of anticipation coursing through our protagonist's veins. Recognizing the potential financial rewards that lie ahead, the main character's excitement grows as they envision the benefits of becoming a mercenary. Meanwhile, Ag's words reveal his willingness to collaborate with the main character, strengthening the bonds of this nascent alliance and setting the stage for future endeavors. As they halted, a concerned Ag approached them, his gaze piercing through the tension. "What's gotten into you two?" he questioned, his tone laced with unease. The main character stood firm, their response met with skepticism as Ag probed further. "Has something taken hold of you now? One of you is despised by horses, I think." The horse's words cut through the silence, its voice a stark contrast to Ag's probing. "One thing loves humans, while the other loathes them." As our story unfolds, we find ourselves amidst a tangled web of emotions and confusion, with our main character venting his frustration and helplessness to an unknown confidant. The mysterious figure listens intently, offering words of encouragement that hint at a deeper understanding of the situation. But just as our protagonist begins to grasp the meaning behind these cryptic comments, the conversation takes a bewildering turn, with the stranger speaking of two individuals being a perfect match for each other. As the main character struggles to process this enigmatic remark, a series of seemingly unrelated images flashes across the screen, featuring various characters and settings that only serve to further complicate matters. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the scene shifts to reveal a mysterious figure adorned with a symbol on their hand, leaving our protagonist and us wondering what secrets lie hidden beneath the surface. As Ryder and Captain Gunter's venture into the unknown, they come face to face with a wild horse that refuses to yield to their taming attempts. Despite its stubborn nature, Captain Gunter's offers a crucial tip that surprisingly works, and the horse begins to calm down. Ryder's keen observation skills reveal a fascinating preference for the color red, adding a touch of whimsy to their endeavor. Meanwhile, an enigmatic comment about wild horses migrating in search of climbing roses hints at deeper mysteries waiting to be unraveled. As they finally succeed in taming the horse, Ryder and Captain Gunter share a sense of accomplishment, their skills and expertise shining through as they uncover the secrets behind this magnificent creature's behavior. As the frozen plains stretched out before them, Ryder noticed Sat's growing unease. The companion's unhappiness was palpable, and Ryder set out to uncover its root cause. It wasn't until Sat mentioned roses as a symbol of survival in warm climates that the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. Ryder seized upon this new information, recognizing its potential to unlock Sat's preferences. Warlord Timur Varanov chimed in, suggesting they think big and incorporate more red, sparking a eureka moment for Ryder. With their creative juices flowing, Ryder agreed to go all out, embarking on a plan to better understand their companion's needs. As Ryder's satisfaction with a hypothetical solution begins to unfold, he presents an alternative idea to Warlord Timur Varanov, likening it to a rosette's beauty and effectiveness palpable in the air. The warlord, sensing the importance of this proposal, asks if Leela will agree to lend her aid, acknowledging her crucial role in the forthcoming events. Meanwhile, Ryder and the warlord acknowledge their past disagreements, downplaying the tension between them as mere banter among old friends. As Ryder settles into a quiet moment of concentration, their peace is abruptly shattered by the arrival of warlord Timur, whose boisterous conversation quickly commandeers the space. Before Ryder can even begin to tune in, Captain Gunters bursts onto the scene, adding his own brand of chaos to the mix. As Ryder's frustration grows, they attempt to shoo the duo away, but their words fall on deaf ears. With each passing moment, Ryder becomes increasingly overwhelmed by the cacophony surrounding them, their annoyance and helplessness palpable as the scene comes to a close. As the silence is broken, a sudden burst of energy shatters the calm atmosphere as Captain Gunters storms into the room, demanding attention from Ryder, who was previously lost in thought, diligently working on some unknown task. The interruption catches Ryder off guard, and their annoyance is palpable as they are pulled away from their concentration. Captain Gunters' urgent plea for help and request to seek Lady Alicia's assistance leaves no room for refusal, forcing Ryder to reluctantly agree to lend a hand. This sudden turn of events raises questions about the dynamics at play within this group, particularly regarding Lady Alicia's influence as the tension builds in this quiet space. As Ryder approaches Lady Gemina's location, a sense of anticipation fills the air. He hints at the importance of their meeting, and Lady Gemina, a skilled warrior, reveals that she is the only one who can assist him with his task. Ryder explains what he needs her to do, emphasizing the urgency and significance of the mission. But Lady Gemina is cautious, questioning the specifics of the task, leaving an unresolved tension hanging in the balance. As the scene ends, questions swirl around the nature of the task and its importance, foreshadowing a potential shift in the narrative's pace or tone. As Ag of the Buda tribe steps into the mayor's office, he's met with a stern gaze from Mayor Joseph Vayezid, who awaits his visitor with an air of anticipation. The weight of the meeting is palpable as Ag approaches the desk, his words hanging in the balance. With a sense of purpose, he begins to speak, drawing the mayor into a personal conversation that reveals the depth of their relationship and the significance of this moment. As warlord Timur arrives, Ryder welcomes him with a hint of optimism, expecting their conversation to be worthwhile. He shares an astute observation about humans trying to present a façade of coldness or dignity, but notes that only a select few truly embody these traits. Ryder reveals that this display is not part of any tribe's rituals, but rather shrouded in taboo. Warlord Timur responds with intrigue as their discussion delves into the complexities of human behavior, offering a glimpse into Ryder's perceptive nature and his ability to cut through superficiality. As Ryder gallops through the open plains on his wild steed, he can't help but ponder the mysteries of the world. It's fascinating to him how every realm has its own unique place where it can truly shine, a notion reinforced by the ritual master's words. Wild horses are meant to roam grassy fields where their world shines brightest. But this peaceful scene is disrupted by the realization that his people have crossed into warlord Timur territory, violating one of their own taboos. As Ryder reflects on these events, he seems to be grappling with the importance of finding one's place in the world and understanding the rules and taboos of others. As Ryder is confined to a dungeon, they are given the solitude to ruminate on the path that's led them here. It's as if time stands still, allowing them to re-examine the decisions that have brought them to this crossroads. And in this moment of quiet contemplation, they begin to see the silver lining. Perhaps things would have turned out for the better despite initial reservations. With a newfound sense of responsibility, Ryder takes ownership of their role in shaping the future of the Buda tribe, acknowledging that the reins are now firmly in their hands. Seizing this opportunity, they seek out the fastest horse available, preparing themselves for an uncertain tomorrow with a determination to forge ahead. As Ryder confronts warlord Timur and Captain Gunters, the air is thick with tension as he demands answers about the recent events surrounding the dragon fragments. Warlord Timur defensive demeanor only fuels Ryder's suspicions, while Captain Gunters' concern is palpable, though his uncertainty leaves him seemingly powerless to intervene. The catalyst for this confrontation lies in the catastrophic event that unfolded when the dragons awakened within the Buda people, a tragedy that still resonates with Ryder. As warlord Timur Varanov becomes agitated, demanding to know what secrets Ryder possesses about their plans and intentions, the argument escalates into a heated exchange. With each passing moment, the rift between them widens, hinting at a potential betrayal that may shatter the fragile alliances forged thus far. As warlord Timur Varanov stands over Ryder, a sense of unease settles in the air. The question on everyone's mind is what's wrong, but before anyone can ask, warlord Timur Varanov unleashes his frustration, accusing Ryder of misusing the sacred dragon fragments. But it's not just about the fragments, warlord Timur Varanov reveals. He had placed the proof of the covenant between the Buda tribe and the West in Ryder's hands, a move that has left him feeling betrayed. As the conversation escalates into an argument, warlord Timur Varanov's skepticism turns to outright distrust, leaving Ryder looking concerned as the scene comes to a close. As the mysterious Ryder's connection to the dragon's fury becomes apparent, a subtle undercurrent of tension surfaces in the meeting between warlord Timur Varanov and Captain Gunter's. The warlord's inquiry into Captain Gunter's choice of Ryder sparks their revealing conversation as the captain shares his reasoning for selecting this particular individual over himself. Captain Gunter's believes there must be a reason why the Ryder was chosen, and his words strike a chord with the warlord, who agrees to consider the captain's concerns, hinting at a willingness to reconsider his stance. The dynamics between these two powerful figures are expertly woven, creating an air of uncertainty that adds depth to their characters and the narrative as it unfolds. As the mysterious figure stood before the gathered crowd, its presence seemed to stir something ancient within the air. The Buda people watched in awe as the figure's hands cradled glowing fragments of dragons, imbuing them with a power that had long lain dormant. The transformation was swift and unsettling as the individuals began to exhibit traits reminiscent of their scaled ancestors, their bodies contorting, their eyes burning with an inner fire. Amidst this chaos, warlord Timur Varanov emerged, his expression grim and his voice laced with warning. "What have you done with the dragon fragments?" The question hung in the air like a challenge as the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel before their eyes. As warlord Timur Varanov sits amidst maps and scrolls in his estate, a sudden arrival from an unexpected messenger bee, Vayezid, disrupts his tranquility. The mysterious message scrolled on parchment unfolds before him, its unknown script sparking curiosity and a sense of duty to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic dragon fragments. Intrigued, warlord Timur Varanov delves deeper into the mystery, seeking insight from his advisors, only to find their uncertainty fueling his determination to unravel the cryptic message's secrets. As warlord Timur Varanov summons Ryder with a sense of urgency, Ryder arrives with an air of nonchalance, starkly contrasting with his comrade's visibly agitated state. The situation is further complicated by the sudden appearance of dragon fragments, and tensions escalate as Ryder questions warlord Timur Varanov's motives for calling him to the scene. Meanwhile, the mages are implicated in the failure to contain these mysterious fragments, leading to a heated exchange between warlord Timur Varanov and the mages. As the situation spirals out of control, Ryder remains unmoved, leaving one wondering what drives this enigmatic figure's actions. As warlord Timur Varanov reports to his lord, he confesses that their efforts to calm the dragon have been met with failure, despite his best attempts. His lord responds by ordering him to summon a priest to cast an incantation and soothe the beast's rage. Meanwhile, Captain Gunter's is expected to arrive shortly, but his absence only adds to the growing unease. In a moment of clarity, Ryder is seen meditating, seemingly connected to the dragon's energy, as if holding some hidden key to understanding its fury. A brief flashback reveals the connection between the dragon fragments and ancient rituals, hinting at a deeper mystery behind the creature's wrath. Warlord Timur Varanov's desperation to find a solution becomes palpable as he seeks external help in the form of a priest, highlighting his willingness to go to any lengths to appease the beast. Zeseskun utters a stunned heavens. The air is electric with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality has shifted. The sudden resonance between the dragon fragments is revealed, illuminating their hidden connection and hinting at an ominous power yet to be unleashed. A mesmerizing glow emanates from the fragments, casting an eerie light on the impending doom that awaits. As Ryder stood before the ancient stone door, confusion etched on his face, a sudden apparition appeared beside him, Swordmaster Tasistancy, an enigmatic figure with an air of authority. With a measured tone, Tasistancy revealed that the ritual to awaken the dragon fragments required precise symbols, carefully drawn upon the ground. Ryder's initial skepticism gave way to curiosity as he agreed to let Tasistancy guide him through the process. Together, they began etching the sacred markings, which gradually emitted an otherworldly glow, illuminating their path into the unknown. As Vayezid and his friend Dusling sit surrounded by gifts, their conversation takes a somber turn as they reflect on the missed opportunity to meet with the enigmatic figure at the convent. With Dusling's concerns about having only been invited once echoing through the room, Vayezid offers words of reassurance, urging them to seize this chance to reconnect with the mysterious stranger. The pair then begins brainstorming strategies for approaching him again, their minds racing with possibilities as they weigh the risks and rewards of a second encounter. As the news of Vlad's daring rescue of a caravan from the barbarians spreads, Vayezid seizes the opportunity to boost his own reputation as a worthy knight. He approaches Wit DP, who has been away for some time, seeking guidance on how to capitalize on this development. However, Wit DP's response is enigmatic, suggesting that Vayezid should take matters into his own hands and leave his name in the process. This sparks an internal conflict within Vayezid as he weighs the desire to prove himself against the pressure to follow orders and maintain respectability. As Vayezid gazed out with a troubled expression, he was confronted with the harsh reality that his dear friend Vlad had found happiness with another woman. The news left him reeling, struggling to reconcile his emotions as turmoil brewed within. He rode away from the scene, seeking solace in the open air, but even the rhythm of his horse's hoofs couldn't drown out the cacophony of thoughts plaguing his mind. As he continued on his duties as a knight in training, Vayezid's internal conflict raged on, torn between fulfilling his obligations and following his own heart. The weight of Baron Heinel's expectations bore down upon him, but Vayezid couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As Baron Heinel bestows a new responsibility upon him, Vayezid is tasked with greeting Vlad's visitors, solidifying his position as a point of contact for these esteemed guests. Initially hesitant, Vayezid voices his concerns about making an error and inadvertently placing Vlad in an awkward situation. He even questions whether anyone else is qualified to take on this role, betraying a sense of uncertainty and doubt that threatens to undermine his confidence. As Vayezid prepares for a crucial job at the Smiling Rose, he's confronted by Vlad's probing questions about his qualifications, leaving him feeling uncertain and defensive. But just as tensions escalate, Gemina intervenes, diagnosing Vayezid's self-confidence issues and urging him to build trust in himself. As doubts about taking the job swirl in his mind, Vayezid begins to question whether he's truly ready for this challenge, fearing a potential mistake could have far-reaching consequences. Yet, with Gemina's reassuring words echoing in his ears that mistakes are an inevitable part of life and Vlad will understand, Vayezid is reminded of the importance of seeking help when needed, a crucial lesson for one who has struggled with authority and following orders. As Vayezid rode his horse, Jorge approached him with a gentle reminder that he still required guidance to fully harness his equine companion's potential. The weight of this truth was not lost on Vayezid, whose impulsiveness often got the better of him. But just as it seemed like the conversation was about to dwindle, Baron Heinel appeared, inviting Vayezid to join him in a private audience. Within the Baron's chambers, a subtle yet powerful gesture took place, the handing over of a sword, symbolizing the transfer of authority and responsibility. The offer of a weapon of his own was met with surprise and gratitude by Vayezid, whose eyes shone with appreciation for the mentorship and trust placed in him. As the fate of the realm hangs in the balance, Vayezid convenes a strategic meeting with the wise Baron Heinel and an unknown confidant to discuss the unfolding war against Ravnoma's army. The conversation begins with an assessment of Count Gaithar's swift territorial conquests, which will not be diverted northward anytime soon. With this intelligence, The trio shifts their attention to the remnants of Ravnoma's forces in the west and the dwarf liberation front lurking behind them. Vayezid is cautioned that before making further advances, they must first address the threats closer at hand. As Vayezid's thoughts begin to swirl, he can't help but feel the weight of his own doubts and insecurities bearing down on him. Frustration and disappointment seep into his words as he confesses that he's down to his last hope, willing to bet on himself alone. The title of Baron Heinel's family's newest squire hangs heavy in the air, a constant reminder of Vayezid's perceived inadequacy for the role. With a mix of trepidation and resignation, he apologizes if his opinions sound harsh, aware of the potential consequences of speaking his mind. And yet, despite this caution, Vayezid reveals his growing disillusionment with the knight's achievements, his faith in their abilities all but lost. As Stephen, now known as Vayezid, strolls through the lower path, he can't help but be reminded of the sense of duty that weighs heavily on his shoulders. His gaze falls upon the western knights, and a pang of dissatisfaction strikes him, for he feels he hasn't lived up to his responsibilities as a knight in training. The memory of a past failure in the north haunts him still, where he didn't fulfill his duties as he should have. The constant attacks on the north and its respected reputation serve only to further fuel Vayezid's sense of inadequacy. And yet, the cold northern winds that bite at his heart are nothing compared to the discrimination he faces from central authorities, a bitter reminder of the constraints that bind him. As the northern knight's bravery is praised, the gaze shifts to the uncertain horizon ahead. The north, once a bastion of toughness, has lost its edge, leaving only whispers of its former glory. Meanwhile, the Westerner's pioneering spirit continues to blaze like a beacon, illuminating the stark contrast between these two regions. Baron Heinel's cautionary words hang in the air, urging Vayezid not to underestimate the gravity of their situation. With determination etched on his face, Vayezid acknowledges the truth. The north is no longer what it once was. Yet a glimmer of hope flickers, hinting that there are still sparks of strength hidden within the land waiting to be fanned into flames. As a new dawn breaks on the horizon, Vayezid steps into the frame, drawn in by the commotion unfolding before him. Confusion etches its way across his face as he asks around about the gathering, sensing that something out of the ordinary is taking place. The crowd, entranced by free entertainment, continues to swell, with people naturally gravitating towards the spectacle. As Stephen, also known as Vayezid, stands amidst the chaos, he can't help but reflect on his numerous failed attempts to tame a wild horse. He remembers covering its eyes, pulling it with all his might, and even resorting to emotional pleas, all met with failure. The most recent attempt left him sprawled on the ground, the horse's struggles proving too much for him to handle. Watching from afar is a crowd of onlookers, seemingly entertained by Vayezid's misadventures. Meanwhile, Baron Heinel expresses confusion about the commotion, wondering why such a large gathering would be drawn to what appears to be a trivial matter. As Vayezid stands waiting, it becomes clear that his actions have attracted more attention than intended, perhaps more than he'd care to admit. As Vayezid witnessed Gemina's preparations for battle, he was struck by her unwavering determination and confidence. Her dedication to their cause was palpable, and he couldn't help but admire the trouble she had taken on his behalf. But as he called out to join her in combat, a sense of turmoil began to brew within him. His thoughts were consumed by cryptic messages, whispers of Lwalik vor remu AIs echoing through his mind like a siren's call. The darkness gathering around them seemed to mirror the turmoil raging within Vayezid, as he struggled to reconcile his feelings for Gemina with the weight of authority bearing down on him. As Vayezid confronts the ferocious horse, he's initially taken aback by its sudden movement, covering itself with its body. His initial reaction is one of surprise and discomfort, acknowledging that the horse is even scarier up close. But instead of letting fear get the better of him, his friend or peer shares a similar sentiment, expressing their unease. Vayezid refuses to let fear dictate his actions, declaring he won't back down, and takes a deep breath, puffing out his chest as he stands tall. With renewed determination, he makes a bold declaration about wanting to be worthy of standing by Vlad's side. Just as it seems like he's about to bask in the glow of triumph, Baron Heinel or another authority figure appears, ordering Vayezid to come this way, potentially interrupting his moment of triumph. As Vayezid gallops into the city on horseback, he's met with a mixture of surprise and concern from Bibai. Cliff-Clop chimes in, criticizing Vayezid for not knowing the proper way to enter the city. But our impulsive hero is undeterred, excitement radiating from his very being as he finally sets foot within the city walls. Meanwhile, Baron Heinel's disapproving gaze suggests that Vayezid has grossly underestimated his mentor's expectations, setting the stage for a tense confrontation to come. As the scene fades to uncertainty, it becomes clear that Vayezid's actions have sparked a powder keg of potential conflict, threatening to ignite relationships and test the mettle of our protagonist in ways he never could have imagined. As Vayezid gallops through the streets of Squire, determination etched on his face, he suddenly finds himself drawn to a serene figure standing atop a hill, surrounded by an ethereal rose-shaped aura. Dismounting his steed, he approaches Gemina, the Lady of the Rose, who greets him with her characteristic calmness. Their conversation flows effortlessly as Vayezid's emotions begin to stir, revealing the depth of his inner turmoil and long-suppressed feelings. With each passing moment, he finds himself opening up to Gemina, who listens intently, offering words of comfort and reassurance. In this poignant exchange, Vayezid begins to confront his demons, ultimately finding solace in their connection as they share a profound moment of mutual understanding. As the festivities unfold, Gemina is hailed as the Lady in Red, surrounded by rose petals thrown by the street children in a display of adoration. Vayezid approaches, visibly captivated by her majesty, and asks about the meticulous planning that has gone into this grand celebration. With a knowing smile, Gemina invites him to watch closely, hinting at a surprise or an extraordinary revelation. As she concludes, "One will never see anything like this again, even if they had all the money in the world," Vayezid's eyes remain fixed on her, reflecting his sense of awe and wonder. As the day unfolds in Squire, a sense of excitement fills the air. For Vayezid, this is a momentous occasion, one that he never thought would come to pass. With Gemina by his side, he's been overlooked and underappreciated for so long, but today everything changes. The people of the neighborhood are gathered around, their eyes fixed on him with admiration. It's as if they're all trying to get a glimpse of something remarkable, something that Vayezid has achieved. And then, in a dramatic flourish, he stands tall, his confidence and pride radiating outward like ripples on a pond. The crowd surges around him, celebrating this special day, and for the first time, Vayezid feels truly seen and appreciated. As darkness looms, a dire warning sets the tone for the horrific event that is about to unravel. In an instant, chaos erupts as bodies lie bloodied across the ground, the protagonists gaze frozen in shock and horror at the carnage before them. The aftermath of the attack unfolds in gruesome detail, with more victims and destruction left in its wake. The protagonist's voice echoes through the silence, their emotions overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the brutality that has unfolded. As the cryptic message from the great Swordmaster echoes through the air, a sense of foreboding settles over the landscape. A flashback sequence reveals Lord Joseph Vayezid's warning to our protagonist about the dangers of awakening an ancient power, leaving us wondering what horrors lie in store. But before we can process this ominous revelation, the scene cuts back to the present, where one of the fallen knights is suddenly and inexplicably awakened. But this is no ordinary knight, for it is clear that they are not human. As if to further solidify the sense of dread, the awakened entity speaks of being torn asunder by the great Swordmaster and of a perfect dragon plummeting towards the earth, casting a shadow over the world. The stage is set for a dramatic and intense tale of adventure and danger, with our protagonist at its center, poised on the brink of an epic journey. In a world where destruction lingers, the echoes of a fallen dragon still resonate. A poetic description sets the tone as drops of blood fall, giving rise to the scattered remnants of the beast. The once mighty creatures now lay crippled, their wings shattered, scales broken, and eyes blinded by the cataclysmic event that ravaged their kind. Yet, amidst this devastation, a glimmer of hope emerges as one of these forgotten dragons suddenly remembers its true form, a dragon with legs. As the scene concludes, a dramatic splash page leaves readers stunned, wondering what implications this revelation will hold for the protagonist and the world they inhabit. As the Stellar Swordmaster's words echo in his mind, the knight in training is struck by the realization that true strength lies not in external power, but in self-discipline and control. He ponders the profound wisdom of a philosophical quote, which reminds him that no one else can make choices for him. The burden of decision-making rests squarely on his shoulders. The weight of responsibility threatens to crush him, yet another wise saint urges him to bear it alone, acknowledging that there are moments when he must stand tall and face the consequences of his actions. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, the protagonist's introspective gaze drifts inward, seeking answers to the age-old questions. Who is he truly, and what kind of person does he aspire to become? As Count Gaidar's words hung in the air, the young knight in training was faced with a daunting task: eradicate every last remnant of the Orphan liberation front. His eyes scanned the parchment bearing the Count's seal, his expression a mixture of uncertainty and trepidation. The weight of responsibility settled upon him, but just as he seemed to be wavering, Sir Zayar intervened, his tone laced with concern and inquiry. The protagonist stood tall, asserting his independence from Lord Joseph Vayezid, a move that hinted at the seeds of conflict sown between mentor and student. As the drama unfolds, a conflicted knight in training finds himself torn between his loyalty to his lord and his moral compass. The scene opens with an air of urgency, setting the tone for the turmoil that is about to ensue. As he observes refugees being brutally slaughtered by their own army, led by an unnamed count, our protagonist cannot help but question whether this is a genuine order from Lord Joseph Vayezid. But when stern warnings of treasonous thoughts are issued, he is faced with a difficult decision: obey the order and condone the slaughter of innocent lives, or defy it and risk everything for his own moral principles. With his aura status and body armor abilities at his disposal, this young knight must now weigh the consequences of his actions, torn between his duty to his lord and his sense of justice. As the protagonist stands still, their mind racing with thoughts of Jorge, the weight of Lord Joseph Vayezid's message settles heavily upon them. The duty of a knight in training is clear, obedience is paramount. Yet the memory of old Ramon's words a true knight serves without question echoes in their mind, challenging their loyalty to Jorge. Torn between the two paths, the protagonist's inner struggle begins. Will they stand by their friend or heed the call of duty? The outcome hangs precariously in the balance as the protagonist's determination and impulsiveness collide, threatening to upend their very sense of self. As Gaidar stands before Lord Joseph Vayezid, it's clear that he's fallen short of expectations. With a humble apology, he vows to improve, but his determination is put to the test as old Ramond and Sir Zayar join the training session. The mentors offer words of encouragement, guiding Gaidar through swordsmanship exercises and teaching him how to harness his aura and activate his body armor. But even with constructive criticism, Gaidar's impulsive nature still lingers, leaving him looking determined to prove himself worthy in the eyes of Lord Joseph Vayezid. As Lord Joseph Vayezid convened to address his growing concerns, whispers of potential threats from the iron-fisted warlord and Baron Upman hung heavy in the air. Suspicious activity had been reported among Baron Upman's ranks, casting a shadow over the once peaceful lands. Meanwhile, the protagonist, honing their skills under the watchful eyes of seasoned mentors Sir Zayar and old Ramond, was presented with a report detailing the current state of the Vayezid family's knights. No significant changes since the last report. Lord Joseph Vayezid's expectations were clear. He expected his young knight in training to rise to the challenge, perhaps alongside their peers. The stage was set for a tale of duty, loyalty, and the forging of destinies as the protagonist stood poised on the precipice of a grand adventure. As the weight of the Vayezid family name settles upon its younger generation, a sense of stagnation hangs in the air like a misty veil. Flashbacks reveal that power has yet to shift hands, and the burden of legacy weighs heavily on those who aspire to claim their place among the esteemed ranks of Vayezid knights. Among this group of newly appointed warriors, Rutger stands out as a beacon of distinction, his unique presence a stark contrast to the sea of anonymous faces surrounding him. Meanwhile, Lord Joseph Vayezid's solemn request for forgiveness echoes through the halls, hinting at a failure to meet expectations that threatens to shatter the fragile sense of unity within this noble family. As the darkness of night descends upon House Vayezid, a sense of unease settles within its walls. The protagonist's mind is consumed by whispers of an unusual development, their thoughts racing with questions and doubts. They ponder sharing their concerns with Lord Joseph Vayezid, but dismiss it as trivial, unsure if the matter warrants attention. Meanwhile, a squire from the esteemed family has begun to make a name for themselves, piquing the protagonist's interest. As they struggle to decipher the meaning behind this new development, they resolve to keep a watchful eye on events unfolding within the household. As rumors swirl about his impressive display of summoning an aura at the honored duel in Durmur, the protagonist's reputation begins to take shape. A flashback reveals his first appearance on that fateful day where whispers of fabrication or cover-up spread among onlookers. Meanwhile, Lord Joseph Vayezid watches with interest, hinting at high expectations from him. Amidst this backdrop, two characters discuss the protagonist's abilities and potential as a knight in training, casting doubt on his legitimacy. This scene sets the stage for the protagonist's journey, highlighting his reputation, connections to powerful figures, and inner struggles with self-doubt. As the protagonist's thoughts drift back to a daring young man, his eyes cloud with emotion as he recalls the memory. The name echoes through his mind like a whispered secret. Ah, yes, that was the name. Tears well up, and for a fleeting moment his face is transformed by the intensity of his feelings. But then reality crashes down like a cold wind, shattering the illusion. He rejects the notion, shaking his head in defiance. No, that's impossible. The scene lingers on the protagonist's conflicted expression, a testament to the turmoil brewing within him as he struggles to reconcile past and present, love and logic. As the sun dips below the horizon, our protagonist's thoughts are consumed by the echoes of past encounters, particularly those with Sir Zaire and old Ramond. The prospect of a rival or adversary looms in the shadows, weighing heavily on their mind. But it's not just the threat that occupies them. They can't shake off the allure of someone they once saw, a potential that still lingers like an untold tale. Is this person still alive? The question taunts them, as if the very fate of their journey hangs in the balance. The protagonist's thoughts are interrupted by old Ramond's stern reminder to focus on their training, which Sir Zaire will help with in the morning, followed by a session with old Ramond himself to hone their aura and body armor skills. As they commit themselves to this path, one can't help but wonder what lies ahead for our protagonist, and who might be waiting in the wings to challenge them. As the sun dips below the horizon, our protagonist can't help but feel the weight of exhaustion and frustration bearing down on him. His day has been a grueling one, spent training tirelessly under the watchful eye of old Ramond. His words hang heavy in the air as he confesses to Sir Zaire that he's killing himself with his dedication. But the veteran knight isn't having it, scolding our protagonist for being ungrateful and lucky to have Lord Joseph Vayezid at their disposal. The young trainee explains that his struggles are driven by a sense of duty, an obligation to prove himself worthy in the eyes of his lord. Just as the tension reaches a boiling point, old Ramond arrives on the scene, sensing something amiss. He probes for answers, asking about the day's progress and what's behind the protagonist's emotional baggage. And with that, our story ends, leaving us wondering how this young knight will find the strength to push forward in the face of adversity. As the unexpected arrival of Lord Joseph Vayezid disrupts the tranquility of the protagonist's surroundings, a sense of importance settles over the air. With a hint of urgency in his tone, Lord Joseph reveals that a special stable has been constructed for the protagonist's esteemed horse, a testament to the trust placed in their capable hands. The implicit question lingers: can this young knight in training shoulder the added responsibilities of caring for their noble steed? As Lord Joseph presses them to discuss matters with haste, the gravity of their role begins to take shape, setting the stage for a journey that will test their mettle as they strive to become a true knight. As Lord Joseph summons the young knight in training, a sense of unease settles over them, their nerves visibly on edge as they await his words. But little do they know their world is about to take a drastic turn when Lord Joseph announces that he intends to lift their probation, sparking a maelstrom of emotions within the protagonist's turbulent mind. The weight of this revelation sends them hurtling into a state of anger and defensiveness, lashing out at Baron Upman, though physically absent from the scene, in a display of impulsive behavior that betrays their inner turmoil. As our story unfolds, we find the protagonists delving into an ancient tome, their brow furrowed with concern. A particular passage catches their eye, prompting a muttered, "This clearly isn't going to be something pleasant." The weight of the words seems to sink in as they ponder their meaning, lost in thought. But just as it appears they are on the verge of uncovering a dark truth, a sudden knock at the door shatters the silence. A messenger arrives, bearing an urgent message that brings both curiosity and trepidation to the protagonist's face. As Joseph Vayezid, Lord of Vayezid, stood on Baron Upman's estate in town, his gaze fell upon Vlad of Sparrow with a mixture of displeasure and curiosity. "You defied my order to not rescue the children," he stated sternly, his words piercing the air like a cold wind. Vlad confirmed the accusation, his expression steady as he asked if that was indeed correct. Joseph's response was measured, yet his tone betrayed a hint of tension in that case. He paused, collecting his thoughts before posing a hypothetical scenario. Suppose Vlad found himself in a similar situation again in the future. Would he still disregard his orders, or would loyalty prevail? The question hung in the air like a challenge as Joseph's eyes bore into Vlad's very soul, seeking an answer that only time would tell. As Vlad of Squire, we see the threads of his past weaving together like a tapestry, revealing the fabric of his unwavering loyalty to House Vayezid. In a flashback sequence, we find ourselves transported to a time when Vlad first entered the service of Joseph Vayezid, Lord of Vayezid, and his family. We see him interact with Rutger Vayezid, Larman Zayar, and Lindworm, each moment showcasing his dedication to serving the house with unshakable commitment. A promise is made, one that binds Vlad to Joseph. He vows not to lie under any circumstances. As the flashback fades into the present, we see Vlad's mind drifting back to those pivotal moments in his past, reflecting on how his actions were guided by a singular desire to serve House Vayezid, an allegiance that echoes through his varied being. As Vlad stands before Bishop Pierre, the solemn atmosphere is palpable as the cleric presents him with a sacred armor adorned with symbols of honor, conscience, and guidance. The bishop explains that this mystical relic will serve as a compass, guiding Vlad in times of uncertainty and helping him uphold a clear conscience in his actions. With a sense of reverence, Vlad is instructed to pray for the armor's power to help him find his own path and remain true to himself. As he accepts the sacred armor, Vlad embodies the values it represents, symbolizing his commitment to using its power for good. As Joseph Vayezid stands poised, a mysterious figure emerges with an ornate box, adorned with intricate designs. The box yields a suit of armor, a surprise that leaves Joseph hesitant to accept the generous offer from San Racino. Rutger's arrival sparks curiosity about the new armor, prompting Joseph to reveal his trepidation. Vlad Square's entrance injects a sense of intrigue as he notes Joseph's reluctance to part with the armor, prompting a nostalgic reflection on the Lord's past. As the scene unfolds, the spotlight remains fixed on Joseph Vayezid as he weighs the value of the armor against the memories it holds dear. As Vlad of Sparrow stands firm, he's confronted by Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar, who level accusations of heresy against him. The air is thick with tension as they approach, their expressions grave and serious. Bishop Pierre demands to know if Vlad has anything to say for himself, implying that they've uncovered incriminating evidence. Vlad remains calm, responding with a nonchalant pardon, "Sir, that belies the gravity of the situation." Stephen Gaidar takes a step closer, his face stern, and urges Vlad to take a closer look at something, but it's unclear what exactly he wants him to examine. Unfazed, Vlad proudly declares himself the defender of children, revealing a sense of purpose and duty that drives him. As Vlad of Sparrow receives a cryptic message, his curiosity is piqued and he sets out to unravel the mystery. A hooded figure approaches him, whispering your path before vanishing into the shadows, leaving Vlad with an air of anticipation. Undeterred, he begins asking around about the symbol on the hat, driven by a thirst for knowledge. The search ultimately leads him to a hidden path behind a waterfall, which appears to be his intended destination. In the grandeur of the iron-fisted warlord's court, a lavish ceremony unfolds, showcasing the opulence and prestige of the ruling family. Amidst the splendor, Volkov Varanov takes center stage as the rightful heir to the throne, receiving nods of respect from various figures in attendance. Notably, Joseph Vayezid approaches Volkov with Rutger Vayezid by his side, acknowledging the young heir's status. Meanwhile, Larmund, an aged and seasoned knight, observes with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, hinting at potential tensions or conflicts to come. Zayar, associated with Vayezid, is also present, possibly representing another faction or interest within the ceremony. The enigmatic Lindworm, the White Dragon's remnant, looms in the background, casting an air of mystery and potentially foreshadowing events to unfold. Rounding out the gathering is Bishop Pierre, the Vatican representative, whose brief appearance may hint at alliances between religious and secular powers. As the urgency of the situation becomes clear, Joseph Vayezid's exclamation shatters the calm, alerting Vlad and his companions to the rapid approach of Lindworm, a White Dragon remnant. Larmund and Zayar quickly assess the threat, urging haste in their response as Stephen Gaidar joins the group, prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre arrives on the scene, attempting to reason with them against confronting the beast. The tension escalates further with the arrival of Volkov Varanov, intent on exploiting the situation for his own gain. As Lindworm draws closer, the group readies themselves for battle, their determination and resolve set against the formidable foe that looms before them. As the battle for the enemy's stronghold begins, Stephen Gaidar receives orders from Joseph Vayezid to lead the charge and capture the fortified position. Despite his internal struggles and doubts that surface through flashbacks and inner monologues, Stephen rallies his troops and leads them into the fray, giving orders and directing their movements with precision. Rutger Vayezid and Zayar fight bravely alongside him as they face fierce resistance from the enemy. Just as it seems like all hope is lost, Lindworm, the White Dragon, appears on the battlefield, seemingly joining Stephen's side. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre watches from a distance, weighing his options for intervention. As the battle rages on, Stephen's army manages to gain ground, ultimately securing control of the stronghold and capturing Volkov Varanov, the iron-fisted warlord's eldest son and rightful heir. As Vlad of Squire and his companions arrived at Lord Joseph Vayezid's estate, an air of tension hung heavy in the atmosphere. The meeting between these powerful figures was about to unfold, with the fate of the White Dragon Lindworm hanging precariously in the balance. Vlad presented Lindworm as a prisoner before Lord Vayezid, sparking a heated debate among the gathered characters. Lord Vayezid proposed that they hand over Lindworm or face the consequences, prompting disagreement from Vlad's companions. Bishop Pierre intervened, urging caution and suggesting diplomacy over conflict, but Volkov Varanov advocated for violence against Lindworm, further straining the meeting. As the tension escalated, Lord Vayezid threatened to take drastic action if his demands were not met, leaving everyone on edge as the scene came to a close. As the battle between Lindworm and Vlad of Squire rages on, the White Dragon's agility is put to the ultimate test. With lightning-quick reflexes, Lindworm dodges Vlad's spear at an unexpected distance, leaving the Swordmaster stunned by its exceptional speed. Recognizing the dragon's incredible prowess, Vlad acknowledges that it is the fastest he has ever seen, a testament to Lindworm's remarkable abilities. As the scene comes to a close, Lindworm's name is invoked, further emphasizing its significance in this high-stakes confrontation. The outcome of the battle hangs precariously in the balance, leaving viewers on the edge of their seats as they eagerly await the next development. As Rutger Vayezid led his group of knights, they expertly surrounded Lindworm, the White Dragon, trapping it in a calculated maneuver. With precise instructions, Rutger directed his men to block any possible escape routes, their formation a testament to their training and discipline. Undeterred, Lindworm struggled against its captors, but the knights' strategic positioning proved too formidable, and the dragon was unable to break free from its confinement. As the air grew thick with anticipation, Lindworm, a formidable remnant of a fallen dragon, prepared to unleash its deadly breath upon Rutger Vayezid, a stalwart Vayezid knight. With unwavering resolve, Rutger sensed the impending threat and positioned himself to defend against the attack. "Not on my watch," he declared, his voice echoing through the air as he readied himself for battle. Lindworm struck first, but Rutger stood firm, his determination and strength on full display as he battled valiantly against the dragon's relentless assault. As tensions simmered, a gathering of high-ranking officials from both the Vayezid and Gaidar families convened in a meeting room, with Vlad of Squire at its center. Joseph Vayezid's agitated demeanor mirrored that of his brother Rutger, whilst they stood ready to strike. Old Knight Lormond attempted to intervene, but his words fell on deaf ears as the air grew thick with hostility. Suddenly Lindworm, a white dragon remnant, materialized, its presence sending shockwaves through the assembly. The room erupted into chaos as the two families began arguing and shouting, drawing swords in a desperate bid for dominance. As order descended into anarchy, Vlad stepped forward to restore calm, but it was too late. Violence had already taken hold, leaving only destruction and despair in its wake. As Vlad of Squire pores over a map, his determination to track down their elusive target is palpable. But his companions, Joseph Vayezid and Rutger Vayezid, are growing increasingly frustrated, expressing doubt about their chances of success. Rutger's concerns are echoed by Lormond, who urges the group to remain optimistic, citing past close calls with the mysterious entity. As Vlad's internal struggles become apparent, his thoughts take on a surreal quality, featuring a fantastical creature and a cryptic message. However, it seems that this moment of introspection has sparked a newfound resolve within him, as he appears to refocus his efforts, ready to tackle the challenges ahead once more. Stephen and Vlad sit down for a seemingly casual tea. A subtle dance of power and intrigue unfolds. Stephen begins by praising Vlad's mother's refined taste in tea, eliciting a compliment from his host. But beneath the cordial conversation, hidden agendas simmer to the surface. Stephen hints that there is more at stake than just small talk, his words dripping with underlying tension. Vlad, too, senses the undercurrents and responds with calculated ease, maintaining the veneer of friendship while probing for weaknesses. As Vlad arrives at the meeting with his brother Joseph, an undercurrent of unease lingers in the air, with Vlad's words hinting at a sense of tension between them. When asked why they are strangers to each other, Joseph's response implies a rift that has grown over time, leaving Vlad feeling defensive and on edge. But just as the conversation threatens to devolve into hostility, Vlad drops a bombshell: the barbarian Lindworm was telling the truth about something. The revelation leaves Joseph stunned and incredulous, his expression a picture of shock and disbelieving wonder. As the sun dips into the horizon, casting a golden glow over the campsite, an enigmatic figure emerges from the shadows. Vlad of Squire, shrouded in mystery, approaches Joseph Vayezid and his knights with a message that will shake their very foundations. With hands trembling slightly, the unknown messenger hands over a parchment adorned with cryptic symbols and words, hinting at a catastrophic event on the horizon. As the knights study the message, their confusion is palpable, but one thing becomes clear: the approaching dragon, Lindworm, looms large, threatening to upend the balance of power in this world. In the frozen wastelands of the north, a legend has long been whispered among the people, that of the Low Worm, a behemoth dragon feared for its ruthless swiftness. But as the seasons change, an unexpected anomaly appears. The Low Worm's activity is not limited to winter alone. This peculiar phenomenon sparks a sense of unease among those who know its wrath, hinting at potential changes on the horizon. Meanwhile, a recent deathworm incident adds a layer of complexity to this enigmatic equation, as if something has shifted in the balance of power. As the whispers of the Grey Orc's fallen comrades spread like wildfire, a sense of urgency gripped the minds of the noble warriors. The focal character, a seasoned warrior with battle-hardened instincts, gathered with trusted allies to discuss the looming threat posed by the Lindworm. With its taste for blood already confirmed, the beast's aggression was deemed a pressing concern that demanded swift action. But tracking its elusive movements proved daunting. thanks to its remarkable speed and agility. Enter Count, whose strategic mind proposed a bold solution, a coordinated hunt, bolstered by Squire's might and reconnaissance efforts from reliable scouts in the skies above. As a sense of unease settles over the land, a message arrives warning that all activity in the area is being closely monitored. The warrior or noble in question expresses skepticism about the reliability of this information, questioning the support of their loyal knights. Just as doubts begin to creep in, a mysterious figure appears, seemingly omniscient, and offers guidance on how to navigate the treacherous situation ahead. With an air of calm authority, this enigmatic figure reveals that only one knight will be needed to address the looming threat, leaving our protagonists stunned and perplexed. As they struggle to comprehend this unexpected revelation, the mysterious figure advises them to rally all their knights under their command, setting the stage for a pivotal conflict or challenge that will test the mettle of our leader. As the warrior's words spilled out in a dry, matter-of-fact tone, it became clear that they were not one for subtlety or diplomacy. With a dash of sarcasm, they declared swords superior to deathworms against Lindworms, betraying an air of impatience and an eagerness to take action without consulting others. The unknown individual's inquiry about the target of their ire only served to heighten curiosity, as it became apparent that this warrior had not sought permission or support before taking matters into their own hands. As the curtain rises, we are met with an enigmatic phrase, "It's been a while." The air is thick with anticipation as our protagonist steps into view. Their confidence stands a testament to their unyielding resolve. With the caption, "There stands the hanging precariously in the balance," we're left wondering just what kind of grandeur this individual embodies. But before we can fully grasp their essence, a dramatic introduction throws us for a loop, Jikigis D. Kagan Hunter in the North. The sheer audacity of this declaration sets our senses ablaze with tension and intrigue. As the protagonist quips, "Thes ila ap," roughly translating to "This is quite an interesting situation," we're struck by their quick wit and biting sarcasm. And just as we're left pondering the implications of this peculiar exchange, the scene fades to black, leaving us clamoring for more. As the conversation with Vlad unfolded, the protagonist casually mentioned their impending departure for over a month, leaving Vlad to manage the workload solo. Vlad's response was one of pride and admiration, celebrating the protagonist's growth. Meanwhile, an unexpected letter or message arrived, bearing words of praise and approval. The protagonist's emotions shifted, and they found themselves transported back in time, recalling a figure who had been absent for over a decade. With unguarded vulnerability, they shared their thoughts with Vlad, revealing the lingering connection to this enigmatic woman. As the focal character begins to reminisce about their past, a veil of uncertainty shrouds their memories like a fog. They struggle to recall fragments of their childhood, uttering words that fade away into the darkness of their mind. "I hardly remember my." But then, like a beacon piercing through the mist, the face of Countess flashes vividly in their thoughts, a connection so strong it pierces their very soul. The memories flood back, revealing a person who refused to abandon them even in the most desperate of circumstances, a bond forged in fire and tempered with loyalty. Yet, just as the fog begins to clear, another figure emerges, shrouded in mystery, their mother. The focal character's thoughts hang suspended, leaving us wondering what secrets lie hidden behind the veil of forgotten memories. As San presents the Countess with her third crest, a subtle tone of accomplishment fills the air. "All done," San says with a flourish, but the Countess isn't having it. She teases San about her sewing skills, poking fun at her friend's humble claim that the crest looks fine. San tries to deflect the comment, but the Countess is quick-witted, calling out her bluff with ease. As they engage in a conversation about Vararuyung, their friendly banter reveals a deep understanding and shared experience between them. As the stone door looms in the background, the air is thick with tension as Countess and Vayezid face off against each other. The Countess's accusatory words hang in the air like a challenge, and Vayezid's defenses begin to rise. But just as it seems like things are about to escalate further, our mediator intervenes, diffusing the situation with their quick wit and sharp tongue. With a few clever remarks, they turn the tables on the Countess, leaving her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Vayezid's son becomes agitated, but our hero remains calm and composed, using their swordsmanship skills to diffuse the tension and bring about a peaceful resolution. As the dust settles, it becomes clear that this was just a handkerchief situation, a trivial dispute that could have easily spiraled out of control if not for our mediator's expertise in conflict resolution. As the unnamed warrior or noble engages with an enigmatic woman, a playful and flirtatious exchange unfolds. Accused of using a silk handkerchief to wipe his nose, the protagonist responds with wit and sarcasm, bantering back at the woman's teasing remarks. But instead of defending himself, he takes the initiative, crafting a new handkerchief on the spot and presenting it to the woman as a gift. Her impressed reaction is met with a playful remark from the protagonist, hinting at his protective nature and ability to use humor to diffuse tense situations. With the woman's departure, this light-hearted encounter leaves us with a glimpse into the protagonist's personality and relationships, showcasing his quick thinking and strategic problem-solving skills in a more personal context. As the dimly lit room casts a somber atmosphere, our mysterious figure stands tall, scrutinizing a small package with an air of skepticism. "Dirty work," is their sarcastic remark, implying they were not eager to take on this task. Their curiosity piqued, they notice the Countess's name embroidered on the package, sparking interest. As they unwrap the contents, their gaze lingers around the room, hinting at potential listeners or eavesdroppers. With the package finally revealed, the focal characters' thoughts and intentions remain shrouded in uncertainty, leaving us to wonder what their next move will be. As the unexpected gift lay before them, a cascade of questions and reflections began to unfold. Initially, they had requested only one thing, but instead received three, an enigmatic arrangement that sparked curiosity. The giver's motives, once shrouded in mystery, were now subject to scrutiny. Could it be that this benevolent soul was demonstrating consideration for their lordship? But no, the protagonist swiftly dismissed this notion, citing a more sinister connection between two specific individuals within House Vayezid, a barbarian warrior, and an old knight whose presence seemed to defy logic. As the Countess speaks, her words reveal a plan that weighs heavily on the warrior/noble's shoulders. With a raised eyebrow, she mentions the potential of the knight and barbarian now entrusted to his care, despite lacking authority over them. The noble's skepticism is palpable as he questions their willingness to follow orders, having once sworn allegiance to the former family head. The Countess offers sage advice, suggesting a softer approach with the knight, hinting that diplomacy may be key. Left standing alone, the warrior/noble appears perplexed and frustrated, his thoughts consumed by the daunting task ahead. As the warrior/noble escapes the dungeon, he can't help but marvel at the old man's resilience, expressing genuine relief that his companion has survived against all odds. The old man, however, is quick to turn the tables, his sarcasm dripping as he returns the compliment, remarking on the warrior's own good fortune in making it out alive. Their banter takes a darker turn when the warrior/noble teases the old man about his foul odor, implying that he smells like death itself. The old man's response is both poignant and unsettling as he asks if the warrior would be willing to bury him, hinting at his own mortality. As the snow-covered field stretches out before him, our warrior's keen senses are drawn to an unsettling aroma, the unmistakable scent of blood. With caution he approaches the figure, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he asks, "What are you?" "A wolf." The question is laced with suspicion and preparedness for potential danger. But instead of aggression, the figure responds with surprise and curiosity, inquiring how our investigator can detect such a potent smell amidst the serene winter landscape. Undeterred, the warrior presses on, drawing closer to the mysterious figure, his resolve strengthened by each passing moment. As the dust settles on the ravaged landscape, our protagonist surveys the devastating aftermath of a brutal conflict between two tribes. "You were right," they remark, referencing an earlier conversation that foreshadowed this very outcome. The extent of the violence is laid bare, with vivid descriptions painting a gruesome picture. There was a real bloodbath here. Just as the gravity of the situation begins to sink in, a neighboring tribe approaches, prompting our protagonist to ask if they are part of their people, hinting at a possible connection between the two tribes. The leader of this new tribe reveals that they knew each other before, but their tribes have since drifted apart. However, our protagonist's concerns about the implications of this neighboring tribe's presence so far south are palpable, but if they've come this far south, as it becomes clear that both tribes have moved further south, the stage is set for a new chapter in their tumultuous relationship, one that may bring forth fresh conflicts or unexpected alliances. As the warrior examines the strange marks on the ground, a sense of unease settles in. The brutal massacre unfolding before them defies all logic, leaving only questions in its wake. How could the northern tribes, once a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, resort to such atrocities without a shred of provocation? Their skepticism is echoed by the Countess, who posits that the days of bloody warfare are long gone, and there must be another explanation for this carnage. But just as they begin to piece together the puzzle, an unwelcome intrusion shatters the tension, leaving our focal character to confront the unknown with a growing sense of trepidation. In a whirlwind of chaos, a warrior of noble bearing stood poised, sword at the ready, as two adversaries, Dunayong Mandu and Yajin, clashed in a frenzy of heated words. The air was thick with tension as the three individuals converged, the focal character's sharp mind racing to assess the situation and devise a plan to diffuse the escalating conflict. With a masterful stroke of wit, they injected a dash of humor into the tense atmosphere, attempting to redirect the conversation towards a peaceful resolution. As Mercia Dragulia, captain of the Dragon Slayers, led her companions through the treacherous landscape, the worsening blizzard served only to heighten their sense of urgency. Her keen eyes scanned the horizon, finally landing on the imposing Burnham fortress, a beacon of significance in this unforgiving environment. With a nod, she directed her companions towards the fortress, where the flags of the Dragon Slayer Order and other allied factions flapped defiantly in the wind, a testament to their determination and strength. As Mercia Dragulia and her companions arrived at their destination, they were met with an air of mystery and intrigue. The flag bearing an unknown emblem caught Mercia's attention, sparking curiosity as they approached the entrance. Suddenly, they were greeted by an enigmatic figure representing the central authorities, whose words hinted at a deeper purpose behind their arrival. As the curtain opens, we're transported back in time to a crest that holds great significance, the symbol of the Dragon Slayers proudly displayed on a wall. Suddenly, Mercia Dragulia strides into view, her leather armor emblazoned with the esteemed emblem of the order. With an air of confidence and authority, she reveals herself as captain of the Dragon Slayers, heir to the powerful Dragon Blood warlord. The stage is set for her mission to hunt down the elusive Lindworm, but a rival force lurks in the shadows, the personal knight corps of the Dragon Blood warlord. A display of their insignia hints at a potential conflict brewing between these two factions. As Mercia prepares to embark on her perilous quest, a shadowy figure watches from the darkness, foreshadowing the challenges that lie ahead for this fearless leader and her loyal feline companion by her side. As the news spreads through the castle walls, Mercia Dragulia, captain of the esteemed Dragon Slayers, is summoned to a meeting with Lord Rutger, where she's informed that the very same organization has arrived at her doorstep, dispatched by the central authorities no less. With a mix of curiosity and skepticism, Mercia inquires about their true intentions, only to be met with half-truths from Lord Rutger, whose naivety suggests an ignorance that may not be entirely innocent. As Mercia ponders the situation, her assertive personality takes center stage as she issues a stern directive, hinting at a willingness to take matters into her own hands and potentially sparking a conflict between herself and the Dragon Slayers. In a realm where dragons roam, a mysterious force emerges to tame the flames. Who are the Dragon Slayers? A question that echoes through the ages. The answer lies with a group of noble knights sworn to hunt down these legendary beasts and vanquish them from the land. With the Emperor's blessing, they wield authority unmatched, their legitimacy rooted in the imperial hierarchy. At the helm stands Mercia Dragulia, captain of the Dragon Slayers, her noble bloodline forging a path of duty and honor. As law permits, she and her comrades are free to shape the fate of dragons, setting the stage for Mercia's adventures to come. As captain of the dragon slayers, Mercia Dregulia surveys the imposing Burnham fortress, her expression a testament to her awe at the unyielding resolve of its defenders. Not only has the fortress been ravaged by flames on countless occasions, but it continues to rise from the ashes, a potent symbol of the Vayezid family's unwavering determination in the face of adversity. The scars of past battles still linger, etched into the very fabric of the stronghold, yet its people remain steadfast, their defiance a beacon of hope against the forces that threaten to consume them. As the Dragon Slayer banner is planted in the heart of House Vayezid's territory, Lord Rutger's ire is ignited, his anger palpable as he confronts Mercia Dregulia and her team. Mercia, however, remains serene, greeting Lord Rutger with a pleasant tone that starkly contrasts with his obvious frustration. The tension is palpable as the Dragon Slayers' arrival is framed as an anticipated event, with the implication that they were summoned or invited to House Vayezid's territory. As the cryptic conversation between Mercia and Lord Rutger unfolds, she utters a seemingly nonsensical phrase, "CNT soft TTL," before departing, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and hinting at a larger plot unfolding in the shadows. As Mercia Dregulia, captain of the Dragon Slayers, emerged from the shadows of her chambers, a distinguished visitor was warmly welcomed by her gracious demeanour. Rutger Vayezid, commander of Burnhambiar's court, was introduced to Mercia as she extended her hand in a gesture of respect and hospitality. The formal atmosphere was palpable as Mercia spoke with poise and authority, expressing her honour at the esteemed visitor's presence. With Rutger's introduction, the intrigue began to unfold, hinting at a meeting of state or politics that would soon reveal its purpose. As the landscape stretches out before her, Captain Mercia Dregulia stands lost in thought, her mind consumed by whispers of a troubled past. A cryptic phrase echoes through the air, "What's going on?" as if her very sanity is unraveling. The memories of that fateful encounter with the deathworm linger, festering like an open wound. Her gaze drifts towards a mysterious figure in the distance, and her heart quickens its pace, betraying the composure she's so desperate to maintain. As her thoughts are hijacked by inner monologues, Mercia's vulnerability is exposed, revealing a complex character beneath the surface of her commanding exterior. As Mercia Dregulia's voice echoes through the darkness, a sense of foreboding settles over the landscape. It becomes clear that this is no ordinary gathering as she addresses her companions with an ominous tone. "Was I to you Dragon Slayers?" The weight of their past mistakes hangs heavy in the air as they reflect on the brutal necessity of their actions against the barbarians outside the Empire's borders. The Dragon Slayer Order's expertise in dragon hunting has been honed over centuries since its founding by the legendary king, and now Mercia sets her sights on the elusive Lindworm, the fastest creature among the remnants of the fallen dragon. With this knowledge, the captain's determination to track down her quarry becomes clear as she prepares to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As Captain Mercia paces among her team, a calculating glint in her eye, she outlines an unorthodox plan to lure the elusive Lindworm into their trap. Her words dripped with conviction as she proposed using the barbarians' bodies as bait, revealing a willingness to push boundaries to achieve victory. With each passing moment, her tone grew more assertive, showcasing her leadership prowess and unwavering confidence. The barbarian leader, caught in the crosshairs of her wrath, crumbled under Mercia's withering scorn. As the scene came full circle, Mercia's unyielding determination burned bright, a beacon illuminating her unshakable commitment to success. As Mercia Dregulia, captain of the Dragon Slayers, bursts into the midst of an older man's attempt to restrain her companion, the air is electric with tension. The old man, his eyes blazing with anger, threatens to snap her neck if she doesn't comply with his demands, but Mercia stands firm, refusing to back down. With a calculated tone, she acknowledges the old man's justified ire, yet cautions him that a true leader must choose their battles wisely. As the exchange escalates, the older man warns Mercia of her recklessness, cautioning that it will be her downfall, but she remains steadfast, unyielding in her conviction. As Mercia Dregulia, captain of the dragon slayers, walked through the land, she was met with an unexpected encounter, a mysterious stranger accompanied by a feline companion, who felt compelled to address her in a condescending tone. The individual's words struck a chord, and Mercia's assertive personality took center stage as she deftly navigated the tense exchange. As Captain Mercia stands before the sprawling map of the Empire, her eyes gleam with determination as she outlines the mission parameters for her trusty team. With precision, she assigns specific tasks to each member, emphasizing the importance of coordinated effort in their hunt for the elusive Lindworm. Her words are laced with the weight of past failures, where individual actions led to devastating consequences. But Mercia's leadership is not about imposing will. It's about inspiring perseverance and unity among her team. As she gazes out at her warriors, a young apprentice raises doubts about their chances of success, prompting Mercia to draw upon the Order's storied traditions and remind him that even in the face of uncertainty, collective strength can overcome any obstacle. With a resolute nod, Mercia leads the charge into the unknown, her team falling in line behind her as they embark on this perilous quest for the Lindworm. As Mercia Dragulia, captain of the Dragon Slayers, approaches a group of rebels who have raised a rival banner, tensions rise with each deliberate step. The rebels refuse to back down from their challenge, taunting Mercia about her family's legacy and her own leadership abilities. With her sword drawn, Mercia's emotions begin to simmer just below the surface as she confronts the rebel leader, a young woman who goads her with words of doubt. In a moment of utmost intensity, Mercia vows to find out who is behind this rebellion and put an end to their insubordination, leaving the scene hanging on a precipice of uncertainty. As Captain Mercia Dragulia led her men in removing the imperial seal from a building, a disapproving official confronted her about the unauthorized action. The officer demanded to know who had given Mercia permission to take such liberties, but she remained unapologetic, citing imperial law and her duty to the Empire as well as the Dragon Slayer Order. Despite the official's dissatisfaction with her explanation, Mercia stood firm in her decision-making authority, prioritizing her duty above all else. As Mercia Dragulia, captain of the Dragon Slayers, stands before the Swordmaster with unwavering confidence, she announces her intention to discuss a matter of great importance. Her eyes locked on hers, she requests permission to hunt down the elusive Lindworm, rumored to be hiding within the Empire's borders. The Swordmaster, however, is skeptical and demands that Mercia's master grant such permission, implying that she lacks authority in this matter. Undeterred, Mercia asserts her noble lineage and position as captain, citing her right to make decisions regarding dragon hunts. Despite her assertive tone, the Swordmaster remains unconvinced, leaving Mercia to offer additional information on the Lindworm's location and potential threats it poses. As the negotiations conclude with no clear outcome, Mercia is left wondering whether she will be granted permission to pursue the mighty beast. As the warning of disturbing imagery hangs in the air, Joseph Vayezid, the calculating emperor, is presented with a choice: cooperate with his interrogator or risk everything by refusing. His affirmative response comes with conditions, but it's clear that the interrogator is not interested in playing by the rules. As tensions rise, Joseph becomes increasingly firm in his refusal to cooperate, emphasizing the importance of proper protocol in a tense and ominous atmosphere. The negotiations are far from over, and the stakes are higher than ever before, threatening to have far-reaching consequences for the North. As Joseph Vayezid, the emperor, gazed at the map before him, his countenance betrayed a turmoil of emotions, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. His frustration and annoyance with the central authorities boiled over as he lashed out against their incompetence, lamenting their inability to work together effectively. The weight of his disappointment hung heavy in the air as he spoke, his words dripping with venomous resentment towards those who had failed him. As the air hangs heavy with anticipation, Emperor Joseph's calm demeanor belies the intensity of the moment. With an implicit order from his master still pending, he instructs Captain Mercia to remain still, a testament to the gravity of their situation. Meanwhile, Mercia approaches the emperor, requesting permission to raise the banner, hinting at potential military action or mobilization on the horizon. The scene concludes with a sense of uncertainty as all eyes wait for the master's verdict, leaving the fate of their endeavor hanging precariously in balance. As a humble request for aid in slaying the dragon is made to Emperor Joseph Vayezid, he responds with a calculating mind, suggesting a restart of their endeavor and do things right this time. Unfazed by the dire warning that he will regret his decision, Joseph's amusement reveals a more light-hearted side to his personality, one that belies his position as a ruler and leader. As Joseph Vayezid, emperor, sits in contemplation, his thoughts are a whirlwind of introspection. A revelation dawns on him that choices are often shrouded by hindsight, and the consequences that follow can be crippling. Yet, instead of succumbing to regret, he resolves to take bold action, embracing the uncertainty that lies ahead. As Joseph Vayezid's gaze drifts back to the slums of Squire, he is suddenly transported to a moment of shared humanity with an enigmatic stranger whose piercing blue eyes have pierced his very soul. The emperor's confusion and surprise are palpable as he struggles to comprehend the depth of their connection, sensing the other person's heartbeat as if it were his own. His thoughts wander to the humble beginnings of this mysterious individual, questioning the probability of a rare and precious seed taking root in such an unlikely place. As he muses on the concept of origins and destiny, the emperor ponders whether seeds meant to become flowers can truly bloom regardless of where they land. And so, his contemplation lingers, unable to shake off the doubts and concerns that have taken root within him as the mystery of this blue-eyed individual continues to unfold. As the emperor's advisors scramble to gather intel on his past, it becomes apparent that even the most mundane details remain shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the empire's vast network of spies is stretched across the north, gathering crucial information from all corners. But just as the puzzle pieces begin to fall into place, an urgent message interrupts the emperor's deliberations. Every eye in Squire has been blinded since the new mayor took office, plunging the city into darkness and disinformation. As Joseph Vayezid, emperor, sits in contemplation, he finds himself pondering the qualities of a strong leader. His mind wanders to the recent appointment of a new mayor in a nearby city, who has swiftly gained control over the municipality while investigating its recent events. Noticing the parallels between swords and power, Joseph muses that both require sharpness, firmness, yet a certain degree of suppleness. He remarks that this new mayor, though not a skilled swordsman himself, possesses an uncanny understanding of the qualities he seeks in one. As the fate of House Vayezid hangs in the balance, a subtle power struggle unfolds between Joseph and Rutger, each vying to ascend to the imperial throne. A glimpse into possible futures suggests that either man could reign supreme, setting the stage for a tense standoff. Flashbacks reveal both individuals' capabilities, highlighting their respective strengths and weaknesses as Joseph begins to formulate a strategy to gain the upper hand. With a calculating gaze, he assesses his own abilities, acknowledging past failures and seeking to outmaneuver Rutger through cunning and diplomacy. As the stakes rise, Joseph's determination to secure power becomes clear, driven by a desire for justice and fairness, even if it means making tough decisions along the way. The battle for supremacy has only just begun, as these two formidable opponents engage in a game of political chess. As Joseph Vayezid, the all-powerful emperor, gazes back upon the triumph over a formidable dragon, he can't help but admit that his victory was more a product of serendipity than meticulous planning. Despite their initial success, they cannot help but criticize the haphazard strategy employed by themselves and others to vanquish the beast, likening it to using pawns as bait. With the Lindworm still at large, the emperor contemplates a trap to ensnare this elusive foe, aware that failure would allow the dragon slayers to remain in their lands under the guise of offering protection. One advisor shares his astute assessment, and the emperor's introspective moment becomes a testament to their strategic prowess and capacity for adaptation in the face of uncertainty. As Joseph Vayezid convenes with his trusted advisors, the weight of the dragon slayer's actions hangs heavy in the air. His counsel warns of dire consequences should they succeed in slaying the dragon before the North can take action, with the central authorities likely to intervene and disrupt the balance of power. The emperor ponders a solution, seeking advice on laying a trap for the beast, only to be told that such a strategy would set them back, by at least 2 weeks. As his advisors propose more unconventional methods, Joseph rejects their suggestions, labeling them as utter driveling and demonstrating his commitment to upholding his values, no matter the cost. As Joseph Vayezid's anger simmered just below the surface, he proposed an unconventional plan to provoke war with the Northerners, seeking to use the barbarians as bait in his strategy. Sir Ramond, however, swiftly countered this notion, highlighting the devastating consequences that such an action would bring, including the destruction of the entire North and chaos that would ensue. The emperor's advisor apologized for not considering this approach earlier, but Joseph ultimately saw reason in Sir Ramond's words and agreed that this plan was not a viable option. With his anger momentarily abated, the emperor made a crucial decision, setting the stage for future events to unfold. As the mysterious warning echoes through the air, Joseph Vayezid is faced with an agonizing decision that could potentially shatter the fragile balance of power in the north. A hidden figure whispers ominous words, hinting at a mastermind manipulating events from behind the scenes. The conversation turns to Vlad's legendary horse, its incredible speed serving as a metaphor for the swift changes unfolding in the region. Meanwhile, a skeptical character voices doubts about riding the unpredictable beast, emphasizing just how dire the situation has become. That bad, they say with a tone that sends shivers down the spine. As Joseph Vayezid wrestles with the weight of his decisions, he finds himself torn between his desire for a straightforward solution to the Lindworm threat and his growing unease about potentially playing into the central authorities' hands. He vents his frustration aloud, lamenting the lack of viable options before him. The idea of borrowing Vlad's horse to slay the beast seems unappealing to him, and he can't help but remark wryly on the bravery of the dragon slayers, implying a sense of resignation in the face of uncertainty. Yet, despite his reservations, Joseph begrudgingly acknowledges that the dragon slayer's plan is surprisingly effective and disturbingly simple. His concerns about being manipulated or trapped by their strategy simmer just beneath the surface, fueling his need to know where the Lindworm lies in wait. As Lord Al-Rutter approaches Emperor Joseph Vayezid with a bow, the air is thick with anticipation. Some individuals have arrived at the gates, demanding entry into the fortress. Rutter announces, his tone grave. Joseph's interest piqued. He inquires about their identity and purpose for coming to the stronghold. The revelation that they are none other than the knights of warlord Varanov sparks a reaction from the emperor as tensions rise and intrigue swirls around them. Will this unexpected arrival set off a chain reaction of events, or will Joseph's curiosity remain unsatisfied? As Emperor Joseph sits in his throne room, surrounded by advisors who gather around him like loyal generals, a delicate balance of power hangs in the air. The threat from neighboring regions looms large, and it's up to Joseph to decide how to respond. Lord Riker urges war, citing the need for strength and protection, while Lady Amara advocates for diplomacy, warning of potential economic losses and bloodshed. As the advisors present their cases, Joseph listens intently, his expression a mask of thoughtful consideration. He weighs each option carefully, weighing the pros and cons before making a decision that will impact the fate of his empire. With the advisors providing more information, Joseph's calculating gaze never falters, hinting at the strategic mind beneath his regal demeanor. In the end, he chooses diplomacy, ordering emissaries to negotiate with neighboring regions. This pivotal moment showcases Joseph's leadership acumen, setting the stage for future conflicts within the palace as different factions may resist or even rebel against his decision. In the throne room of the Northern Empire, Emperor Joseph Vayezid sat surrounded by his trusted advisors and guards, awaiting important matters to unfold. It was here that he received a message from Dunayang Raikmandu, ruler of the south, proposing an alliance between their regions. As Joseph listened intently, Tasistansi, his trusted advisor, cautioned him against making hasty decisions, emphasizing the need for careful consideration of the terms and consequences. Meanwhile, a group of conspirators led by Kajum secretly plotted to overthrow Joseph, seeking to claim the North's power for themselves. When their treachery was discovered, Joseph demonstrated unwavering resolve, summoning his guards to apprehend the plotters and assert his authority. With these developments, The stage is set for potential conflicts, alliances, and power struggles that will shape the fate of the region. As Lord Rutger stood firm against the cold resistance seal, Vlad's mocking gaze pierced through his facade, hinting at a deeper understanding of the Lord's intentions. Lord Rutger revealed his plan to hunt down the elusive Lindworm, which Vlad dismissed as a futile endeavor, likening it to a dog chasing a rabbit with reckless abandon. The Lord's response was a boastful proclamation of his family's legacy and his own reputation as a dragon hunter, seeking validation from others. However, Vlad remained skeptical, humorously suggesting that everyone was eagerly anticipating the spectacle, reminiscent of Lord Rutger's previous battle against the Deathworm. As Lord Rutger and Vlad approached the dragon's lair, a humorous exchange unfolds between them. Rutger cautions Vlad about the dangers of the dragon's breath, warning that even with magical seals they should exercise caution around their horses. Vlad, never one to miss an opportunity for witty repartee, jokingly offers to seal Rutger's horse as well, which Rutger agrees to. But Rutger is not done yet. He warns Vlad again, this time suggesting that horses might bite people if they are not careful, doing so in a humorous and slightly condescending manner. Vlad disputes this idea, pointing out that horses don't bite people, and the two friends engage in a light-hearted disagreement about the safety of their steeds. As Lord Rutger paces before his team, it's clear he's prepared to make a crucial decision. The scout reports that the dragon has taken the bait, throwing their plans into disarray. The team is now faced with an unexpected challenge, slaying the Lindworm. With a sense of determination, Lord Rutger accepts this new mission and assigns tasks to his team. He emphasizes the importance of clarity in communication, reinforcing his role as a leader. As Lord Rutger addressed Volkov, a plan to ambush the Lindworm at the East Canyon unfolded before them. With calculated precision, he revealed his role as the linchpin of the operation, assuring Volkov that his timely emergence from hiding would seal their victory. As Volkov probed for clarity, Lord Rutger's confidence shone through, urging him to think creatively about the strategy. The stakes were high, with the fate of the North hanging precariously in the balance. As tensions simmer beneath the surface, a silent war has already begun to brew between the North and Central authorities. The Vayezid and Varanov families, touted as the two pillars of support for the North, are poised on the cusp of great change. Their future leaders have been chosen, and they will soon take part in the fateful Lindworm hunt. But a mysterious factor lurks in the shadows, complicating an already precarious situation. The air is thick with foreboding as the stage is set for a conflict that will shape the destiny of these powerful families. As the gathering of esteemed heirs convenes, Lord Rutger takes center stage, representing the central authorities with authority and poise. With calculated precision, he weighs in on the precarious situation, cautioning against the consequences of failing to eliminate the remnants of a fallen dragon. He paints a stark picture, warning that if the dragon slayers succeed, the central authorities will exploit this victory to further consolidate their power over the North. Lord Rutger's strategic thinking is evident as he presents his arguments with deliberate conviction, underscoring his commitment to achieving his objectives. As Lord Rutger takes center stage, he rallies his troops with unwavering conviction, declaring that the Lindworm's destruction is paramount. He stresses that only by defeating the dragon can they secure their dominance over rival tribes who will dare not challenge them. The tribemen respond with eagerness to take up arms, and Lord Rutger, drawing upon his expertise as a swordmaster, instills in them a sense of loyalty and purpose. As he leads the charge into battle, his confidence and determination shine through, illuminating a path to victory. As Lord Rutger receives a cryptic invitation from unknown forces, he accepts with confidence, hinting at the presence of multiple opponents with his ominous phrase, "You all." With a swagger in his step, he declares his intention to defeat them all, showcasing his arrogance and calculating nature. But beneath his bravado lies a calculated mind, planning every move before taking on the challenges ahead. As he steps into the unknown, Rutger's warning sends a chill down the spine, foreshadowing an intense and challenging confrontation that promises to push him to his limits. As Lord Rutger scrutinized his squire's potential for an impending task, he couldn't help but express doubts about the young man's capabilities. His mentor, Lord Volkov, stepped in to reassure him, confidently affirming that Squire was more than equipped to handle the challenge at hand. The conversation then took a turn as Rutger highlighted Squire's impressive past achievements, including his remarkable feat of defeating a Mokut Lama single-handedly. As Rutger continued to probe, his confidence in his own abilities was palpable, showcasing his meticulous and calculating nature. Meanwhile, Lord Volkov's defense of Squire spoke volumes about their trust and partnership. This pivotal scene not only sheds light on Lord Rutger's character, but also sets the stage for future developments, hinting at the significance of Squire's background and skills to come. As Lord Rutger engages in a thoughtful conversation with Vlad, he's taken aback by the younger man's profound insights, revealing an unexpected depth of wisdom. Vlad astutely argues that experience, ability, and past achievements are far more significant indicators of value than mere age, earning Lord Rutger's respectful nod. As they converse, it becomes clear that Lord Rutger's confidence in his own abilities is tempered by a lingering concern about being underestimated due to his youth within the Vayezid family. Despite this, he emerges from their discussion with an unspoken understanding and mutual respect for Vlad's potential, setting the stage for a powerful bond between them. Here's your engaging narration for a Manhwa recap video. Lord Rutger pored over the map, his calculating mind racing to decipher the Lindworm's unusual behavior. He noted that the beast had ventured south, defying its natural preference for colder climates. This unexpected move sparked a hypothesis. The Lindworm was after something specific, perhaps a treasure or resource. As he considered the implications of this discovery, Rutger's agitation grew, his mind whirring with the possibilities. As Lord Rutger ponders aloud whether the dragon remnants have developed a mind of their own, his companions are drawn in by the intriguing possibility. Their skepticism is tempered by curiosity as they begin to weigh the implications of self-aware monsters on their quest. The group's leader expresses optimism about their prospects, citing the favorable circumstances presented by the previous night's blizzard as a blessing. As they share their thoughts and theories, it becomes clear that Lord Rutger is a meticulous and calculating individual with a deep understanding of dragon lore, guiding his companions towards a potentially groundbreaking discovery. As Lord Rutger treks through the snowy landscape, his eyes scan the ground, tracing the unmistakable marks left behind by the elusive Lindworm. He notes that the creature hasn't been gone long, its fresh tracks a testament to its recent passage. With a determined glint in his eye, he sets off in pursuit, his mind racing with strategic plans to catch the beast off guard. As he walks, his focus intensifies, mentally preparing for battle and honing his senses to anticipate any potential threats. His determination grows with each step until finally he stands poised and ready, his gaze fixed on the horizon, prepared to face whatever challenges lie ahead. As Lord Rutger and Vlad ventured into the snowy wilderness, their mission to find the elusive Lindworm seemed within grasp. But the harsh terrain had other plans. As they trudged through the snow-covered landscape, their conversation turned to strategy, with Rutger outlining his expectations for the hunt. However, their progress was soon hindered by a blizzard that reduced visibility and sound to near zero. Forced to take shelter, Rutger suggested starting a fire to warm up and wait out the storm. Vlad voiced concerns about the danger of igniting a flame in such a remote location, but Rutger dismissed his worries, believing their caution would be justified once they neared their goal. As they huddled together for warmth, Rutger's doubts began to creep in, and he wondered if this journey was indeed a mistake. As Lord Rutger stands tall before the sprawling map, his troops gathered around him like a shield, he unfolds a battle plan against the formidable Lindworm. With calculated precision, he outlines their strategy, emphasizing the importance of spreading out to surround the beast, exploiting its limited mobility on land. As he speaks, flashes of his past victories against dragons flicker through his mind, showcasing his swordsmanship prowess. The scenes blend together seamlessly as Lord Rutger continues to outline his plan, dismissing concerns about the Lindworm's fire-breathing abilities with a quiet confidence. His troops look up to him with trust and respect, sensing the weight of their leader's expertise. As Lord Rutger stands before a sprawling map of the land, his troops gather around him, their eyes fixed on the location of the Lindworm's lair. With a steady hand, he points out the route they will take, cautioning them to be strategic and cautious in their approach against this powerful foe. One soldier asks about their safety, but Rutger reassures him with an air of confidence, claiming everything is under control. Just as the atmosphere appears calm, Vlad bursts onto the scene, his skepticism palpable as he questions the plan. The two swordmasters engage in a heated exchange, with Rutger emphasizing his own abilities and dismissing Vlad's concerns with arrogance and overconfidence. As tensions rise, Rutger gives a rousing speech to his troops, urging them to light their torches and prepare for battle. The stage is set for an epic adventure, as Lord Rutger's personality and motivations are laid bare, while the seeds of rivalry between him and Vlad are sown. As Lord Rutger pored over a map of the Lindworm's lair, his calculating mind worked with strategy and tactics. His meticulous planning was interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Vlad, who claimed to possess crucial information about the beast's weaknesses. Initially skeptical, Lord Rutger's reserve crumbled in the face of Vlad's persuasive arguments, and he agreed to listen to his rival's plan. As Vlad revealed a secret entrance to the lair, Lord Rutger's eyes narrowed, weighing the potential benefits of this new information. With a calculating gaze, he nodded, willing to adapt his plans to maximize their chances of success. Meanwhile, his inner turmoil simmered just beneath the surface as he grappled with the conflicting desires for recognition and respect versus his duty to protect his family's legacy. As Lord Rutger stands at the ready in a clearing, surrounded by a gathering of onlookers, his sword held aloft like an extension of himself, it becomes clear that this is no ordinary display. With a flick of his wrist and a flash of steel, he unleashes a dazzling array of swordplay techniques, each one more breathtaking than the last. The onlookers watch in rapt attention as Lord Rutger's expertise and confidence shine through every movement, their faces reflecting awe and admiration. One particularly keen observer approaches him with words of praise, and Lord Rutger's eyes light up with pride as he basks in the recognition and respect. It is clear that this demonstration is not merely a display of swordsmanship, but a testament to Lord Rutger's very identity, one of precision, skill, and unwavering confidence. As the darkness descends, the sound of clashing steel and screams pierces the air, signaling the beginning of a brutal battle between the Vayezid knights and their unknown adversaries. At its center stands Vlad of Squire, sword at the ready, his determination palpable as he faces off against an unseen foe. The camera pans out to reveal Rutger, Vayezid, and Zayar fighting valiantly alongside him, surrounded by a sea of enemies that seems endless. Amidst the chaos, Lindworm proves himself a formidable warrior, taking down multiple foes with ease, while Lindworm observes from a distance, his interest piqued. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar remain absent from the fray, leaving Vlad to shoulder the burden of protecting his allies. As the battle reaches its climax, Vlad delivers a crushing blow, striking a decisive victory that turns the tide in their favor. As Vlad and his companions, including Joseph Vayezid, Rutger Vayezid, Lindworm, Zayar, and Bishop Pierre, clashed with the formidable Lindworm in a desperate bid to turn the tide of their battle, they found themselves unable to land a decisive blow against the dragon's unyielding defense. Despite Vlad's valiant swordsmanship, the Lindworm remained unscathed, its fiery breath forcing them to retreat from the fray. As they regrouped and reassessed their situation, Vlad's frustration and disappointment grew, his initial plan for victory now in tatters. As night begins to fall, Vlad of Squire stands atop the battlements, his gaze fixed on the approaching Lindworm. Meanwhile, Joseph Vayezid and Rutger Vayezid lead a contingent of knights into position, preparing for battle. Lindworm, an experienced warrior, approaches Vlad with a solemn warning: the fight ahead will be brutal and retreat is advised. But Vlad stands firm, refusing to yield. As Zayar readies his armor, Lindworm bursts onto the scene, its fiery breath casting an ominous glow over the darkening landscape. Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar watch from a distance, their faces etched with concern as the battle draws near. As Vlad of Squire sat with Bishop Pierre in a dimly lit chamber, The weight of war hung heavy in the air. The Vatican representative's words dripped with urgency as he warned Vlad about the impending conflict and the importance of keeping a safe distance from their enemies, including the treacherous Lindworm. Vlad nodded in agreement, vowing to maintain his caution and vigilance, while Bishop Pierre acknowledged his wise decision with a nod. But even as they spoke, the scene shifted to reveal a larger gathering, with Rutger, Vayezid, and Zaire surrounded by a sprawling map of the land, listening intently to the Vatican representative's warnings about the dangers of getting too close to their foes. As Vlad reflected on his own goals, he emphasized his commitment to staying focused, aware that the line between victory and defeat was razor-thin. As Vlad and his companions, Rutger, Larmund, Zaire, and Bishop Pierre, approach Vayezid Castle, they are met by Rutger's brother, Lord Joseph Vayezid, who greets them warmly despite seeming distracted. Vlad explains their purpose for visiting, to discuss the growing threat of Lindworm, a fallen dragon remnant, and seek Vayezid's support in dealing with it. Joseph reveals he's already received information about Lindworm's intentions to resurrect its former power and wreak havoc on the land. As they converse, Rutger is sent away to gather more information while Vlad, Larmund, Zaire, and Bishop Pierre remain with Joseph to discuss possible strategies for dealing with Lindworm. Just as they are getting down to business, Stephen Gaidar appears, interrupting their meeting to ask about rumors of a powerful artifact hidden within the castle walls. As the shadows cast by the flickering torches danced across the stone walls of Vayezid Castle, Vlad Obscura stood tall alongside Rutger, Zaire, and Larmund outside the bishop's chambers, his eyes burning with a desire for truth. With a resolute stride, he entered the room, confronting Bishop Pierre about the mysterious dragon prophecies that had been plaguing the land and the Gaidar family. The bishop's evasive answers only fueled Vlad's determination, prompting him to press for more information. But before any progress could be made, Joseph Vayezid burst into the room, his presence as sudden as it was unwelcome, sparking a heated debate with Vlad about the true meaning of the prophecies and the fate that awaited the Gaidar family. As the ground trembles, an eerie silence falls over the landscape, punctuated only by the text "Did it just shoot its ice breath at the ground?" It's a moment of utter surprise as the Lindworm unleashes its icy wrath on the unsuspecting horses. Vlad Obscura, the star-embracing swordmaster, is caught off guard, his face etched with concern for the safety of the equines. Without hesitation, he springs into action, dashing towards the white dragon to protect them from further harm. With a fierce determination in his eyes, Vlad confronts the Lindworm, ready to defend the horses against all odds. As Rutger Vayezid's frustration and disappointment simmer beneath the surface, his companions gather around him to devise a new strategy against the formidable Lindworm. Larmund proposes a change of approach, earning agreement from both Rutger and Zaire. Bishop Pierre interjects, suggesting they aim to sever one of Lindworm's legs for an advantage. The group engages in a heated debate, with Vlad offering words of encouragement as they weigh their options. As Joseph Vayezid, Lord of Vayezid, gathered with Rutger and Zaire to discuss the growing menace of Lindworm's power, he proposed a bold plan, forging an alliance with Vlad Obscura to counter this threat. However, his uncertainty about Vlad's willingness to join forces hung in the balance. Just as their conversation was underway, Larmund, a wise old knight, appeared, cautioning them against entangling themselves in the conflict between Vayezid and Lindworm. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre arrived, offering his support for Joseph's initiative and suggesting they seek out Stephen Gaidar to strengthen their bond. As Vlad weighed his options, the fate of the alliance hung precariously in the balance. As the crimson-stained landscape unfolded before him, Vlad Obscura's eyes locked onto his quarry, Lindworm, the white dragon. His excitement palpable, he addressed the fallen beast as if it were a long-awaited adversary, taunting it with questions about its desires. But what drove this swordmaster to seek revenge against the dragon? The answer lay in the past, as a flashback revealed Vlad's family ties and the wounds of the Gaidar clan still festering. With his emotions now fully charged, Vlad confronted Lindworm once more, his blade poised for retribution. As Vlad Obscura basked in the satisfaction of a plan well executed, Bishop Pierre arrived on the scene, his expression etched with concern. "Are you certain this is wise?" he asked Vlad, his tone laced with skepticism. Vlad's response was swift and confident. "It worked a lot better than I thought." But the bishop remained unconvinced, questioning whether the consequences of their actions would ultimately be beneficial. Meanwhile, Rutger and Zayar entered the room, their eyes fixed on the unfolding conversation between the two men. The weight of their words hung in the air as the fate of their plans was poised on the brink of reality. As Vlad of Squire arrives at Lord Joseph Vayezid's chambers, he is met by Rutger Vayezid, the lord's son, who initiates a conversation about the impending battle against Bishop Pierre's forces. The weight of the coming conflict hangs in the air as they discuss their strategy and the fate of their lands. But just as Vlad begins to focus on the task at hand, Lindworm, the white dragon, appears in a vision, warning him of an imminent betrayal from within the Vayezid camp. Vlad's expression turns grave as he ponders the ominous message and its implications for the battle ahead, leaving him with more questions than answers as the scene fades to darkness. As Vlad and his companions trekked through the desolate landscape, a sense of camaraderie hung in the air. Joseph Vayezid, Rutger Vayezid, Larmond, Zayar, Lindworm, Bishop Pierre, and Stephen Gaidar walked together united in their quest to reach the Vatican. But little did they know danger lurked ahead. An undead knight suddenly emerged, sword raised, ready to strike. Vlad, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the undead knight with ease. Undeterred by this sudden interruption, the group pressed on, only to be confronted by a band of ruthless thieves who demanded their valuables. However, Vlad and his companions refused to back down, leading to a tense standoff. Just when it seemed like things were about to escalate further, Lindworm unleashed his dragon powers, sending the bandits fleeing in terror, saving the group from harm. As Vlad stands tall, his hands clasped behind his back, he faces off against Joseph Vayezid, flanked by Rutger and Zayar. The tension is palpable as Joseph expresses his disapproval of Vlad's actions against Lindworm, whom he considers a valuable ally. But Vlad remains steadfast in his defense, citing the dragon's treachery towards the Vayezid family. Just as it seems like the debate will escalate further, Rutger intervenes with a proposal: release Lindworm in exchange for information about the Gaidar family's plans. Zayar seconds this suggestion, and after considering it, Joseph agrees to set Lindworm free. The outcome is far from certain, but one thing is clear: the fate of Lindworm hangs precariously in the balance as these powerful figures navigate their complex web of alliances and rivalries. As the white dragon, Lindworm waits with bated breath, their mind racing with anticipation as they glance at their watch. Here he comes, they think, expecting someone to arrive imminently. The minutes tick by, and Lindworm adjusts their expectations, saying, "Wait 4 minutes." But even as they wait, they can't help but feel a sense of excitement building within them. And then, suddenly, the person appears on the horizon, prompting Lindworm to exclaim, "He's just up ahead." The tension is palpable as Lindworm awaits this individual's arrival, their expectations hanging precariously in the balance. As the signal arrow pierces the air, a distinct sound echoes through the landscape, followed by another arrow shot in its way. Rutger's eyes light up with excitement as he exclaims, "That's the signal," and his plan to lure Lindworm to Canyon begins to unfold. With calculated precision, Rutger reveals his strategy to gain control over his world, one carefully crafted move at a time. As Vlad of Squire stands, a sudden jolt courses through him, leaving him gasping for air as he loudly exclaims, "Vlad!" The intense sensation coursing through his chest is palpable, and he frantically asks what's wrong, his words laced with desperation. The close-up of his face reveals the gravity of the situation, his features twisted in a mixture of alarm and confusion. As he continues to express distress, Vlad's speculation turns to speculation about his own mortality. "Something is squeezing my heart. Could it be?" But before he can fully comprehend the implications, a mysterious figure emerges from the shadows, a P. Royales, its presence seeming to bear some connection to Vlad's sudden heart sensations. As Bishop Pierre ventured into the ancestral home of the Gaidar family, he sensed an eerie atmosphere that hinted at a dark presence lurking beneath the surface. His keen eyes scanned the walls, searching for any clues that could unravel the mystery of the curse that had befallen this noble clan. And then his gaze landed on a cryptic message scrawled on the wall, Fal Luni Ans. The bishop's mind whirred with possibilities as he pieced together the fragments of this enigmatic puzzle. His investigation led him to uncover a powerful binding curse, its target seemingly Stephen Gaidar, the eldest son of the family. Shock and concern etched his face as he pondered who could be behind such malevolent acts. As he delved deeper into the mystery, Bishop Pierre's suspicions grew, hinting at potential motives and conspiracies that threatened to unravel the very fabric of this seemingly tranquil world. In a tense confrontation, Vlad of Squire stood firm against Bishop Pierre's demands, refusing to hand over the remains of the white dragon, Lindworm. The Vatican representative's stern visage belied his true intentions as he sneered at Vlad, calling him a bastard in the process. Vlad defended his decision, stressing the importance of respecting the dead, while Bishop Pierre insisted that the Church had the right to claim the remains for its own purposes. As their argument reached a boiling point, Zaire, one of Vayezid's knights, attempted to intervene but was rebuffed by both parties, further escalating the situation. As the battle reaches its climax, a sudden silence descends upon the chaotic scene, leaving all parties involved in a state of utter bewilderment. The sound of clashing steel and shattering shields ceases abruptly, replaced by an unsettling quiet that hangs heavy in the air. Vlad of Squire, Swordmaster extraordinaire, stands perplexed, his gaze scanning the area for any explanation as to why the fighting has come to a standstill. Meanwhile, Lindworm, the enigmatic white dragon/fallen dragon remnant, emerges onto the scene, taking charge with an authoritative cry, retreating Guy. As his followers quickly retreat, it becomes clear that this unexpected development will have far-reaching consequences for all involved parties, including Vlad and his companions Joseph Vayezid and Rutger Vayezid. As the sun beats down on the arid landscape, a sense of urgency settles over the group gathered around the canyon where Lindworm lies in hiding. Vlad, with his unyielding determination etched on his face, issues a stern command to surround the beast, warning that under no circumstances can it escape their grasp. With Joseph Vayezid's concerns about venturing too far into the treacherous terrain falling on deaf ears, the group begins its cautious advance, Vlad leading the charge with unwavering resolve. As they move forward, the air is thick with tension, each member of the team poised to strike when the moment arises, while Lindworm remains hidden, waiting for an opportunity to break free from their grasp. As Vlad of Squire stood before Bishop Pierre and Joseph Vayezid in the dimly lit chamber, a sense of urgency hung in the air. The Vatican representative expressed his concerns about the safety of the city, citing the interest of Lindworm's presence among the fallen dragon remnants. Unbeknownst to the others, Vlad had been tasked by Rutger Vayezid with finding a way to restore Lindworm to its former strength and power. Joseph shared his knowledge of Lindworm's abilities and weaknesses, emphasizing the importance of capturing it before it became a threat. The sudden entrance of Larmand, bearing news that Zaire had been injured in battle with Lindworm's minions, further complicated their plans. As they discussed possible ways to capture or destroy Lindworm, including using magical means and seeking out old knight/veteran figures' expertise, the stakes were clear. Failure was not an option. As Vlad and his companions gather around a map of the Vatican, their plan to infiltrate its secret chambers is put into motion. The atmosphere is tense, with each member focused on the task at hand. But suddenly, Lindworm's unexpected appearance sends shockwaves through the group, causing hesitation and uncertainty among Joseph and Rutger. Vlad remains unwavering in his determination, but Larmand cautions against proceeding, sensing potential danger. Zaire looks uncertain, while Bishop Pierre withdraws from the discussion, seemingly uneasy about the situation unfolding before him. As Vlad of Squire stood before Bishop Pierre in the Vatican's meeting room, he was accompanied by Joseph Vayezid and Rutger Vayezid, his trusted allies. The air was tense as Vlad demanded answers about the Vatican's involvement in the devastating Dragon Wars, his skepticism evident on his face. Initially, Bishop Pierre denied any knowledge or connection to the conflicts, attributing them to natural phenomena. However, Vlad remained unconvinced, citing rumors of dark magic and accusing the Vatican of hiding something. The tension was palpable as Larmand and Zaire entered the room, seemingly representing the Vatican's interests. Suddenly, Lindworm, a fallen dragon remnant, appeared, casting an unsettling atmosphere over the gathering. Bishop Pierre then revealed that the Vatican had indeed been working with dragons to maintain balance in the world, citing biblical and historical examples. As the truth began to unravel, Stephen Gaidar burst into the room, supporting Vlad's claims of dark magic use by the Vatican, and demanded answers about his father's involvement, further escalating the confrontation. As the old knight, Larmand, stands frozen in contemplation, a subtle sorrow creeps onto his weathered face. He begins to ponder the fleeting nature of life, acknowledging that one's prime is not always an option, and that adaptability becomes crucial with age. The harshness of time is reflected in his words, as he remarks that with each passing year, the cold seems to seep into the very marrow of one's bones, a stark reminder of mortality's unyielding grip. Lost in thought, Larmand's gaze drifts away as he grapples with his place in the world, his once noble mantle now worn by the weight of time and experience. In a dimly lit room surrounded by ancient texts, Vlad of Squire stands alone, his expression heavy with contemplation. His gaze falls upon a small, ornate box emblazoned with the enigmatic and Sharia symbol, and he holds it up as if seeking answers from its intricacies. A flashback transports us to a younger Vlad, who beholds the same box with wide-eyed wonder. The present moment returns, and we find Vlad seated lost in thought, his murmurs hinting at a deep-seated quest for understanding generation. In Sharia, ere the next. As he looks up, a glimmer of realization illuminates his countenance, as if the mysteries of the symbol have finally begun to unravel. As Vlad trudged through the unforgiving snow, he couldn't help but shiver at the biting cold, a sensation eerily reminiscent of Rispy's Dare's icy grip on his heart. The worn page from an old book fluttered to the ground, transporting him back to the treacherous boggy quagmire of the slums where he once called home. Lost in thought, Vlad stumbled upon a vast expanse of soft, white snow, symbolizing his current disorientation and uncertainty. As the biting wind howled around him, Vlad's gaze drifted out into the seemingly endless sea of snow, his thoughts consumed by the weight of his past and present circumstances, leaving him stranded in a world of frozen silence. As Vlad of Squire, the star-embracing swordmaster, stands poised on the brink of a major life event, he is unexpectedly confronted by the enigmatic old knight, Larmand. The veteran warrior's words are laced with wisdom, recalling his own experiences and urging Vlad to seize this momentous opportunity. The arrival of Zaire, another knight tied to the Vayezid family, adds weight to Larmand's warnings, emphasizing that inaction is no longer an option. Meanwhile, Lindworm, the majestic white dragon, appears, underscoring the significance of breaking a binding curse and embracing his true potential. As darkness shrouded the dimly lit room, Vlad of Squire and his companions converged around a large table, their faces illuminated only by flickering candles. Bishop Pierre, the Vatican's representative, stood at the forefront, his eyes grave with concern. He revealed that reports had been flooding in about Lindworm's resurgence, its destructive power crippling the region. Joseph Vayezid shared his own harrowing encounter with the beast, describing its immense strength and ferocity. Rector Vayezid remained skeptical, but Vlad's unwavering conviction won out. Bishop Pierre then dropped a bombshell. The Vatican had been seeking an ancient artifact capable of defeating Lindworm and requested Vlad's aid in retrieving it. As the group began to weigh the risks and consequences of their perilous mission, the weight of their task hung heavy in the air. As Vlad of Squire and his companions journeyed through the dense forest, they stumbled upon a clearing where a makeshift campsite indicated that others had recently passed through. Bishop Pierre awaited them at the site, offering guidance on their path ahead as they discussed their mission. Lindworm's concerns about facing more danger on the road were echoed by his doubts about reaching the Vatican without further peril, but Vlad reassured him that together, as a united team, they would face any challenge that came their way. As the memory of Lindworm's tragic demise still lingered in the air, Vlad of Squire found himself face to face with Joseph Vayezid, their conversation heavy with tension and foreboding. The revelation that Vayezid had betrayed their trust, working against them from behind the scenes, sent shockwaves through Vlad's emotions. With his swordmaster instincts on high alert, he struggled to maintain composure in the face of this treachery, his mind racing with the implications of this betrayal and its potential consequences for the future. As the mysterious ritual reaches its climax, Vlad of Squire completes his part with a sense of finality, declaring, "I've done my part," as he passes the baton to others. The air is thick with anticipation as they prepare for their turn, and their gaze falls upon an ancient-looking book or artifact that holds secrets of the past. But before they can proceed, Lindworm, the white dragon, manifests, its presence hinting at a deeper connection to the ritual. Meanwhile, authority figures from outside the group, Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar, arrive on the scene, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the proceedings. As tensions simmer just below the surface, Zayer approaches Joseph Vayezid, Vayezid, and Larmand, setting the stage for a potential conflict or power struggle that could alter the course of events forever. As Vlad, the star-embracing swordmaster, received a summons from Bishop Pierre, a sense of unease settled in his mind. The Vatican representative arrived with grave concerns, alleging that whispers of a pact between Vlad and Lindworm, a fallen dragon remnant, had reached the Church's ears. Despite denying any involvement, Vlad's words fell on deaf ears as Bishop Pierre remained skeptical, threatening to take drastic measures if the rumors proved true. The air was electric with tension as the two parties engaged in a heated exchange, each side refusing to back down or reveal more about the alleged deal. The standoff ended with an ominous sense of conflict lingering between Vlad and Bishop Pierre, leaving their relationship in disarray. As the biting cold wraps around him, Joseph Vayezid's thoughts turn to desperate measures. He struggles against the chill, his armor providing some meager protection against the unforgiving elements. His mind begins to wander towards the one option that might bring warmth, activating his Ift, a power capable of drawing everyone into its world. The thought sends a shiver down his spine as he contemplates the risks involved. But before he can make a decision, flashbacks assail him, Vlad of Squire's failed attempt to capture Lindworm, and Vayezid's growing unease over the beast's escape. With the stakes higher than ever, Joseph is left to weigh the consequences of his actions, his next move hanging precariously in the balance. As Vlad of Squire embarked on an intense training session under the watchful eye of his mentor, Larmand, he was pushed to his limits, running through a series of exercises with renewed energy and determination. Larmand's guidance proved instrumental in refining Vlad's swordsmanship skills, but just as progress seemed to be made, Lindworm appeared, its tough height presenting a formidable obstacle for Vlad to overcome. Undeterred, Vlad utilized his skills to defeat the white dragon remnant, demonstrating his growing prowess as a warrior. Meanwhile, Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar observed from a distance, monitoring Vlad's progress with keen interest. As the battle between Vlad and Lindworm raged on, a glimmer of hope emerged as Vlad landed a scratch on the dragon's scales. However, Lindworm quickly retaliated with a powerful blow that sent Vlad stumbling back. Undeterred, Vlad rallied his resolve, urging himself to press forward against the relentless onslaught. The fight continued to escalate, with neither side giving an inch and no clear victor in sight. As Vlad of Squire, the star-embracing swordmaster, gathered with Joseph Vayezid and Rutger at a table, the fate of their nation hung precariously in balance. The Vatican's emissary, Bishop Pierre, was set to arrive, offering aid against the dragon attacks that had ravaged the land. But Rutger remained skeptical, his doubts fueled by past conflicts between their nations. Undeterred, Vlad proposed an alliance with any willing party, regardless of origin, to defeat the formidable Lindworm. The trio decided to seek out Larmand, a veteran figure with knowledge of ancient lore surrounding the dragons, and Zayer, a knight tied to the Vayezid family, in their quest for aid against this powerful foe. As Vlad of Squire's diligent efforts finally pay off, he emerges victorious, holding aloft the long locked sword, a symbol of his triumph over the mysterious code. The weight of his accomplishment is met with warm words of approval from Joseph Vayezid and Vayezid, their congratulatory message serving as a testament to Vlad's hard work and dedication. With this monumental breakthrough, Vlad stands tall, basking in the glow of his success, his determination and perseverance finally rewarded. As the ominous warning spreads like wildfire, Vlad of Squire and his companions, including Rutger Vayezid and Zayar, spring into action to prepare for the impending battle against Lindworm. Meanwhile, Larmont, an experienced old knight, readies his armor and equipment with unwavering determination. From a distance, Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar observe the unfolding scenario, possibly offering spiritual guidance or strategic oversight. As the threat from Lindworm draws near, Vlad and his companions stand united, their resolve strengthened by their collective experience and training. As Vlad's thoughts wander back to a pivotal moment in his past, he can't help but wonder what would have happened if only he had acted with more conviction. In his mind's eye, he relives the events that led him to hesitate, replaying the fragmented memories like a cruel refrain. He sees himself standing at the threshold of uncertainty, torn between caution and audacity, as an unknown entity loomed before him. And though he chose to hold back, it was too late. The opportunity had slipped away, leaving only regret in its wake. The weight of that decision still lingers, a constant reminder of the path not taken. In a secluded area, Vlad of Squire, the star-embracing swordmaster, meets with Bishop Pierre to discuss the recent attacks on Vayezid lands, which have resulted in significant losses and casualties. Bishop Pierre briefs Vlad on the situation, revealing that Lindworm, the White Dragon, is suspected to be involved in these attacks as a form of revenge against Vayezid for past wrongs. Vlad expresses his concerns and vows to protect Vayezid's people and lands from any threats, emphasizing his responsibility as the star-embracing swordmaster. As Lindworm traverses the plains, he pauses to confront Vlad with an enigmatic declaration, "You're the only one who can catch up to IT." This cryptic remark alludes to their complex connection or rivalry, hinting at a deeper understanding between them. As he contemplates the fleeting nature of life, Lindworm draws parallels between the impermanence of even the most radiant flames and the eventual end of his own existence as a sword. With a mix of introspection and acceptance, he acknowledges that one must always strive towards the future, yet simultaneously confronts the inescapable reality of his own mortality. As Vlad's somber expression reveals his inner turmoil, Joseph Vayezid approaches him with a sense of urgency, declaring it's time for them to part ways. With the weight of their separation settling in, Vlad is instructed by Joseph to let the sword do its purpose and continue his journey alone. The air is filled with an unsettling silence as Larmont, an old knight, appears, offering an alternative, joining forces together. In a moment of contemplation, Essar responds with a hesitant acceptance, acknowledging the inevitability of their separation. As Vlad of Squire stands outside the Vayezid estate, he gazes out at the surrounding forest, his mind focused on the recent attacks that have plagued this once peaceful domain. Escorting him to meet with Joseph Vayezid is Rutger Vayezid, a trusted knight of the Lord's household. Inside, the grand hall comes alive as Vlad joins the gathering, comprising Zayar and Larmont, already engaged in a heated discussion about the security breaches. With a deep sense of concern, Vlad shares his thoughts on the matter, seeking guidance from Joseph Vayezid himself. The group then delves into possible suspects and motives behind these attacks, with Lindworm, the White Dragon, being mentioned as a potential culprit. As the meeting unfolds, Bishop Pierre is summoned to share intelligence regarding a mysterious cult operating in the area, while Stephen Gaidar, eldest son of the Gaidar family, offers his own insights into the complex situation. As Vlad of Squire arrives at the Vayezid estate, he's met with a mixture of curiosity and hostility from Lord Joseph and his sons, Rutger and Bishop Pierre. With a calculated proposal in hand, Vlad presents his plan to return the star-embracing sword in exchange for a favor from the influential family. However, just as negotiations begin to take shape, Larmont and Zayar burst onto the scene, their opposition to Vlad's plan palpable as they accuse him of theft. Lord Joseph hesitates before ultimately refusing to return the sword, citing its crucial power to his lineage. Frustrated and undeterred, Vlad threatens dire consequences if the Vayezids refuse to cooperate, leaving the estate with a determination to find another way to reclaim the star-embracing sword. As Vlad's gaze falls upon a mysterious message from Bishop Pierre, his expression shifts from contemplation to outrage. "Just give up already," he thunders at Joseph Vayezid, who appears with an unsettling calmness, labeling Vlad as hideous. The confrontation escalates as Vlad accuses Joseph of being manipulated by the Vatican, only for Joseph to deny any involvement. But Vlad's emotions reach a boiling point as he accuses Joseph of using his own son against him, his words laced with desperation and anguish. Despite Vlad's passionate outburst, Joseph remains stoic, hiding secrets behind an impenetrable mask. The scene fades to black, leaving the audience suspended in a web of tension and unease as the truth behind the Vatican's involvement hangs precariously in the balance. As Vlad, the enigmatic swordmaster, gathered with Joseph Vayezid and Rutger Vayezid at an undisclosed location, their conversation turned to a somber topic: past failures and future plans for revolution. The weight of their words hung heavy in the air as they reflected on the consequences of their previous attempts to overthrow the current ruler. But just as it seemed their discussion was taking a somber turn, Lindworm, the haunting white dragon, emerged from the shadows, serving as a poignant reminder of their past struggles and perhaps foreshadowing future challenges. The sudden appearance of Bishop Pierre and Stephen Gaidar, representing the Vatican and the Gaidar family respectively, added a layer of complexity to their plans, highlighting the importance of alliances and external factors in their quest for power. As they continued to discuss their current goals, overthrowing the ruler and seizing control, it became clear that this gathering would not be just another failed attempt at rebellion, but a decisive moment in their struggle for dominance. As the battle raged on, Vlad of Squire, the star-embracing swordmaster, declared he had used up his last spear, a moment that marked the turning point in the conflict. With a sense of self-awareness, he took responsibility for the outcome and handed over the reins to himself, signaling a shift towards personal accountability. As he transitioned from combat gear to an introspective pose, Vlad's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on his actions and their consequences. The weight of his decisions bore down upon him, evident in his somber demeanor. And then, with resolute determination, Vlad declared, "This is it," hinting at a critical decision or turning point that would shape the course of events to come. In a dimly lit chamber, Vlad of Squire sat surrounded by ancient tomes and scrolls, his thoughts consumed by the unfolding conflict. Bishop Pierre's sudden arrival disrupted the silence, and the two engaged in a tense conversation about the Vatican's involvement in the war. Vlad's concerns about the Church's true motives were met with evasive answers from the bishop, who downplayed the organization's role in the conflict. Meanwhile, Lindworm loomed ominously in the shadows, its piercing gaze upon the two men as they debated their respective positions. The air was thick with tension, and it seemed that only a hair's breadth separated agreement from acrimony. As Vlad Squire stepped into the Vayezid estate, determination etched on his face, he was met with an air of unease. Joseph and Rutger, seated amidst a cluster of guards, eyed him warily as he approached. "What intentions do you harbor regarding the Gaidar family?" Vlad demanded, his tone unwavering. Rutger's defenses flared, denying any wrongdoing, while Joseph maintained an unnerving calm. Larmund and Zayar arrived to offer support for Vlad, but it was Lindworm who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, casting a palpable shadow over the gathering. Bishop Pierre watched from the shadows, his presence shrouded in mystery. As tensions escalated, the atmosphere thickened with foreboding, threatening to ignite into violence at any moment. As Vlad of Squire arrives at the Vayezid estate, he's met with a stern Joseph Vayezid, Lord of Vayezid, who sparks a heated discussion about their differing approaches to dealing with the ominous white dragon, Lindworm. Rutger Vayezid, Joseph's son, interrupts the conversation to announce the arrival of Bishop Pierre from the Vatican, bearing a crucial letter containing secrets about the White Dragon's connection to the Gaidar family. Zayar, a Vayezid knight, provides context on Lindworm's history and powers, while Larmund, an old knight, shares his own encounters with the beast, cautioning against underestimating its might. As the group weighs their options, they discuss potential alliances with the Gaidar family to counter this new threat. As the camera pans across a gleaming sword, its unique characteristics shimmering like a beacon, we're transported to a humble beginning, a slum alleyway where this very sword was forged. A flashback reveals the rough surroundings, but our focus remains on the boy, who holds it close, his eyes aglow with a dream to make this simple sword shine like the stars in the night sky. Suddenly Vlad of Squire appears, his words imbuing the scene with wisdom. Even the most unassuming objects can transcend their circumstances when fueled by purpose and intention. As we delve into the past, a haunting image appears, accompanied by the ominous words, the final legacy of that star, which had reached the end of its brief life. The significance of this moment is underscored as the name Dragonsbane takes center stage, its importance echoing through the ages. A series of vignettes then unfolds, showcasing the remarkable achievements and legacy left behind by Dragonsbane, a testament to its enduring impact on the story. As the sequence concludes, the silence is palpable, leaving us to ponder the weight of this momentous event and its far-reaching consequences for the characters we've come to know. As the conversation unfolds between Vlad and Larmand, a sense of intrigue is palpable in the air. With a warm greeting, Vlad addresses Larmand as "well done," setting the tone for an insightful exchange. But before things get too comfortable, Vayezid's sudden inquiry about Larmand's well-being disrupts the moment, prompting Joseph to step in and mediate the discussion. As the old knight cryptically reveals that he still has work left to finish, it becomes clear that Larmand is holding back, perhaps waiting for the perfect moment to reveal his true name. Vlad senses this too, and seems to be anticipating a forthcoming revelation from the enigmatic Larmand. As the conversation between Vlad and Joseph unfolds, a sense of tension hangs in the air. Joseph's frustration boils over as he confronts Vlad about the breaking of his sword, a symbol of his power and identity. Vlad listens intently, acknowledging the broken weapon and expressing empathy for Joseph's distress. The Lord of Vayezid questions whether this small consolation will bring him any solace, but Vlad's words offer a glimmer of hope. With a promise to provide a new sword, Vlad demonstrates his commitment to supporting his companion, offering a chance for redemption and renewal in the face of adversity. As the curtain rises, a parade of powerful entities and artifacts march across the canvas, their might leaving no doubt as to the sheer scale of the world's energy. Amidst this backdrop of awe-inspiring potency, Vlad of Squire holds his revered sword aloft, questioning whether it can truly withstand the unyielding force that surrounds him. The emperor, renowned for his unrelenting pursuit of excellence, is said to have struggled in vain to find a blade worthy of comparison to Vlad's trusty companion. Though worn from countless battles, the sword remains attuned to its master, forever bound to Vlad by an indelible bond. And as he accepts the praise of another for earning the honor of wielding such a legendary weapon, it becomes clear that this sword is more than just a tool. It is an extension of Vlad's unyielding spirit. As the curtain opens, a cryptic message on the wall whispers a tantalizing question: are there two Vayezids in this generation worthy of wielding the sword? The answer arrives in the form of Vlad of Squire, renowned as both the Dragon Killer and Vayezid. His reputation precedes him as a series of images unfold, showcasing his mastery of the blade and its deadly precision. A visual testament to his prowess, these snapshots of victory solidify Vlad's standing among the elite. And yet, the scene concludes with an enigmatic poem or incantation, written in a mystical script that hints at mysteries waiting to be unraveled. As the stillness of Count Gaidar's forces hangs heavy in the air, a sense of anticipation builds among those gathered. The question on everyone's mind is when Vlad will return from his expedition, and one character breaks the silence to ask for an update. The response is unsettling. No news has been received since he departed, leaving all wondering about his fate. But one figure remains steadfast in their knowledge, the Swordmaster, whose insight into Vlad's whereabouts suggests they may hold the key to unraveling the mystery of his disappearance. As the scene unfolds, it becomes clear that this protagonist's involvement will be crucial in shaping the story's trajectory, and the wait for Vlad's return is just the beginning of a larger plot development yet to come. As the protagonist is summoned by an unnamed lord, he's met with a sense of urgency, the lord inquiring if there's something he requires, but time is of the essence. In response, the protagonist confirms that the expeditionary forces will be returning to Sturma after completing their mission, and he's made up his mind to join them on their journey. The Lord then instructs someone to prepare everything for the protagonist, setting in motion a chain of events that will unfold as they head towards Sturma together. As it becomes clear, Gaidar has been orchestrating a master plan with far-reaching implications for the current situation. Initially, their actions seem innocuous, but the true extent of their intentions slowly comes to light. Meanwhile, our protagonist ponders the concept of fate, musing that this unexpected turn of events might just hold the key to resolving the present crisis. A crucial revelation about Vlad's past mistake surfaces, hinting at the intricate web of chance and circumstance that governs our world. As the scene unfolds, a shiver runs down our collective spine as we gaze upon the enigmatic form of loss, observing the events with an air of quiet contemplation. As the dust settles on the ravaged landscape, the echoes of battle fade away, leaving behind a trail of destruction and devastation. Amidst the wreckage, a bold message pierces the air, announcing in no uncertain terms that the mighty dragon has fallen to the unyielding might of Northerner. This landmark victory sparks a turning point as Mercia proclaims her intention to depart with the dragon slayers, marking an end to their prolonged stay in this location. As the curtain closes on this chapter, the stage is set for a new beginning, a fresh chapter unfolding like a canvas waiting to be filled with the brushstrokes of destiny. As the dust settles from the latest conflict, Vayezid's knights assume a watchful presence around the protagonist, their vigilant eyes never straying far from their charge. Meanwhile, two figures slumber peacefully, their somber expressions a testament to the fragile truce that has been reached. But amidst this uneasy calm, one of them cannot help but remark that this temporary reprieve is nothing more than a prelude to the inevitable another dragon will surely awaken, threatening to upset the delicate balance once again. The weight of this burden hangs heavy in the air as they ponder the daunting task of safeguarding two dragon fragments, each a potential ticking time bomb waiting to unleash chaos upon the world. As the Swordmaster gazed up at the sky, the weight of his new responsibility settled upon him like a mantle. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared before him, presenting a scroll adorned with the words Guardian of the Covenant. The protagonist's troubled expression betrayed his struggle to come to terms with this new burden. His thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the trials he had faced and overcome, yet still he felt uncertain about the path ahead. And so, with determination etched on his face and a hint of trepidation in his eyes, he met our gaze as if daring us to share the weight of his burden. As the winter's chill begins to dissipate, the Swordmaster readies himself to depart from this harsh environment, reflecting on his growth and maturity since last seen. He is first shown carefully wrapping a mysterious figure in bandages, a task that seems almost ritualistic. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, echoing off-panel as it remarks on the ravaging effects of cold weather on the human body with age. The Swordmaster's thoughts are transported back to a past conversation where he was reminded not to fear the gentle winter breeze. But before his reverie can linger, a growl pierces the air, demanding to be unwrapped and threatening to grumble if wrapped any tighter. As the weight of the meeting settles upon them, our hero exhibits a palpable unease, his reluctance to accompany the unknown figure to Sturma palpable in every hesitant word. The mysterious stranger proposes an alternative, offering to send the protagonist's father instead, but he declines, citing concerns about disrupting his father's absence. The pressure mounts as the stranger emphasizes that the protagonist cannot be sent off empty-handed, hinting at a reward or compensation for his cooperation. With the stakes unclear and tension at its peak, our hero stands poised on the precipice of decision, his future uncertain and fraught with possibility. As they stand victorious over the slain Lindworm dragon, a stranger approaches the protagonist with an air of familiarity. Volkov reveals he has already claimed the beast's leg impaled on his spear, offering to spare the tail for their journey home, but warns it may prove unnecessary baggage. Their conversation turns to the barbarian captives they encountered during their quest, with Volkov assuring that the North will handle its own affairs and urging our traveler to set their mind at ease. As parting ways, Volkov takes a moment to bid farewell to the newest dragon killer, leaving the protagonist to ponder the weight of their journey and the mysterious stranger's motives. As you ponder your next move, a sense of secrecy hangs heavy in the air. You've been keeping something brief, but it's only a matter of time before someone discovers your actions. That someone is standing before you now, their words dripping with authority and warning. If you continue to keep things brief, they say, there will be serious consequences. Your mind races back to all the times you thought you'd gotten away with something, but it seems you underestimated the reach of those in power. The authoritative figure's gaze pierces through you, making it clear that they know more than you ever could have imagined. Their words cut deep. Did you think I wouldn't find out? As our hero goes about his day, a sudden jolt brings him to an abrupt halt, as if he's been struck by an unseen force. It starts with a cryptic message scrawled on a surface, asking what's going on. The protagonist's gaze snaps towards the words, his expression contorted in confusion and unease. He scans his surroundings, trying to make sense of the sudden interruption. And then, out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appears in the background, their presence hinting at some deeper involvement. The figure utters a warning, reminding our hero to remember something, cautioning him against receiving another such message. As the figure vanishes as suddenly as they appeared, the protagonist is left looking concerned and unsure, his thoughts racing with questions about what's happening and what it all means. As the swordmaster stands poised to depart, a reflective gaze settles upon his countenance, as if the weight of past decisions hangs heavy in the balance. Memories of a recent encounter flood his mind's eye, the fleeting regret that he was unable to freeze time and capture the essential truth in a single, definitive glance. The burden of missed opportunity lingers, a nagging whisper in the recesses of his thoughts. Yet, even as doubt creeps in, a steadfast determination takes hold, as if some inner compass guides him towards the certainty of what truly matters most. With deliberate care, he confirms the primacy of this crucial aspect, though its nature remains tantalizingly obscure. Finally, with preparations complete, the swordmaster sets his sights on the horizon, a sense of quiet resolve etched upon his face as he readies himself for whatever path lies ahead. As the protagonist, likely the swordmaster/dragon killer, stands before an unknown individual who seems to hold authority over him, tension and underlying issues in their relationship become apparent. The scene begins with neither party bringing much with them, a stark reminder of the complexities that lie ahead. The unknown individual praises the protagonist's feat, but it is met with skepticism by the protagonists themselves, who hints that they might have done better if not for someone else's interference. As the conversation progresses, the protagonists' questions are left unanswered, and their frustration grows as they imply they can think of many reasons why they shouldn't be pleased to see this person. As the protagonist's frustration reaches a boiling point, his words pour out in a torrent of emotion. But just as he's about to lose control, an enigmatic figure appears, gazing at him with an unnerving intensity. The stranger's piercing stare seems to bore into the very soul of the protagonist, and for a moment time stands still. Then a subtle nod of approval acknowledges the protagonist's growth, his accomplishments recognized and celebrated. The individual's words are like a balm to the protagonist's wounded pride, urging him to hold his head high wherever he goes. But even as confidence blooms on his face, the stranger's next words bring him back down to earth, warning that there will be further questioning before permission is granted to continue on his path. As the mysterious message from Leah echoes in his mind, "Leave you in peace," our hero is suddenly struck with a wave of introspection. He ponders his current state, acknowledging the significant strides he's taken towards maturity and composure since last seen. But just as he settles into this reflective mood, enigmatic messages begin to appear, posing probing questions like, "Whenever you see dragons," and "chance." Does These cryptic queries seem to be a mix of philosophical ponderings and riddles, leaving the protagonist to unravel their meaning. As he grapples with these mysteries, he's seen jotting down his thoughts in a journal or book, possibly recording his reflections for posterity. This poignant moment serves as a turning point where our hero pauses to reflect on his journey thus far, hinting at a greater purpose waiting just beyond the horizon. As the curtain opens, an air of foreboding settles over the winter landscape, casting a dark shadow over the protagonist's contemplative gaze. A cryptic quote from the Lindworm's dark blue blood lingers in the mind, foreshadowing a journey into the unknown. The protagonist's thoughts are consumed by their past, their reflection a testament to the weight of their experiences. Suddenly, a glimpse of a dragon's eye and blood-like liquid pierce through the gloom, hinting at an impending battle or confrontation. A mysterious figure presents the protagonist with an unsettling offer. Will they dare to drink the dragon's blood, holding the power to transform their fate? And as the final panel reveals, the protagonist stands resolute, steeling themselves for the challenges that lie ahead. As the flashback unfolds, we see the Swordmaster's face, etched with maturity and composure. The circular pattern surrounding him conveys a sense of introspection, as if he's reflecting on his past experiences. The phrase Sanho Yili written below suggests a thought or reflection from the Swordmaster's perspective, hinting at the weight of his journey thus far. The mention of Duna Yongrek Mandu, possibly a significant figure in his life, implies that the Swordmaster is contemplating the impact this person has had on him. As he looks inward, we see the phrase Yajin emblazoned in bold font, a testament to the determination and resolve that drives him forward. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid strolled through the grand capital city of Sturma, lost in thought about his future as a knight, a sudden and unexpected visitor appeared before him. Rai T.S. Mai. With an air of mystery, Rai posed a question that left Vlad perplexed. Have you ever felt the urge to drink the dragon's blood? As Vlad sought clarification on this cryptic remark, Rai offered only more enigmatic statements, further deepening the mystery surrounding the dragon's blood and its significance for Vlad's future as a knight or his goals for House Vayezid. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid navigates a treacherous landscape, his deepest fears are stirred to life by the sight of dragons, their scales glinting in the fading light. But it's not just these mythical creatures that unsettle him. The memory of his initial encounter with a mysterious stranger still lingers, leaving Vlad reeling from the revelation that this person knows more about him than he does. As they approach, Vlad's anxiety grows, his mind racing with questions about who this enigmatic figure is and what secrets they might possess. But as the stranger draws closer, Vlad's unease boils over into a surprise. My goodness! Somebody's in a foul mood. The true extent of this turmoil, however, lies not in the external events, but in the depths of Vlad's own psyche, where insecurities about his role as a squire and knight in training threaten to consume him. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid pondered the intricacies of the impending expedition, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by none other than Lord Rutger himself. Apologizing profusely for his momentary lapse in decorum, Vlad's nervousness around authority figures was palpable. Lord Rutger, however, put him at ease with a gentle invitation to join him inside. As they settled in, Vlad confided in the Lord about feeling overwhelmed by the constant inquiries regarding the expedition, revealing his uncertainty and lack of experience amidst the chaos. Seeking guidance and reassurance, Vlad shared his concerns with Lord Rutger, who probed deeper, sensing there was more to this meeting than mere small talk. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid stands before the blacksmith, he's presented with a new sword that symbolizes his growth and preparation for becoming a full-fledged knight. The blacksmith, proud of his craftsmanship, recounts how the sword was forged by a renowned master from the north and beyond, emphasizing its quality and significance. Vlad expresses gratitude but humility, feeling unworthy of such a fine blade. However, the blacksmith disagrees, believing that a dragon killer like Vlad deserves a sword to match his title. Squire Vlad of House Vayezid stands before Lord Akasa. The nobleman presents him with a sword, bestowing upon him a symbol of advancement as a knight. The sword is yours, Akasa declares. You earned it. But there's more to this gesture than meets the eye, for Akasa reveals he wishes to offer Vlad an even finer blade, though fears arousing envy among other squires and knights. The true nature of their relationship becomes clear as Akasa assures Vlad that the sword comes without strings attached, implying a level of trust or obligation between them. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid, he's met with a cryptic summons from his lord. leaving him uncertain about the intentions behind this mysterious development. He seeks clarity, wondering if he's missed crucial information, but the Lord's response only fuels the sense of anticipation as all knights are summoned for an unknown purpose. With his pilgrimage cut short, Vlad sets aside his wanderlust to prepare for the impending change that may reshape the dynamics within House Vayezid. The air is thick with intrigue as Vlad's path becomes shrouded in uncertainty, hinting at conflicts or revelations on the horizon. As Lord Akasa poses his inquiry, it becomes clear that a crucial decision lies ahead. Vlad, resolute in his choices, acknowledges the arduous journey he has undertaken thus far, yet shows no regret. Akasa, sensing Vlad's resolve, understands that the time has come to bestow upon him the weight of responsibility literally as he hands over his last ducat. The arrival of Titikam adds a layer of depth, highlighting the magnitude of the task ahead. Lord Akasa's words reveal his trust and duty in entrusting Vlad with this symbol of authority. As Vlad reflects on his accomplishments, it becomes evident that this moment marks a turning point for Squire Vlad as he accepts the mantle of responsibility, ready to face the challenges that come with it. As Squire Vlad approaches his lord, he expresses heartfelt gratitude for the guidance and support that has shaped him into the young knight he is today. However, the lord's response is met with a hint of surprise and perhaps even disapproval, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the atmosphere. Vlad's apology for any inconvenience caused only serves to intensify the sense of doubt as he asks his lord to accompany him on this new chapter in his life. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid stands before his lord, he can't help but feel a mix of emotions, anticipation, and trepidation as Lord Vayezid summons the knights to discuss the future succession. The lord's sudden change of heart, inviting Vlad to stay for a few more days, raises questions in Vlad's mind about the motivations behind this unexpected turn of events. As Lord Vayezid explains that one person's retirement necessitates another's ascension, Vlad is thrust into the spotlight as a potential successor, his growth and development as a knight in training taking center stage. The weight of responsibility settles upon him as the Lord calls for all knights to gather, hinting at an imminent promotion that comes with its own set of challenges and doubts from among the ranks. As Lord Akasa spoke, his words dripped with reverence for those who truly deserved it, and Squire Vlad's exceptional achievement was the very embodiment of that sentiment. The young noble had shattered the mold of limited opportunities, becoming the youngest to ever don the title of Squire in Vayezid's storied history. Lord Akasa's face lit up with genuine delight, his satisfaction palpable as he basked in the knowledge that tradition was being rewritten before his eyes. Vlad, humble and grateful, received the praise with a quiet gratitude, already planning his next move, perhaps even seeing this moment as a retirement gift to fuel his future endeavors. The conversation, though formal and respectful, hinted at deeper dynamics at play, leaving an air of intrigue hanging over their exchange. As Squire Vlad stands before the mirror, his gaze lingers on the reflection that barely resembles the young man he once knew. The subtle yet unmistakable signs of Akasa's sorcery are etched across his features, leaving him to wonder if this new physique and altered visage truly belonged to him. Just as doubts begin to assail him, Lord Vayezid appears, bestowing praise upon Vlad's progress and reiterating the importance of becoming a knight worthy of their noble lineage. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air as Vlad's anxiety grows, hinting at a loss of identity. 3 days later, Vlad returns to practice swordsmanship with Lord Vayezid, his struggles evident as he wrestles to wield the unwieldy weapon. Yet, despite these setbacks, Vlad remains resolute, driven by an unwavering determination to reach his goal and claim his rightful place among the knights of House Vayezid. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid stands before the mirror, he can hardly recognize the reflection staring back at him. Akasa's latest sorcery has wrought a transformation upon him, altering his appearance in ways both subtle and profound. The once confident young noble now gazes upon himself with confusion and bewilderment, as if struggling to reconcile the stranger in the glass with his own sense of self. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid approaches the esteemed knight's gate, a sense of trepidation settles over him. A mysterious voice whispers words of encouragement, granting Vlad permission to feel a little nervous about the momentous occasion that lies ahead. With an air of reverence, he stands before the gate, adorned with symbols and crests, and addresses the unknown entity making his plea for entry into the revered order of knights. The response is enigmatic, a single phrase etched in the darkness, mim entry. As Squire Vlad of House Vayezid stood outside the imposing hall of warriors, his anxiety and self-doubt were palpable. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and entered the hall, greeting Lord Arryn with respect as he did so. Akasa's words of encouragement seemed to calm him down slightly, but as they parted ways, Vlad's inner turmoil returned, his thoughts consumed by doubts about not being good enough to become a knight. Just as these fears threatened to overwhelm him, the sound of clashing steel echoed through the hall, signaling the start of the evaluation process. As he looked around at the other warriors, Vlad felt intimidated and uncertain about his chances, his uncertainty hanging in the balance like a double-edged sword. As Vlad stands before the entrance to the Hall of Knights, uncertainty and hesitation writhe across his features like a dark shadow. He grasps the sword, yet instead of exuding confidence, he struggles to lift it off the ground, his doubts and fears seeping into every fiber of his being. The weight of his own limitations crushes him as his inner monologue reveals the turmoil brewing within. Will I ever truly become a knight? He wonders, the thought suffocating him like a heavy cloak. As the scene fades, Vlad's dejected expression hangs in the air, a poignant reminder that the path to greatness is not merely one of physical prowess, but also of mental fortitude and unwavering conviction. As Vlad stood before Lord Vayezid's portrait, anticipation hung in the air, interrupted only by the sudden appearance of Saren Vatanitligel. Akasa congratulated the young squire on his progress as a knight in training, presenting him with an unexpected gift, a wine bottle labeled 2 billion. Vlad's hesitation was palpable as he opened the bottle, unsure what to expect inside. As he poured the liquid into a glass, a montage of memories unfolded, showcasing Vlad's growth and accomplishments in his training. The scene transitioned back to Akasa, this time presenting Vlad with a wine glass filled with an unknown substance. With renewed confidence, Vlad accepted the glass, raising it in a toast that marked the beginning of a new chapter in his journey. Squire Vlad of House Vayezid stands before the wise swordmaster. He seeks guidance on perfecting his swordsmanship. The swordmaster's cryptic instructions, conveyed through a combination of physical gestures and abstract concepts, emphasize the importance of balance and harmony in combat. However, Vlad's frustration grows as he struggles to grasp these complex teachings, leading him to doubt his abilities. Akasa seizes this opportunity to whisper words of encouragement into Vlad's ear, further muddling his thoughts. The scene concludes with Vlad left uncertain about his capacity to become a full-fledged knight, plagued by self-doubt and the subtle influence of Akasa's manipulation. As the curtain lifts on our hero's journey, we're met with an enigmatic message that sets the stage for a tale of mystery and intrigue. Swordsman. But what does it mean? The answer lies in the protagonist's troubled past. Born with a rare condition granting him exceptional strength and speed, our hero grew up amidst the harsh realities of the slums. Zephyr, an enigmatic figure, appeared, mentoring him in combat and strategy, revealing a complex web of relationships. As we fast forward through his development, we see our hero blossom into a confident and determined individual, driven to achieve his dreams. And finally, he stands poised on the edge of a cliff, gazing out at a vast landscape, symbolizing his transition from confinement to limitless possibility. In a dimly lit chamber, surrounded by stone walls and flickering torches, the hero stands poised, awaiting guidance from Vlad, Squire of House Vayezid. As the latter enters with an air of solemnity, the weight of the moment becomes palpable. With deliberate precision, Vlad presents the eternal, immutable swordmaster's code to the hero, a symbol of their training and mentorship. The code is placed in the hero's left hand, a reminder of its importance and relevance to their journey as a warrior, foreshadowing the challenges and triumphs that lie ahead. As the mysterious figure whispers words of wisdom, the dragon killer's thoughts drift back to his first confrontation with Sigmund Gaidar, a clash of steel that left an indelible mark on his soul. The Swordmaster's teachings echo in his mind, emphasizing the importance of following one's conscience above all else. A sense of clarity washes over him as he reflects on four essential traits that define a true knight: justice, compassion, courage, and wisdom. With these guiding principles etched into his heart, the dragon killer stands poised to face whatever challenges lie ahead, his path illuminated by the lessons of his past. As we delve into the mysterious world, a profound truth is revealed, that of the Swordmaster's code, a guiding force for knights to uphold chivalric values. The scene begins with a solemn declaration, setting the tone for an exploration of courage and self-sacrifice as embodied by brave warriors willing to risk their lives in the misty town. A cryptic figure, believed to be Zephyr, whispers words of wisdom to an unknown listener, emphasizing the importance of listening to one's conscience when faced with difficult decisions. The protagonist's past is illuminated, showcasing a path of honor and justice he has pursued with unwavering dedication. As the scene concludes, the final rule of the Swordmaster's code is reiterated, leaving no doubt about the significance of these principles in shaping the protagonist's character. As the story unfolds, a powerful message is conveyed through words and images, urging the main character to strive for honor and set a good example. Zephyr appears, emphasizing the importance of having a perfectly clear conscience and being worthy of fair compensation. A choice is presented: swear to live by certain rules before accepting the sword and the Swordmaster's code. Flashbacks reveal the protagonist's humble beginnings in the slums, showcasing his ability to see potential in plain swords. A red-haired girl appears, testifying to the protagonist's potential despite his challenging upbringing. This pivotal moment sets the tone for the main character's future actions and decisions, highlighting the importance of honor, justice, and personal growth amidst the challenges he faces. As we delve into the past, a quote echoes through time: "He always held fast to his convictions and defended justice," illuminating the unwavering commitment of a young boy to what is right. A knight who once guarded the Smiling Rose testifies to the purity of this boy's conscience, revealing that even at a tender age he possessed a strong sense of morality. As we gaze up at the stars with him, his aspirations and ambitions for the future become clear, fueling his determination to march towards them with unwavering resolve. Though unaware of the Swordmaster's code, this young boy had been living by its principles all along, suggesting that his innate sense of justice and morality has been guiding him since childhood. And as we glance at the plain, unadorned sword that has been his constant companion on this journey, we are reminded of his unwavering commitment to his values, a testament to the power of staying true to one's convictions. In a bold declaration, Peter Vayezid, the rightful master of House Vayezid, orders his loyal Squire to arise and take on a new role as a knight, tasked with defending the innocent and fighting against evil. As Peter's determination to uphold the Swordmaster's code is showcased through a series of decisive moments, he emphasizes his authority and leadership by proclaiming himself the master of House Vayezid. The contrast between Peter's unwavering resolve and the Squire's humble beginnings serves as a reminder of the character's growth and development throughout the story. With this new responsibility, the Squire is called upon to rise to their full glory as a knight, leaving the audience with an image that implies a transformation on the horizon. As we delve into the past of the hero of the North, a tale of protection and valor unfolds. We see glimpses of his storied history, where he wore many hats: guardian of Lady Alicia, defender of innocence, and dragon killer. The weight of these titles is palpable as we witness snippets of his adventures, showcasing his unwavering dedication to safeguarding the innocent and vanquishing evil. But just as we think we've reached the end of this flashback, a cliffhanger emerges, leaving us wondering what lies ahead for our hero's next great quest. As the wandering hero finally finds his footing, he begins to put down roots in his new home, marking a significant shift from his nomadic lifestyle. Flashbacks reveal the tumultuous journey that brought him to this moment, showcasing his transformation from a restless wanderer to someone with a newfound sense of purpose and belonging. Surrounded by a celestial gathering of stars, he stands as a testament to the power of stability and connection, their twinkling lights perhaps symbolizing guidance, protection, or a deeper understanding of his place in the world. As the sun sets over the estate of Trinova, Count Gaidar and his trusted advisers convene to discuss their war strategy. The atmosphere is tense as they deliberate on how to seize the initiative against their enemies. Count Gaidar stresses the importance of maintaining momentum, refusing to be hindered by the enigmatic cursed dwarves. V, a seasoned adviser, presents a proposal outlining a bold plan to take control of the situation, and it is met with approval from Count Gaidar. As diplomatic tensions between the north and central regions simmer just beneath the surface, the hero of the north convenes with Count Gaidar in a calculated move to prevent war. With caution reigning supreme, the hero echoes the sentiments of other nobles, opting for a measured approach. Sigmund Gaidar, the champion of the West, arrives unexpectedly, revealing his interest in Lady Alicia Heinel's marital status and potentially paving the way for an alliance or marriage between her and Count Gaidar. The hero then extends an olive branch to Count Gaidar, seeking his aid in protecting Lady Alicia and avoiding conflict. In the midst of a pivotal conversation, the hero of the North received an unexpected visit from Count Gaidar, accompanied by his son Sigmund. As the unlikely trio gathered, the hero sought clarification on why they were being summoned, and more importantly, what drove their desire to intervene in Dermer. Amidst the uncertainty, Bates, a trusted adviser, raised doubts about the hero's ability to provide a sufficient justification for involvement. Undeterred, Visser Queenie offered words of encouragement, urging the hero to strive for a legitimate reason to justify their actions. With renewed determination, the hero vowed to work tirelessly to uncover a convincing explanation, driven by their unwavering commitment to protect Lady Alicia Heinel and prevent the impending war between the north and central regions. As the boy stands before Lord Zephyr, he is met with a mixture of emotions: gratitude for achieving his goal, yet still grappling with the weight of his past and his connection to Lady Alicia Heinel. But just as he begins to process this revelation, Lord Zephyr drops a bombshell. A High Council meeting will be convened in the north, an event that hasn't taken place in over a decade. The boy's skepticism is palpable, sensing that something ominous or significant is brewing behind these closed doors. And with Lord Zephyr's cryptic message hinting at the boy's true identity and connection to Lady Alicia Heinel, the stage is set for a major event that will shake the very foundations of his journey and the fate of the North. As the lords gather in secret, the hero of the North is left wondering if they were intentionally kept out of the loop or if the meeting was hastily arranged, leaving no time for others to prepare. With this mystery on their mind, they make a bold move by extending an invitation to Lady Alicia Heinel, Lord of Dermer, to join them in council. The strategic position of the Heinel family between the north and central regions is also brought into question, hinting at potential conflicts or alliances that may arise from this sudden turn of events. As the age of peace draws to a close, a sense of urgency settles over Dermer as Lady Alicia Heinel is confronted with a critical decision: which side to take in the impending conflict between the north and central regions. A dramatic warning echoes through the land, hinting at severe consequences for any delay in making this choice. Two options present themselves, each fraught with peril, turning against the north or being forsaken by the central region. The clock is ticking as the eagle of the west, Sigmund Gaidar, looms ominously on the horizon, ready to swoop down and devour Dermer if they hesitate too long. With war looming and neutrality no longer an option, Lady Alicia's decision weighs heavily on her people, casting a shadow over their uncertain future. As the protagonist arrives at the designated meeting spot, he is greeted by Daramir, a representative from House Vayezid. Daramir expresses his unwavering support for the protagonist's endeavors, offering to provide full backing from his influential house. The protagonist reveals that his primary concerns lie with Dermer himself, hinting at a personal connection or unresolved issue between them. Daramir clarifies the protagonist's position as the highest representative of House Vayezid in their meeting, emphasizing his importance in their eyes. With an unspoken understanding reached between the two parties, the scene concludes, setting the stage for a pivotal development in the story and its potential impact on the protagonist's quest. As the nostalgic melody lingers, our protagonist's mind wanders back to the dawn of his existence, recalling the peculiar circumstances of his birth, a life without sharper fangs, a trait that has both strengthened and weakened him over time. His introspection delves deeper, drawing parallels between his own struggles and those of the Heinel family, who also stand at a crossroads in their destiny. The weight of his choices settles upon him as he acknowledges the devastating consequences of indecision. The impending war between North and Central regions will only worsen with each passing moment. And so, our protagonist makes a pivotal decision, declaring, "I must put Artroid first," signaling a turning point in his journey as he sets his sights on securing Lady Alicia Heinel's safety and shaping the fate of House Vayezid. In a world torn apart by endless conflict, a call to action resounds across the realms. A mysterious curse serves as a reminder of the long-standing feud among the kingdoms, but a powerful voice seeks to put an end to the bloodshed and usher in a new era of peace. Against this backdrop, a hero emerges, readying himself for battle in a dramatic pose that exudes determination and courage. As cryptic messages hint at ancient wisdom and prophecies yet to be fulfilled, the hero unsheathes his sword, prepared to take on the challenges ahead. With the fate of the kingdoms hanging in the balance, this enigmatic figure stands poised to embark on a journey that will shape the course of history. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting a fiery crimson glow over the castle walls, the Count's Guard reveals a dark and violent past that has stained the very fabric of Sturma. With an air of excitement and anticipation, he begins to share the gruesome tales of bloodshed and battle-worn victories that have defined the history of these revered walls. The Guard matter-of-factly recounts the countless enemies and Vayezids who have fallen at their feet, justifying this violence as a necessary evil in defending one's homeland. As the shadows deepen, the somber tone only intensifies, casting a haunting light on the true nature of Sturma's defenses. As a solemn vow echoes through the air, Sir Ramon takes center stage, his words dripping with foreboding as he warns the noble woman of impending dangers that lie ahead. "Someday," he ominously declares, "you too will be called upon to shed your own blood." The noblewoman's plea for forgiveness falls on deaf ears, however, as Sir Ramon seizes the opportunity to assert his dominance, introducing himself with a flourish. "From now on, I am Sir Ramon." With these words, the tone is set for a clash of wills between this proud knight and those who dare challenge his authority. As the Count's Guard stormed into the blacksmith's shop, a palpable air of tension hung heavy in the atmosphere. His hand clutched a damaged piece of armor, and his scowl seemed to etch itself onto his face as he accused the blacksmith of ruining his prized possession. The blacksmith, unfazed by the Guard's outburst, downplayed the significance of the damage, claiming it was merely a rusty old thing. The Guard's offer of coin was met with skepticism, and the blacksmith hinted at having heard whispers about the knight-to-be's impending mission, leaving the Guard to ponder the true value of the armor. With the situation temporarily resolved, the blacksmith extended an invitation for the Guard to visit his estate, perhaps hinting at a future alliance or business deal. As the sun casts its golden glow on the bustling market, we find the Count's Guard standing tall, his eyes fixed on the merchants gathered around him. His commanding presence is matched only by his unyielding arrogance, as he demands payment for his services with an air of entitlement. The merchant, visibly hesitant, agrees to pay up front, and the Guard's smile grows wider still. As the transaction is completed, our protagonist can't resist flaunting his newfound wealth, revealing a collection of opulent trinkets from his backpack. His thanks to the merchant are laced with condescension, further solidifying his reputation as a self-centered individual. With the deal sealed and his ego stroked, the Count's Guard walks away satisfied with himself, leaving in his wake a trail of exploited others and tarnished relationships. As Sir Ramon stood victorious over the defeated bandits, he turned to the Count's Guard with a sincere expression of gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation for their timely intervention. The Guard, known for its condescending personality, responded with a sarcastic comment that seemed to mock Sir Ramon's sincerity. But instead of being deterred, Sir Ramon thanked the Guard once more, his words dripping with conviction and respect. Noticing the slight softening in the Guard's demeanor, Sir Ramon's gesture was met with a nod and a mumbled thank you from the Guard itself. As the two stood together, A subtle shift in their dynamic seemed to hint at potential future interactions between them, marked by a newfound understanding and mutual respect. As the silence from the noblewoman grew, so did the Count's guard's frustration and impatience. Over a month had passed since he sent the letter, yet there was no response to be seen. He couldn't help but wonder why she hadn't written back, his mind racing with possibilities. But as he dwelled on the uncertainty, he cautioned himself against getting ahead of himself, knowing that preparation for the worst-case scenario was always wise. Amidst these thoughts, he offered words of wisdom about meeting challenges with humility and grace, revealing a philosophical side to his personality. Yet, just as it seemed he had regained composure, internal doubts crept in, questioning whether he would ultimately have to acquiesce to Count Gaidar's request and marry the noblewoman's oldest son. As the Count's guard approaches the noblewoman, his words are laced with apology and concern. He reveals himself still reeling from the suitor's declaration, shocked by the lack of respect shown towards their family's future. The suitor's sole focus was on satiating his own greed, leaving no assurances for the Heinel family's well-being. Frustration seeps into the guard's tone as he laments being surrounded by thieves and scoundrels, feeling trapped in a difficult situation. As the diplomatic meeting unfolds, the Count's guard and the unnamed noblewoman engage in a tense conversation, revealing the depths of his arrogance and self-importance. The noblewoman initially responds to his suggestion with caution, but her attempts to placate him only fuel his frustration as he presses for a response from the Vayezids regarding his letter. Despite her acknowledgments of Dermer's strategic importance, the guard remains singularly focused on advancing his own interests and securing a response, even if it means sending a mere squire to convey his request. The air is thick with tension as their differing values and goals come into sharp relief, setting the stage for future conflict. As the Count's guard stands watch outside a door, he checks his timepiece with an air of expectation, his mind already racing with the task at hand. The noblewoman's approach prompts him to adjust his armor and sword, preparing for whatever lies ahead. When she asks if they can proceed as planned, the guard suggests delaying the meeting until tomorrow, offering to stall on her behalf despite his growing unease. With a mixture of condescension and authority, he assures her that he'll do everything in his power to delay the inevitable. As gratitude is exchanged, the guard's warning to brace herself hangs ominously in the air, foreshadowing the perils that may soon unfold. As the starving eagle's hunting words echo through the air, Count's guard Istvan Gaidar takes center stage, introducing himself as the rightful heir to his esteemed estate. With an air of self-importance, he dismisses Derma as a backwater town, implying that its people prioritize farming over commerce and trade. As the conversation turns to diplomacy, Istvan reveals his disdain for it, suggesting that others value it, but not him. His scathing summary of Derma leaves no doubt about his condescending attitude towards others. As we delve into the scene, we find the Count's guard expressing a palpable sense of disdain and annoyance as he begrudgingly attends to tasks he deems beneath him, driven by an arrogant conviction that his title entitles him to more significant pursuits. His thoughts turn to his father, whose excessive demands on him have instilled a sense of resentment, and we see the Count's guard reflecting on his father's guiding principle: seize what one wants through force, citing historical examples from the West where might has made right. As this introspection unfolds, it becomes clear that the Count's guard is not only overconfident but also willing to use coercion to get what he desires, setting the stage for potential conflicts with those who may not share his values or goals. As the map of the West and North unfolds, the Count's guard takes center stage, boasting about his role in protecting a noblewoman. With a sense of pride, he explains the differences between the two regions, highlighting how the West has thrived through pillaging and plundering, while the North stands strong due to its formidable defenses. The bard then speaks of Count Gaidar's meteoric rise to power as the master and lord of the West, painting a picture of the Count's growing influence. The noblewoman responds with a witty remark, remarking on the natural caution one would exercise when venturing beyond their kingdom's boundaries. As the conversation unfolds, the guard reveals his assignment to guard the noblewoman, implying the gravity of the situation. As we venture into these uncharted territories, we are introduced to a breathtaking landscape where beauty reigns supreme. Amidst this splendor, a noblewoman emerges, her exceptional loveliness leaving all others in her wake. Meanwhile, the Count's guard appears on the scene, boasting of his own remarkable qualities and hinting at a rivalry with these esteemed ladies. His condescending remark about the noblewoman's beauty reveals a man consumed by arrogance and confidence. As the scene shifts to the imperial capital, whispers of conflict and intrigue begin to spread, foreshadowing the turmoil that may soon engulf this world. As the noblewoman's bodyguard returns from his unknown destination, it's clear that he has been on a mission or received new information. With an air of confidence, he approaches Tsarnist Dragulia, addressing him as a warlord with a tone of mutual respect. The warlord inquires if he has anything to report, hinting at the possibility that the bodyguard has acquired valuable intelligence or achieved something significant. However, the guard's response is a simple no, leaving room for speculation about his true intentions and success. This subtle revelation serves as a reminder that even the most confident individuals may be hiding secrets, and the guard's relationship with Sarnis remains shrouded in mystery, adding depth to their interaction. As the news of the White Dragon's defeat by Northern Knights spreads, a Count's guard sits calmly, yet with an air of superiority as he reads the report. His disdain is palpable, and he can't help but sneer at the Northerner's achievement. But amidst his arrogance, he reveals a hint of pride when recalling his own expedition to the north. He shares a tale of discovery, mentioning a young dragon yet to awaken, leaving us wondering about the true extent of his endeavors. As his child presses him for more information, the guard's cryptic response hints at a life spent sowing seeds throughout the land, sparking curiosity about his broader ambitions and what secrets lie beneath his stoic exterior. As the Count's guard stands watch, his thoughts wander to the noblewoman he has sworn to protect, her enigmatic beauty and hidden depths tantalizing him like a puzzle waiting to be solved. His mind drifts back to an investment made by her family, one that holds great significance, and a faint memory begins to take shape. The guard's attention is then drawn to a conversation about a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes, eerily similar to those of the noblewoman. The connection sparks a realization. This physical resemblance echoes the Dragulia family's heritage, a thread linking the two individuals in a way that's difficult to ignore. Despite this discovery, the dragon fragments remain elusive, leaving the guard to ponder the true nature of his charge and the secrets she may be hiding. As the Count's guard stands amidst lush vegetation, a sense of contemplation washes over him. His thoughts turn to the monotony of his work, likening it to planting seeds that may never bear fruit. Despite this frustration, he acknowledges that people continue to sow seeds without end, a sign of resignation in the face of tedious duty. But just as he seems lost in thought, an invitation or message arrives, and the guard's expression changes, filled with enthusiasm at the prospect of meeting someone new. The sudden shift in tone hints at a disruption to his routine, potentially setting the stage for new conflicts or opportunities to arise. As the sun dips below the horizon, the Count's guard stands tall, his sword at the ready, exuding an air of confidence and superiority. With lightning-quick reflexes, he deflects an opponent's attack, showcasing his exceptional combat skills. But it's not just his prowess with a sword that sets him apart, it's also his sharp tongue as he delivers a taunting remark to his adversary, revealing a condescending personality. Just as the tension is about to escalate, a figure with a distinctive hat approaches, offering assistance in swordsmanship, and the guard accepts, hinting at a deeper desire for improvement. As the scene fades to black, the guard readies himself for a duel against an unknown opponent, his determination palpable, leaving us wondering what challenges lie ahead. As Vlad's gaze lingers on Lady Alecja's beauty, he can't help but express his admiration, hinting at a romantic interest that may or may not be reciprocated. Suddenly, Istvan of House of Gaidar interrupts the moment, dropping a bombshell that the truth is even more wondrous than the tales of Lady Alecja's loveliness. Vlad's uncertainty is palpable as he struggles to find the right response to this unexpected revelation. The air is thick with tension as Istvan extends a courtesy to Lady Alecja, potentially forging an alliance or connection between their houses. Meanwhile, Vlad learns that Istvan hails from House Gaidar, setting the stage for potential conflict or rivalry. As Vlad suddenly appears at Ernalicia's estate, the air is thick with tension as she is caught off guard. Her displeasure is palpable as she scolds him for his impertinence, taking umbrage with the familiar lady and instead demanding a more formal title. The unannounced arrival sparks her frustration, implying that she would have preferred some prior notice to prepare herself. But Vlad refuses to back down, growing defensive as he questions the need for discussion or agreement before making a marriage proposal. The disagreement between them hangs in the balance, revealing the complexities of their relationship and the struggles that come with Vlad's impulsive nature and Baron Alicia's desire for control. As Vlad's frustration reaches a boiling point, he confesses his disappointment with House Gaidar's treatment towards him, only to be interrupted by an enigmatic figure who offers a biting commentary on the hasty nature of noble families in matters of marriage. With remarkable composure, Vlad attempts to navigate the complex web of politics and alliances, acknowledging that there may be more at play than initially meets the eye. The conversation takes a turn when the proposal for Lady Alecja's hand in marriage is brought up, revealing the intricate dynamics at work within House Gaidar. As tensions simmer beneath the surface, Vlad's interactions with Lady Alecja hint at the development of an unexpected bond, one forged from curiosity and wit. As Vlad and his companions arrive at the stronghold of House Gaidar, they are met with an air of grandeur and authority. The imposing structure looms before them, its stone walls bearing witness to centuries of power and prestige. With determination etched on their faces, they make their way towards the entrance, unyielding in their pursuit of an audience with Lord Istvan. But as they approach, a sense of superiority begins to emanate from within as Lord Istvan himself emerges, flaunting his heritage and birthright. Vlad's initial reaction is one of anger and frustration at the heir's condescending attitude, but it's short-lived as Lord Istvan's mocking words cut deep, highlighting their vastly different values and perspectives. The scene ends on a tense note, with Vlad's companions intervening to defuse the situation, leaving the outcome uncertain. As Vlad approaches Lady Alecja, his frustration and desire for change are palpable. He acknowledges the societal expectations that restrict their interaction, but his patience has worn thin. Implying a sense of urgency, he emphasizes that silence in the face of insults would be self-debasement and humiliation. The conversation ends with a sense of resolution, as Vlad claims it was easy, leaving an air of determination hanging between them. As Vlad stands before a sea of expectant faces, including Gaidar's son and other nobles, he is suddenly transported back to a crucial conversation with Lord Joseph Vayezid. The memory sparks a sense of unease as the present moment unfolds, with the arrival of a messenger announcing the presence of the knights of House Vayezid. Anticipation and curiosity swirl through the gathering as Lord Joseph himself appears, met with a mix of respect and wariness from the crowd. Vlad's curiosity gets the better of him as he approaches the lord, seeking answers about his true intentions behind their arrival. Lord Joseph explains that they have come to offer aid and support to those in need, recalling instances of House Vayezid's kindness towards the people in the past. In the depths of Vlad's chambers, a sense of unease hangs in the air as he stands alone, lost in thought. The sudden arrival of a messenger shatters the silence, bearing news from the Vayezid knights that has been too long in coming. As the messenger explains their intentions to re-establish ties with Lord Joseph and forge an alliance, Vlad's curiosity is piqued. He presses for more information, sensing an opportunity to clarify his own path as a knight. The Vayezid knight's visit sets into motion a chain of events that will test Vlad's resolve and shape the future of his relationships. As the night wore on, Vlad arrived at the gathering of distinguished knights of House Vayezid, apologizing for his tardiness to those in attendance. Amidst the sea of noble faces, one stood out Lady Alicia, whose gaze pierced through the room as she greeted Vlad with a hint of curiosity. She noted that he was the only person she had granted the right to address her as lady, an observation that hinted at their past interactions. Vlad's boldness soon got the better of him, and he requested permission to speak with Lord Joseph Vayezid himself. Lady Alicia summoned the lord, and Vlad found himself face to face with a figure shrouded in mystery. The conversation that followed revealed the intricate dynamics within House Vayezid, with Lady Alicia's authority hanging precariously in the balance. As Vlad arrives at the location, accompanied by an imposing presence of Lord Joseph Vayezid, he approaches Lady Alec with a thoughtful gesture. With a handkerchief in hand, Vlad repays her kindness with a heartfelt token of appreciation, symbolizing his gratitude and chivalrous nature. However, Lady Alec's reaction is not what one would expect. She questions the gift, seeking more from Vlad than just a mere trinket. In response, Vlad swears upon his honor as a knight, backed by the esteemed House Vayezid, solidifying his commitment to his promises and alliances. In the depths of his troubled past, Vlad's determination shone bright like a beacon in the darkness. A montage of struggles in the slums revealed a desperate young man driven to rise above his circumstances, his bravery and curiosity forging a path forward. As he grew and developed as a person, his genuine nature began to take shape, until finally he transformed into the blue moonlit night, his shadow stretching out like a symbol of acceptance. With his new identity solidified, Vlad stood tall before an enigmatic figure, declaring himself worthy of standing in their presence, exuding pride and accomplishment. This glimpse into his humble beginnings has set the stage for his future endeavors as a respected knight, driven to protect those he cares about. As Vlad's mind wanders, he can't help but think that things should be simpler than they've turned out to be. He's astonished that Lord Joseph doesn't even seem to notice his presence, despite being mere inches away. But just as he's lost in thought, a sudden realization strikes him. Gaidar is standing right behind him, and it seems Lord Joseph has finally taken notice. As Vlad's memories unfold like a tapestry, he delves deep into the past, revisiting an encounter with an enigmatic figure whose spark of potential had left him intrigued. His mind wanders back to that fateful meeting where he was drawn not just by empathy for their plight, but by the promise of growth and development that lay ahead. The weight of his decision to spare this individual is lifted as he reveals that curiosity and interest played a significant role in his actions, hinting at the complexities beneath his fa-adept. As Vlad converses with Lord Joseph Vayezid, a complex web of motivations begins to unravel. Vlad's concerns about justifying Gaidar's son, a rival knight, are met with an unexpected response from Lord Joseph, who believes that remarkable things can come from unexpected sources. But as their conversation unfolds, Vlad reveals the weight of his father's advice to create a justification for Gaidar's son at all costs, hinting at a deep-seated conflict within him. Meanwhile, Lord Joseph's words seem laced with ulterior motives, emphasizing the importance of principle and staying true to oneself. As Vlad struggles with his decision, Lord Joseph reassures him that he will have a plan soon, leaving us wondering what hidden agendas lie beneath their conversation. As Lord Joseph reaffirms his commitment to the alliance between the Vayezid and Heinel families, a subtle undercurrent of romantic interest begins to simmer beneath the surface. Summoning Vlad, the blue moonlit night, to his presence, Lord Joseph sees in him a reassuring sign of their bond. The Lord hands Vlad a letter, dispatched on behalf of Lady Alec, which sets the tone for a delicate dance of diplomacy and emotion. As Vlad holds onto Lord Joseph's handkerchief, symbolizing the deeper connection between them, the air thickens with an unspoken intimacy. Meanwhile, Lord Joseph hints that the potential marriage proposal from House Gaidar may not be a compelling enough reason to refuse, leaving Vlad to consider this possibility and seem open to the idea. As the conversation unfolds, Vlad's curiosity and willingness to entertain new possibilities become clear, hinting at a future filled with uncertainty and promise. As Lady Oksana reveals an ancient secret to Vlad, the blue moonlit night, his world is turned upside down. The truth about their family's intertwined bloodlines shatters any illusions of innocence, and Vlad's eyes widen with newfound understanding. He realizes that this revelation not only challenges Lady Oksana's expectations, but also gives him the upper hand in negotiations, allowing him to reject the current marriage proposal with confidence. Meanwhile, Gaidar's son is secretly trying to sway others to support his own marriage proposal, hinting at a brewing storm of opposition and conflict on the horizon. As Vlad stands tall, empowered by this knowledge, it becomes clear that nothing will ever be the same again for him or those around him. As Vlad reveals to Countess Oksana that Gaidar's son has expressed interest in marrying him, he notes that he would need her permission to make it happen. The Countess is more than willing to lend her support, offering her help and guidance to Vlad in his pursuit of this potential alliance. While Vlad is grateful for her offer, he can't shake the feeling that there's a hidden agenda behind her words, potentially linking House Vayezid to their own motives. Despite his reservations, Vlad concludes that accepting the Countess's offer is his only viable option at present, highlighting his diplomatic struggles as he navigates complex relationships and potential alliances. As the conversation unfolds between Lord Joseph Vayezid and Vlad, a sense of unease settles over the air. The sudden question about Vlad's delay in responding to a situation catches him off guard, his expression betraying a mixture of confusion and defensiveness. But it is Lord Joseph's tone that truly reveals the gravity of the situation, hinting at a larger issue lurking beneath the surface. As Sir Vlad stands at a crossroads, the weight of responsibility threatens to crush him. Lord Joseph and Zayar's words of understanding and appreciation only serve to underscore the gravity of his decision, leaving him torn between the Gaidar's marriage and the Vayezid's offer of protection. His mind racing with doubts and uncertainties, Sir Vlad's inner monologue reveals a lingering sense of unease as he questions whether Lady Alicia can be fully trusted. The complexity of the situation is palpable as Sir Vlad grapples with the consequences of his choices, his impulsive nature at odds with his desire to make the right decision. As Lady Alicia greets Sir Vlad after a long time apart, she expresses her concern for the weight of his new mission, hoping it won't be too much pressure on him. But Sir Vlad is resolute in his determination to serve her well, reiterating the orders he's been given and demonstrating his unwavering focus on completing his task. As Sir Vlad's thoughts turn inward, he reflects on his unwavering commitment to being there for those who matter most. Baron Alicia, impressed by his selflessness, praises him for having her best interests at heart, unencumbered by ulterior motives or hidden agendas. Her gratitude is palpable as she requests a glimpse of the handkerchief she had given him, and Sir Vlad complies, revealing its frayed edges, worn from being carried close to his heart. Baron Alicia teases him about holding on to it so dearly, her words sparking a thoughtful silence in Sir Vlad as he ponders their conversation. As Sir Vlad sits alone in his chambers, his gaze falls upon a handkerchief belonging to Juno, and suddenly he is transported back to the past. He recalls the day he first met Lord Joseph and Zayar, and the events that unfolded as he became entangled in their struggles. Flashbacks of battles fought and won, decisions made with haste, and mistakes committed weigh heavily on his conscience. With each relived memory, Sir Vlad's growth from an impulsive young man to a more responsible knight becomes evident. The flashback finally comes to an end, leaving Sir Vlad sitting in the present, still clutching Juno's handkerchief as he contemplates the weight of his responsibilities. As Sir Vlad stands frozen, his instincts kick in at the sudden movement of Juno, causing him to react with unbridled passion. But amidst the chaos, a small detail catches his attention, a handkerchief, innocently held by Juno, which sparks an unexpected connection to a cherished memory. The revelation that this is, in fact, his own handkerchief throws Sir Vlad into disarray as he hastily attempts to clarify its significance. Gemina's astute observation and gentle inquiry shatter the veil of secrecy, revealing Sir Vlad's tender sentiments towards Juno and exposing his vulnerabilities to those around him. As the tension between Mentor and Protji reaches a boiling point, Sir Vlad and Rutger engage in a heated argument over Sir Vlad's reckless behavior in the previous battle. The scene begins with Sir Vlad admiring a piece of fabric, his expression one of introspection, while Rutger stands nearby, his disapproval palpable. As their conversation turns heated, Sir Vlad becomes defensive and angry, lashing out at Rutger with a hurtful remark that only fuels the flames of their disagreement. Despite the escalating argument, Rutger remains firm in his disapproval, his concern for Sir Vlad's well-being evident in his expression. The scene concludes with Sir Vlad looking frustrated and upset, while Rutger appears resolute in his stance, the the tension between them hanging precariously in the balance. As the dust settles on the evening's gathering, Sir Vlad is left to dwell on his latest blunder. His thoughts are pierced by the stinging rebukes of Juno, who cannot help but label him a fool for sabotaging their carefully laid plans. Lord Joseph joins in, lamenting the destruction of all their efforts due to Sir Vlad's careless misstep, the misplaced handkerchief being the catalyst for chaos. Meanwhile, Juno's biting sarcasm cuts deep, suggesting that if foolishness were a virtue, Sir Vlad would indeed be saint-like. As the weight of his impulsiveness settles upon him, it becomes clear that self-awareness and control are crucial lessons for Sir Vlad to learn in order to avoid further social missteps. As Sir Vlad stands before Lord Zayar, regret etched on his face, he can't help but beat himself up over a grave mistake. His harsh self-criticism hangs heavy in the air as Zayar approaches, scolding him for his impulsiveness and urging him to grow up. But just as tensions reach a boiling point, Winer intervenes, her calm demeanor a balm to soothe the ruffled emotions of both men. As the conversation unfolds, Zayar's words are laced with a mix of criticism and guidance, pushing Sir Vlad to confront his own shortcomings while acknowledging his growth as a knight. As Sir Vlad approached Rutger, his tone and words were laced with aggression, still reeling from their previous argument. But Rutger stood firm, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to Sir Vlad's escalating emotions. The knight's defensiveness grew as he tried to justify his actions, but Rutger remained unyielding, refusing to back down. The conversation reached a boiling point when Sir Vlad threatened to unleash his wrath once more, only for Rutger to firmly tell him to stop testing his patience and leave the room. Forced to confront his impulsive nature, Sir Vlad struggled to compose himself, still visibly upset as he pondered what to do about Rutger's perceived slight. As Sir Vlad takes center stage, his imposing figure commands attention, drawing in those around him like moths to a flame. Two women, their faces aglow with admiration, approach him, praising his valorous deeds and declaring him the master of their hearts. Rutger, a wise and experienced mentor, chimes in, acknowledging Sir Vlad's accomplishments with a nod of respect. As the scene comes to a close, Sir Vlad basks in the adoration of his audience, his confidence and charm on full display. As the Vayezid family gathering reached its climax, Sir Vlad's attempt to impress Juno and Rutger ended in a spectacular failure. With grandiose declarations, he tried to win over Juno's heart, only for her to politely decline his advances. But just as things couldn't get any worse, Rutger intervened, cutting short Sir Vlad's embarrassment with a stern warning. In a desperate attempt to save face, Sir Vlad turned to the Heinel family's maids, unleashing a chaotic spectacle that left everyone stunned. As the scene faded away, Sir Vlad was left reeling, his frustration and disappointment palpable as he muttered an exasperated "it. How did everything go so wrong?" As Sir Vlad reminisces about his first mission as a knight, he can't help but feel like a laughingstock among his peers. The other knights stood by, mocking him with words that stung, yet beneath the ridicule Sir Vlad detected a tinge of affection. But it's Rutger's former supporters who ultimately offer him acceptance, recognizing him as one of their own. As he contemplates this contrast, Sir Vlad begins to wonder if people are fundamentally the same at heart, regardless of social standing. As Sir Vlad wrestles with the weight of his past decisions, he's consumed by regret and frustration. He laments that nothing can be changed, yet simultaneously tries to rationalize his circumstances, saying there's no use crying over spilled milk. But this futile attempt at acceptance is soon derailed by a burst of emotional turmoil, as he confesses to feeling lost without a clear direction. In the midst of this inner struggle, Sir Vlad suddenly suggests offering a prayer, revealing a more contemplative side to his personality. As the tumult subsides, he takes a moment to reflect on the events that have transpired, likely grappling with the consequences of his actions and seeking guidance for the path ahead. As Rutger poses a question about the significance of keeping Juno's handkerchief, Sir Vlad's introspective gaze is drawn into the depths of his own emotions. The topic sparks a candid discussion, as Sir Vlad reveals the token of their bond, a testament to the profound connection they shared. Rutger's concern for Sir Vlad's attachment echoes through the air, hinting at the potential risks of such intense sentimentality for one so young. But Sir Vlad stands firm in his defense, recounting the numerous perilous missions he has undertaken since parting ways with Juno, a testament to his resilience and unwavering dedication. As the conversation unfolds, it becomes clear that beneath Sir Vlad's stoic exterior lies an individual deeply affected by emotional ties, prone to impulsive decisions and self-criticism in the face of vulnerability. As Sir Vlad clutches Juno's handkerchief, a tangible reminder of his lingering emotions, he is struck by the gravity of his past mistakes. With an air of self-awareness, he recognizes that holding on to this token was a misguided attempt to cling to what could never be, born from ignorance rather than malice. But just as the truth begins to unravel, Rutger intervenes, offering a counterpoint perspective that frames Sir Vlad's actions as proof of his innocence rather than recklessness. This conversation serves as a poignant reminder of Sir Vlad's well-meaning nature, despite his impulsive tendencies, and Rutger's reassurances that he means well in everything only underscore the importance of self-awareness and personal growth. As Sir Vlad returns to the Vayezid estate, he's met with a mixture of surprise and skepticism by the staff and Lord Joseph, leaving him feeling confused and frustrated. The flashback-like glimpse into their past fondness for him hints at deeper connections, but the present-day reception is far from warm. Lord Joseph's comment about Sir Vlad showing no change since their last meeting only adds to his agitation, as he feels like he's evolved as a person, but others are failing to recognize it. As tensions rise, Sir Vlad calls out in desperation, highlighting his sense of isolation and disconnection from those around him. The sudden instruction to inform Sir Zayar about an emergency only adds to the mystery, leaving Sir Vlad feeling perplexed and concerned. As the emotional storm subsides, Sir Vlad's turbulent thoughts are met with a steady calm by Rutger's gentle guidance. The impulsive noble's outburst has finally given way to a somber reflection on his actions, acknowledging the destructive path his impulsiveness has led him down. Rutger seizes this moment of vulnerability, sharing a poignant tale from his own past, one that highlights the value of learning from mistakes and cultivating emotional intelligence. As their conversation concludes, Sir Vlad is left with a profound lesson that experience is indeed a teacher, and that wisdom lies in tempering passion with patience.